You're about to hear the wartime memories of David E. Holt, a Mississippi farm boy who marched off to the Civil War at 16 and served in the fabled Army of Northern Virginia. Holt fought through some of the fiercest battles of the Confederacy: Malvern Hill, 2nd Manassas, Sharpsburg, Gettysburg, and the long siege of Petersburg. He writes not as a general or strategist, but as a private in the ranks, telling exactly what he saw, felt, and survived. Decades after the guns fell silent, Holt set down these recollections in plain, direct language, describing everything from the terror of battle to the boredom of camp life, the misery of prison, and the small moments of humor that kept men alive. His account is raw, personal, and unmistakably human, a rare look into the life of a young Confederate soldier who endured the full grind of war. This is David Holt's story, told in his own words, the story of a Mississippi rebel in the Army of Northern Virginia. Let's begin. The volcano of politics, which had been smoldering for many years, began to smoke. It smoked violently and had a most sulphurous smell. George Walker said that it was not safe to dig a well in Mississippi, as you ran the risk of breaking through to hell, and from all reports it seemed hell was about to break loose. When Buchanan and Breckinridge ran on the Democratic ticket and the abolitionists assumed the name of Republicans to get the smell of darkies out of their party and carried 11 states, giving them a close race, the whole South was in a great stir. Wilkinson County, being filled with big plantations and many slaves, became a spouting geyser and, volcano-like, threw up hot mud and rocks. Every white man in the county seemed to have plenty of time to spend in town, drinking all the whiskey he could consume. I have never seen so much whiskey. It ran free as spring water. The saloons and drugstores were the rallying centers for political argument. Orators who could spout fire and brimstone were in constant demand. They were the gas force, not only in the South but in the North as well, until people lost their wits, just as the gases of a volcano. The active eruption began on October 16, 1859, when John Brown made his attempt to incite the slaves to insurrection. After a fair trial in open court, he was convicted of treason and murder. He advised the slaves to arise and massacre the whites, for which he was hung, and immediately became the patron saint of the Republican Party. It was called the Black Republican Party. The following summer, word came to Woodville that Senator Jefferson Davis would visit the county. Citizens held a meeting and determined to have a barbecue on that occasion, which would outdo all previous affairs. This barbecue was to be open to all white people without charge to any. People came from adjoining counties in Mississippi and parishes in Louisiana, some riding as far as 60 miles to hear and see the great politician who at that time was the senior senator from Mississippi. Organizers provided food and drink for all, and plenty was left for poor whites and Negroes. Every rich planter in the county sent sheep, beeves, and poultry, dressed and ready for the barbecue. The local bakery furnished all the bread it could bake, and a large quantity was shipped in from New Orleans. Several tons of ice, many boxes of lemons, and sacks of sugar were purchased. A quantity of powder for our brass Napoleon cannon was secured. On this occasion, Brother John, his wife, and Sister Mary came from Natchez. Brother Joe came from New Orleans, where he was attending medical college, so Oddity Hall was filled. Mother's nephew, Ed White, and his sister, Lucy, also arrived from Vicksburg, bringing a friend with them, Sheldon Rose, a student in the Methodist ministry. There was room at the table for all, and we had all the rations that one could desire. We were a jolly crowd, never knowing when to go to bed at night, nor when to get up in the morning. Every day was a picnic, every night a frolic. Brother John gave me a brand new Mississippi rifle, which recently had been issued to him as an officer in the Mexican War, and all its shining accoutrements, a wonderful sword bayonet. With this equipment came the bullet molds with which to make round bullets and a measure for the powder. "Stevie, the only way to learn to shoot is to shoot," he said. "You do the shooting, and I will furnish the ammunition." That made me a very happy boy. My father had been the family physician to the Davis family when Jeff was a boy, so our families were fast friends. All of us called on Mr. Davis, who stayed in the home of Uncle Billy Stamps, ex-sheriff of the county, and who, by the way, married the widow of Mr. Davis's brother. The day of the barbecue began with the booming of the Napoleon. The parade, led by a brass band and marshaled by Johnny Hamilton, the sheriff, formed in the courthouse square. It moved majestically down the main street and on to the barbecue grounds. It must have been an inspiring sight for Mr. Davis. It was a perspiring march for us, as the sun came out even brighter than usual, its warm rays heating us beyond comfort. A huge shed of boughs had been erected, with several generous trees contributing their shade. On the speaker's stand were many leading men from Mississippi and Louisiana who had been seated with much ceremony by the marshal. My father was among them, also Brother John and Henry Stockett. Mr. Davis arrived in a carriage and was ushered to the speaker's stand and moved among the distinguished guests with ease and grace. When he rose to speak, the band sounded a blast, the cannon roared, and the people cheered. In Mr. Davis' speech, he set forth the right to own slaves and to carry them anywhere in the United States. He stated further that slaves were recognized as property by the federal Constitution. He showed that the institution of slavery was profitable in the South, but not profitable in the North. It may not be expedient, he declared, to carry slavery in some of the territories, and an agreement may be reached whereby they would be confined to the Southern states. This caused much applause. Mr. Davis's entire speech and argument was for slavery and state rights, guarded as they were by the highest law of the land. Senator George Gordon, who introduced Mr. Davis, spoke a long time. The crowd was hungry and hot, even though lemonade was bountiful and within reach of everyone. His talk was much along the same line, and a relief went over. The band began to play, and the cannon fired as we moved to the barbecue. Long tables were set in the full rays of the sun, but no one declined food on this account. It seems strange to me now that no one became ill from the combination of hot meat, lemonade, and ice cream, with the sun beating down during the whole process. Another strange thing was the fact that the day passed without a single fight. The only accident of the day came when old Mike, the jailer, had his arm pulled out of the socket by shooting the ramrod out of the cannon. Mike had loaded up with whiskey while on the job of firing the cannon and became reckless towards the end. After the day was over, we gathered at Oddity Hall, and the subject discussed by the senators became the subject of our discussion. It became quite a heated conversation, as father was a strong pro-slavery man, as were Mr. Stockett and Brother John. However, neither Joe nor I believed in the institution of slavery, and so we took opposite sides. We both declared that we would never own slaves, yet at the same time we denounced the fanatical ideas of the North as unjust and unfair. The abolitionists never showed a way to get rid of slavery, nor a way to provide for the Negroes after they were free. Under a false idea of Christianity, and with envy, hatred, and malice, they shook the red flag of war in the face of the Southerner. We argued that when war did come, we would give the North a good fight, and we did. When Lincoln and Hamlin were nominated, and war seemed a certainty, the organization of companies began in the county. The Wilkinson Rifles was the first company formed. A company by that name had served in the Mexican War, and many of its old members were now in the county. These served as a nucleus on which to build the organization. Brother John had served in Mexico, so I determined to join the first company. Sheriff Johnny Hamilton was in charge of the recruiting station. I walked in there very businesslike and announced my intentions. "Say, Johnny, I have concluded to join the Wilkinson Rifles." "The hell you have," said Johnny. The room was filled with men. Johnny turned about in his chair, struck a match and relit his cigar, and looked straight at me. "Do you suppose we can carry along a wet nurse for your benefit? Have the boys sit up at night making you sugar teats, telling Mother Goose stories, and singing nursery rhymes to get you to sleep? Get out of here, you damn little shirt-tail shaver. The diaper marks ain't off you yet." The crowd had a big laugh at my expense. Some of the boys were waiting outside to hear my fate. After I was turned down, we organized a company composed of boys from 14 to 16 years of age, which we called the Cadets. But Johnny's joke had fastened on us shirt-tail shavers, and it stuck. We drilled in the evening, as did the Wilkinson Rifles. We practiced shooting with my Mississippi rifle, as it was the only one in the company, though some of the boys had double and single-barreled shotguns. When vacation came, we went into camp on the opposite side of town from the camp of the Wilkinson Rifles. We did this because they joked and played tricks upon us. This joking was done in a loving spirit, for we were greatly favored by the soldiers and civilians. Like green boys, we had a certain amount of foolish pride. We got huffed at the constant reference to us as shirt-tail shavers. We thought we were as big as anyone, so we danced the square dances with grown ladies at many of the barbecues and parties given in honor of the soldiers. When war became imminent, the Wilkinson Rifles went to Corinth, Mississippi, and became Company K, 16th Mississippi Infantry. That regiment then traveled to Virginia. There they were put in Trimble's brigade and camped near the battlefield of the First Battle of Manassas. They got there too late for that fight. We cadets stayed at home, did police duty, and went into winter quarters. We were left to ourselves as far as instructions went, yet that was all the preliminary training we ever got. We had no tents, but we put up a shack like the fertile brain of a boy would build. We built it in the barbecue style, covering it with pine boughs. It made a fine gathering place and sheltered us from the sun, but did not keep out the rain. After a heavy rain, we decided that we would sew 2 blankets together lengthways and stretch them over a pine pole. We then piled on pine straw, pegged down the edges of the blankets to the ground, dug a ditch around the bunk, making sleeping quarters for 2. This did keep us dry from dew and rain, but we had to crawl into the bunks from the end, and, when inside, one could not sit up, much less stand. These bunks were only used as a last resort. Every boy furnished his own rations, ammunition, clothing, and cooking utensils. He also was his own cook, but there wasn't much cooking going on. When a cadet got too hungry and wanted to go home, he went to the orderly sergeant and said, "Ma told me to come home at this time." That was enough without explanation. If this cadet did not show up at camp for several days, he simply explained, "They would not let me come." The maternal authority took precedence over that of the military, and the swimming hole took precedence over all else in the summer. Since every cadet had a shotgun, not even a jaybird was safe within a half-mile of camp. We skinned the various varieties of birds, and after they were fried in bacon grease, all tasted alike. The distinctive feature of the cadet's uniform, which was made of brown factory jeans and donated by Judge McGehee, who had a factory near town, was a broad band of turkey red calico down the outside seam of our trousers and bands of the same red material around the cuffs on our jackets. Most of us wore felt hats with the brim turned up on the right side. We were always in uniform except on Sundays when we went to church. Our sisters and sweethearts came out to see us every evening when the weather was fair. The contrast between the immaculately clean girls and the grimy, disheveled boys was accentuated by those red calico bands. Chaperones were always present in numbers and looked upon us as too dirty to touch, much less kiss. Frequently we were given parties at the Masonic Hall, where we square danced and played kissing games. I liked the dancing, but those boys and girls who belonged to religious denominations that did not approve of dancing played the kissing games. None of my sisters, nor the girl who honored me with her heart and hand, ever took part in those games. The shady end of the porch, with the breeze faintly stirring the honeysuckle vines, the stars playing hide and seek through the leaves, and with only one girl, she being the right one, was my choice in the matter of kissing. The Masonic Hall dances would have 3 and sometimes 4 cotillions going at the same time. They represented the 3 grades of society, with 1 extra to accommodate the crowds. It is a mistake to call them classes of society, for they were grades, just as oranges, apples, and potatoes are graded. No one was fixed in his or her grade, but could ascend into a higher grade by education, culture, and decency. One could descend even more easily by his or her habits. The Masonic Hall and lodge rooms were given to the ladies without charge every day in the week excepting Sundays. Every woman and girl who was big enough to work congregated here to make clothes for the soldiers. This continued until late in the war, when Judge McGehee's factory, which made the cloth, was burned by the Yanks. This factory made unbleached cotton cloth in 2 grades, one 4 ounces and the other 8 ounces to the yard. The heavy quality was used for jeans, out of which coats and trousers were made. The ladies dyed all the cloth with sweet gum bark, which gave it a bluish-gray tint. The outer garments were lined with the 8-ounce cotton cloth. The underwear was made from the 4-ounce cloth. In this manner, the soldier was clad all in one color. After he had been at the front long enough to become the host of many inhabitants, they too partook of the same general color to scheme. Rightly, they were called graybacks. A good lesson was learnt in the effectiveness of color protection, as our bluish-gray was almost invisible to the enemy, particularly when lying down. The 2 town tailors cut, without pay, every soldier's garments to fit. The lowest down fellow in the community was a college-bred man who had taken to drink, and who renounced his allegiance to the white Christ and the laws of God, known as the moral law. He had lost a large fortune and did not dance in anyone's set. Even the gamblers did not welcome him. Though the girls remained in the grade in which they belonged, only occasionally did the boys stick to one set. Jack Terrell, Ed Robinson, and I danced in all the sets in a perfectly natural manner and were welcomed everywhere. Those were great days of joy, and just as a court gives a criminal a good time before he is hung, did the many soldiers have their last sport in trotting around with calico. From time to time, many companies were formed, drilled, and were clothed and ordered to the front from Wilkinson County, but the shirt-tail shavers had to stay and be joked by everyone. Yet we had a good share of fun, as everyone was friendly and kind, softened by the continual departure of the boys to the front. Tears would hardly be dry on the cheeks for one set of loved ones before more had to leave. The cadets escorted each company to the train, acting much as the Boy Scouts do now on similar occasions. 835 men left Wilkinson County as soldiers, and there were just 35 cadets. In the fall of 1861, I met the commander of the post at Woodville. He told me that in the early spring recruits were to be sent to the various companies, and that I could go to Company K if my father would give his written consent. My father did. I signed the roll and was measured for an outfit of the sweet gum dyed clothes. I rubbed up my old Mississippi rifle, polished its wonderful sword bayonet, greased and blackened my accoutrements, and felt it was impossible to be as large and important as I felt. My mother removed the band she had placed on my smoking, because she knew that we would have few comforts at the front. She felt, too, that tobacco might be good for a soldier, though bad for a boy. I was both, but the soldier predominated. I gathered what I thought I would need at the front, including my gun and accoutrements, haversack, knapsack, a large overcoat with extra pockets, one extra set of underwear, 2 shirts, woolen socks, hat, cap, comforter, woolen gloves, knitted wristlets, handkerchiefs, and a large pocket knife. Besides these, I carried a knife and fork, tin plate, a full copy of the Bible, a copy of Shakespeare, a portfolio complete with ink and paper, a tool chest, 4 bottles of medicine, a mirror, a small boiler for coffee, and some tea and tablespoons. I absolutely toted all of that to Virginia. One of my big overcoat pockets was filled with candy, and the other was filled with tea cakes. These pockets were sewed up, and I was instructed not to open them until I got to the army. I did try to obey, but somewhere in Georgia our train ran into a wreck and washout which necessitated our walking about 12 miles. We were short on rations and had big appetites, so I shared the contents of those pockets with my comrades. That trip to Virginia was one of the finest trips I have ever taken. I had on a new uniform and was bubbling over with the exuberance of a live and healthy boy. The recruits for Company K assembled at the depot for the train that left at 6 o'clock in the morning. We formed a line for roll call and then scattered in the crowd to be with our loved ones. There were many tears and much sorrow, embracing and affection. Then the conductor called, "All aboard," and the train rolled on. All the cars, excepting the caboose, were flat cars used for the purpose of carrying cotton bales. I rode in the last flat car next to the caboose. I looked out at the crowd, and not more than 30 feet away was my little sweetheart with her handkerchief to her face, crying in a perfect passion of grief. The train was moving, but I sprang off, rushed up to her, took her in my arms, hugged and kissed her. Then I broke loose and raced down the track after the train. The soldiers yelled, everybody laughed uproariously, and someone shouted, "You are left!" When I did catch up to the train, the boys pulled me on the rear platform of the caboose by main force. The officer in command gave me my first lecture. He told me that I was a darned little fool to risk my life for a kiss. You have kissed her before, and should have been willing to let it go at that. But I have never kissed her, and I don't know that I ever shall again, said I. The train traveled 28 miles to Bayou Sara, where we boarded a steamer for New Orleans. This was the second leg of our long journey to the front, and the end of my old plantation days. From New Orleans, we went to Mobile, where we entered day coaches headed for Virginia. Only a few hours into our journey, we came to a wreck. Because of the collapse of a bridge, the train ahead, loaded with soldiers and chains, had dashed into a small river. One of the men who had escaped related how the accident occurred. It was the first time we saw blood and dead soldiers. The engineer was pinned under the engine, and the fireman crushed between the tender and engine. Some of the flat cars, as well as the engine, had gone down. We had to wade and jump to get over the river, where we soon reached a small station. My load had been increased by the added weight of water. It meant that we stayed at the station until relief came. We certainly were a dilapidated-looking army of soldiers, without rations, wet and footsore from our long tramp in the mud. Some bore the mishap with fortitude and silence. Others cussed and did nothing to help get us on our way. Relief came, and we again started on our journey, all feeling better for the hot coffee and food received. We had hoped to stop off at Richmond, but passed through hurriedly and loaded onto another train for Gordonsville. The regiment was about 15 miles away at Kelly's Ford on the Rapidan River. We were moving towards that point when it began to rain. There was only one way to reach camp, and that was through the mud. We struggled along, hoping to make Company K's camp by night. My load grew heavier, even though I was minus the cake and candy. Weariness came over me, and my imagination left me, but I stuck to the recruits, carrying my load all the way into camp. It was late and dark when we arrived. We found the company gathered about a good campfire of logs with only a few booths of dripping boughs for shelter. They had no tents. The boys greeted us with, "Have you got anything to eat?" "No," we answered. "Well, why in the hell haven't you got something to eat? You all came from home, and you should have brought a lot with you. You might have known that we are starving out here. You might have brought something from Richmond. We simply insisted upon them giving us something to eat. We were starving too, and had pulled through 15 miles of mud, rain, and cold. None of us were in a good humor. Our commanding officer made his report, after which we were given a small ration of bacon and a cup of cornmeal. We were initiated into the mystery of making mush in a tin cup and toasting bacon on a sharpened stick before a blazing fire. My bacon fell off in the ashes, but I ate it, ashes and all. Then I unrolled my blankets, and 3 of us lay down. Soon we were in a steam bath, but also in the land of Nod. When I awakened the next morning, I fully realized that I was a real soldier, as we had to take our place for roll call. When the orderly sergeant called David Holt, and I answered "Here," for the first time, I knew seriously that I had left home. 3 days later, we marched through on our way to join Stonewall Jackson in the valley of the Shenandoah River. We camped for the night on the outskirts of a town. I reduced my load by 1 pair of socks and the other traps, keeping only 1 blanket and the clothes I had on. I gave all the extra clothes away. My gun with accoutrements and the old sword bayonet seemed to weigh about a ton. When we reached our destination and made camp, I immediately went, without leave, on a foraging expedition. I walked up to a propitious-looking house located in a fine apple orchard and very complete in the way of fences, outhouses, well, and a shed. I walked up on the front porch and knocked on the door like a gentleman. A very nice old lady opened the door. She threw up her hands and said, "Oh, you poor little child, are you a real soldier?" I owned that I was the real thing. "Well, do come into the kitchen where it is warm. Are you hungry?" This was the first foraging I had done, and having the leading question approached by the party furnishing the rations was very gratifying. We went into the kitchen, and I told the old lady my name, state, and then was introduced to her pretty granddaughter. She was 16, and as pretty as a rose, and fresh as a peach. She sat a good meal before me of hot biscuits, blackberry jam, and good hot coffee. I stretched my visit as long as I dared be away from camp, and before I left this house I had to write my name and address in their old family Bible. The lady kissed me for my mother, and I kissed the pretty granddaughter for myself. When I returned to camp, I learned we had orders to move in the morning. At dawn, we began a long, weary march over the Blue Ridge Mountains. Pulling up those steep grades was a new experience and brought a new and tender set of muscles into play. I had never been in the mountains and, in a way, lost my pains in my interest and the novelty of the beauty of the scenery. One day we marched in snow, which was a great improvement over the rain. The big chestnut trees and great variety of oaks, with mountain laurel and clear running streams, made it a fine diversion. There was no clear running water in my part of the country, nor were there any chestnut trees or mountain laurel. I observed that the birds were very much like those I had been accustomed to seeing except the pheasant. Then I never saw a red fox before either. I took some risks in taking side trips up the little valleys, especially since they were forbidden and punishable by having to mark time on the head of a barrel or tote a log back and forth on guard beat during the long night hours. Most folks might be sleeping, but schoolboys and soldiers will take long chances, and I did, as I was both. These mountain folks seemed to have an abundance of dried apples, but that was the only food which they did have in abundance. One day, Bill got back in camp long after the evening meal and roll call. He was arrested and brought before the captain. "Have you any excuse to offer for your offense? You know we are on a strategic move, and you might have fallen into the enemy's hands. You have no idea of the arrangement of the forces, and took a big chance in rambling into mountains about which you know nothing. And besides, you have missed 2 roll calls. What have you to say?" "Cap, some allowance has to be made for a fellow's curiosity when he meets a novelty. I would have been at the first roll call were it not for a strange experience. I turned off the grade and followed a little trail, thinking it would lead to a little cabin and some dried apples. Not very far up the trail, I overtook an old man trying to lead an old ram. The ram was stubborn. The old man was almost worn out. When he saw me, he said, 'Say, soldier, if you help me get this infernal ram along and up to the sheep machine, I will give you something to eat and fill your haversack with dried apples.'" "What is a sheep machine?" I inquired. "You will have to see it to understand, and it ain't very far away." Well, sir, I strapped my gun to my back and grabbed the ram, thinking I could tote him. In the scramble, he got a fair lick at the old man and butted him clear off the trail and down the mountain. I had to tie the ram to a tree and go pick up the old man. This all took time. When I did return, I found I could not tote the ram, so I had to tie a rope around his hind leg in order to stop him when we wanted to, and another rope about his head to which the old man clung. Again starting up the trail, the ram butted the old man, which meant I had to hold him back and more often ground him. After 2 miles on the trail, which seems a short distance to these mountain people, we came to a 2-story mill run by an overshot water wheel. The door of the 2nd story was level with the trail. In the center of the large empty room stood a hopper which extended down to the 1st floor. A voice called out from below, "Who's there?" "It's me," replied the old man. "I done brung that old ram." "All right," says the voice from below. "Just throw him into the hopper." We managed to get him in and the old man hollered, "Let her go." Then some machinery began to move down below, and the old ram disappeared. The old man suggested that we go below, and we went down a rickety flight of stairs to the first story. Soon after we got down, the hopper opened up, and 4 quarters of mutton fell on a clean cloth. The man in charge then spread some more cloth, and the head, neck, and other parts, nicely dressed, came out. Following this, fiddle strings began to fall. There seemed to be miles of string, which were immediately wound on spools according to sizes. Next, a dressed sheepskin dropped out. It was dressed with the wool on, and dyed a beautiful red. Bone buttons then fell like snowflakes, and last of all, a sack of fertilizer, neatly branded and ready for market, dropped out. The man in charge said, "That's all." The old man then suggested that I go with him to his house for something to eat, which I did. He filled my haversack with dried apples while I ate. "Bill, I'm going to make you tote a 15-pound log on a guard beat for 3 hours because you did not tote that old ram as you should have done instead of letting the old man get hurt," the captain said. One morning, soon after this incident, we started on a march very early. There was not a mouthful of food in the company. A company of cavalry near the road had just fed their horse with corn on the cob. I slipped an ear from a horse and divided it with Johnny Stockett, and that was all we had for that day and up to noon of the following day. 2 in our company died on that march, and they were big, strong men. Wearily we struggled along, up the grade to the top of the divide. The sun was hot, and we were wet with perspiration. Here we broke line and halted in a field on the very crest of the mountain. All sought shelter under bush or tree. A rain cloud came up the mountainside, enveloping us so that we were wet with moisture. Chilled and cold, we built a fire. After marching another day, evening came on. The moon was bright, but later there was a total eclipse. Some of the boys began to see signs of bad luck. Not until 1 o'clock that night did we break rank to sleep on rocks under huge pine trees. Cousin Jim, Johnny, and I slept under one blanket. Our undressing consisted of pulling off our shoes and piling the cartridges on them for a pillow. We did not remove our caps. In a moment we were fast asleep. In the morning we were aroused by the firing of a gun right over where we slept. I sprang up. Cousin Jim was sitting up with a smoking gun in his hand, and alongside of me was a huge rattlesnake squirming and writhing with his head off. The sergeant rushed over to arrest Cousin Jim for firing a shot. "Why did you kill him?" I asked. "He acted like a gentleman, and one rattlesnake more or less really doesn't count for much." "There you are mistaken." About this time, the commissary wagon drove up, and the subject turned from snake to food. We cooked all we got in the way of rations, and put all we couldn't eat in our haversacks. Again we resumed the march. But orders had changed, and we were instructed to keep our places and to keep the ranks closed up. No straggling was allowed that day. Often we heard, "Press forward." We became familiar with many of the commands, and we knew that this one meant the enemy was near. Artillery often passed us now, and at times we would be halted as if some obstruction were in front of us. Wagons stood parked on the side of the road. No fires or lights were permitted that night. We were ordered to pile our blankets and knapsacks, and many of the boys piled their coats too, as it was a warm night. All night we stood in line. At the first streak of dawn, we were allowed to go back in squads and get our coats, as it had turned cold again. We had reformed the line when, in front and to the right, the sharp crack of a cannon rang out. We heard the shell explode faintly further to the front. Then Several cannon began to fire, and shells came back by way of reply. We were ordered to load at will. My old Mississippi rifle, which I carried from home, was loaded and ready. A small wooden wall in front of us kept us from seeing the valley. The regiment formed, and immediately we went down into the little bottom and up the wooden wall, coming in full view of the Yanks. We could easily trace their line of tents and small fire sticks both right and left. We saw their batteries on the hills beyond. We saw our own support on the right and left. On the right, our line reached the enemy's. We opened fire as we ran. The enemy was taken by surprise. They were confused, but fell back, firing at the same time. As I ran over one of their small breakfast fires, I picked up a hot frying pan, which was still on the fire, threw the hardtack in it, placed my little finger over the spout of the coffee pot, and carried the breakfast of that Yank for over a mile before I got a chance to eat a mouthful. I did not get much of that grub, as I divided it with the fellows. A taste of food was better than none. The enemy's batteries limbered up and drove off. Our skirmish line chased the Yanks for miles. If one of them halted a moment or got behind, he was killed, wounded, or captured. The skirmish line of the 1st Maryland was on our right and joined our Company K. In front of the 1st Maryland, on the Federal side, we saw a Confederate Marylander capture his own brother. He had stopped to rest for a few moments behind some bushes. The Confederate got the drop on him, and promptly he threw up his hands. "Why, by jings, if it ain't Brother Jim. Come along, Jim, and keep pace with me." That night when we halted, the two brothers sat down and talked of home and the good old days. In the morning, the Yank was missing. That night when our skirmishers came in and the 16th Mississippi Regiment drew rations, we ate Yankee food. We lived on what we had captured in that campaign: coffee, bacon, and hardtack. You could nibble all day on hardtack and still go to bed hungry. It was good eating, but not filling. Next morning early, we pressed forward towards Winchester, the line of skirmishers in advance. When we reached the enemy, the fighting was lively. The skirmish line of our regiment was always the extreme right company. Company K was at the extreme left. I was third man from the end of the line. While fighting, we could see a flank movement in plain view. We could also see the main line of the Yanks, and higher up on the side of the hill, their batteries which were firing at our batteries. As it was the first line of those troops which we were engaging, shells bursted all around us. Suddenly a gray line appeared ahead, and we saw a Confederate battle flag. The guns roared, and we saw our boys running toward the enemy's camp. Our batteries ceased firing, and the Confederate yell seemed to spring up everywhere. We were ordered to charge, but we had already charged. The Yanks gave way, and from there to the Potomac River, it was a running fight. That was on May 25th, 1862. My command did not get in touch with them all the way. We captured a little Jewish sutler in Winchester who told a funny tale in a funny manner and showed himself a true sport. He said, "Ivas on a sort of on-purpose accident already dot, I got a sutler shop in D's place. My brudder say, Simon Vi, don't you go down to Winchester and open a leetle shop and get some of dose fancy war prizes for your goots. Vi vas in New York already, and I gets a license. Daughter man says, vill protect me by der power of der government. I got a hell of a time to get der goots here and rent a store and put dem in. I got to sell every ding high to get my money back. Any more already?" A lady comes into my store and says, "Vet you ask a yart for das calico?" I says, "Madam, you can have dot calico for only $1 a yart." She says, "Oh, dot is too high. Ven Jackson comes, we get all dem goots for nothing. Vel, I say, who is D's man Jackson? Dot is bigger den der government. She don't say noddings, and went out. By, a little nigger boy came in and says, "What you sell? Dot candy for a pound." "For a toller," says I. "Dot is too high," says der nigger. By, Ven Jackson, come get it for noddings. I show him der license, and tell I am protected by der United States, and dot little nigger, he say, der United States be damn. I say, get out, you leetle Schwarzer. I show my license to dot man Jackson, he got sense not to go against der government. By a cavalry man, stop here, his horse vas broke down. My friend, vat make you ride dot horse so hard? He says, to get away from dot man Jackson. Dat man Jackson must be a hell of a feller, says I. You will pretty soon see for yourself, says he, and went up der street like he was going somewhere. Vell, I says to myself, I don't got any ding to scare about. I am protected by a dalt license. Vender cannon guns begin to shoot. Some soldiers come by in a hurry. I say, who is doing all of doot shooting out there? Unter say, dot is Stonewall Jackson. And you fellers come and clean me up. Tam dot Jackson. He vas too many already. It was on the banks of the Potomac that I got my first view of General Jackson at close range. Our skirmish line was directly on the banks of the river when the general and his staff rode up. They dismounted and earnestly looked across the river. We knew the general from the pictures we saw of him. Some of the boys remarked, "He is certainly up to the scratch." He made brilliant moves, and we called him our Old Jack, when we wanted to be particularly respectful and loving. The A. Mississippi rebel in the Army of Northern Virginia. After this, we moved back to Winchester and camped 6 miles from town. That was the first time I had been in camp, as I joined the company on the move and had continued to move until now. There were no tents, but the weather was beautiful, and so the woods served our purpose. We simply preempted a tree or bush and moved our gun and accoutrements there. When we entered the woods, we noted that the enemy had camped there but a short time before us, maybe only a night or so before. After being there for 3 days, one of the boys said he was going down to see the doctor and get something for his poison oak. He had always been liable to the blame thing. No passes were being given out, and we were ordered to stay in camp. I had a violent attack of ennui, so I told Johnny that I was going to Winchester to get some biscuits and buy candy. He told me I was hunting trouble. After the morning roll call, I took my haversack and slipped out of camp, beginning a 6-mile walk to town. I hurried. When I reached there, I went to the most portentous house and walked up the front stairs. I rang the bell, which was answered by a servant. I gave him my name and asked to see the lady of the house. She came, told me her name, and immediately entered into a discussion of the recent battle. As she told her battle story, the question of food came up in a very natural way. At that point, a cavalry officer came up, looked at me with contempt, and ordered me back to camp. The dear lady came to my rescue. She called the officer brother and told him she was tired of his West Point superior manners. That boy was in the battle and at Front Royal too. That is no reason why he should come to your house, replied the officer. Why doesn't he go to his own kind if he wants something to eat? I have come to my own kind, I answered. Yes, said the lady. His name is Holt, and I honor him for going to the ranks. He is as good as anyone, and you have no right to order him or anyone else out of my house. Then I shall leave, which he did. We continued our pleasant conversation until food was announced. The lady talked while I ate. The servant brought in about a peck of biscuits, in addition to the food I had set before me. These I put in my haversack, and with a cordial handshake and blessing, I started back for camp. When reaching the guard line, I was arrested by order of the captain and escorted by the corporal to the presence of the captain. I had my haversack on, which was brim full of biscuits. "Where have you been?" "I went to Winchester to get some biscuits and candy, which I intend to split with the boys." "Will you have some?" "There are plenty there, and you don't have to be bashful," I replied. "I thank you. But did you have permission to leave camp? Weren't you told in a very positive way not to leave? Where is your gun and accoutrements?" "I left them with Johnny." "We are liable to move any moment and without warning. You were aware of that fact and still took a long chance to get your grub. I cannot excuse you, for you do not seem to have any palliation for your conduct. Corporal, take him to the guardhouse." This captain was the brother of the sister I had kissed before joining the ranks, and so I believed deep down in his heart he felt for me, even though he had to insist upon orders being carried out. When the corporal and I left the captain, I said, "Say, Joe, pass by way of the company, as I want to distribute this grub and get my gun. You take as many as you want." He did. Then we passed the rest of them out to the other boys, so that when I reached the guardhouse, my knapsack looked like a bursted soap bubble. The guardhouse was only a spot in the woods in which all offenders were assembled. The officer of the guard had no hesitancy in accepting some of the biscuits and wanted to know the details of my detention. A spot was pointed out where I should sleep, as night was coming on, and I lost no time in getting to it. The beating drum for morning roll call awakened me. I had that glorious feeling of not having to jump up and grab my gun to respond. I even turned over and took another nap. The officer apologized, saying that he had overlooked me. He was Lieutenant Jim Bryan of Company K. The following day we broke camp on short notice and began that famous march down the valley. It began to rain, and while some of the boys cussed, the rain was more favorable to us than the Yanks. We plugged through the mud during the day and slept in the mud at night. It was a pity that General Jackson did not have our company council to help him in his difficulties. None but the exclusive officers above the rank of colonel gave him suggestions when Company K knew more than any one of them. Straggling behind was a lost pleasure. We did not stop at houses to get something to eat. We were making an unheard-of march to get out of the middle of a bad situation. We held council and knew that we had whipped Banks and had driven his army over the Potomac, yet we were threatened with a coalition of Shields and Fremont who were behind us. Every day and all day long we heard commands like, "Close up the ranks, press forward." We knew, too, that Ashby's gallant cavalry were engaging the enemy every day on our flanks, protecting us from dashes and raids. Also, we had the thrill of recent victory over Banks and had been eating his grub and using his ammunition. Nothing seemed able to overcome the spirits of that ragged, weary army. We joked, sang, and some cussed, but all were in a good humor and hit the miles of mud with a will. Mount Jackson loomed up on the horizon to our left and appeared like a sentinel guardian. Its crest was nearly always wreathed in clouds. We camped in a pasture at the foot of that mountain. Having discarded all of my cherished belongings except those on my back, a tin cup, and a blanket, I found that even my handmade shoes, as well made as they were not everlasting. For a while I walked in my wool socks, but they did not last, and in the course of a few days I developed a stone bruise on my left heel and later another on my right foot. We came in contact with General Fremont's men at Sharpsburg. Here I went into the fight. When barefooted, one's attention is divided between looking where to shoot and step. This fight was not heavy, and so before night came on, we were on our way up the valley. I was ordered to the regimental skillet wagon and put among the pots and pans to be hauled along. The driver was a soldier from Company C named Kane. He had an ill temper and a limited vocabulary. His chief phrases were cuss words. He disliked the idea of hauling live freight and did not hesitate to tell me so. I was in that wagon when General Dick Ewell, to whose division we belonged, fought the Battle of Cross Keys. Company K lost several men and gained much glory. While they fought, my attention centered on keeping my sore feet from the bombardment of skillet lids and camp kettles. Kane never evaded the bumps or boulders in the road. He did not seem to care how we jolted about, but I forgave him when later he died at my side under dramatic conditions. Banks followed behind us from Winchester. Fremont stood on the right and had been beaten back temporarily at Cross Keys. Shields threatened on the left, during which time Jackson tried to get a huge wagon train up the turnpike toward Staunton. The train could be seen by both Fremont's and Shields' forces. The wagon in which I rode passed over the battlefield at Port Republic. I looked out and saw an officer standing in the road. He hailed me, saying, "Can you walk? Are you wounded?" I told him I was suffering from a complicated case of sore feet. "Can you ride?" "Yes," I replied. "Well, come and help me. We have captured a cannon back here in the woods which is already hitched up, but we lack a driver." I rolled out of the wagon, limped along after the officer for a half-mile. We came to a cannon guarded by a Confederate gunner. I mounted one horse, the gunner mounted the other, and the officer mounted the tongue horse, whereupon we started. My gun lay in front of me across the saddle, as I had left nothing to Kane but my blessing. Reaching the big road, we saw troops going forward, followed by Company K. The artillery officer thanked me, and I slid off the horse. My company shouted upon seeing me, and there was much merriment. My reply to all their shouts was, "Have you anything to eat? Who has been drawing my rations?" "You blooming idiot. There ain't been any rations. Why don't you capture your own like the rest of us?" That night we swapped experiences, and I told the fate of the Pennsylvania bucktails. Trimble's brigade had been in line in a pasture. They camped along the fence, which separated the pasture from a field of rye. This field lay between our men and the enemy. Our skirmish line deployed beyond the rye and surrounded the enemy. They could hold their own, but fell back when the enemy advanced in line of battle. In front of the 16th Mississippi Regiment came the celebrated Pennsylvania bucktails. Each soldier reportedly had a buck's tail fastened on the front of his cap. Our line of battle behind the fence received orders to hold fire until the bucktails reached the fence. The survivors had to retreat over an open field since the rye had been trampled down. Our batteries did their duty with shrapnel during the enemy's retreat back to the woods. Years later, I was told by one of that regiment that he got out of that fight by being sent back to the ammunition wagon for cartridges when their battle line fell apart. He was then told to join whatever regiment he pleased. No doubt their name was again used, for it was catchy, but we never met a bucktail after that. Jackson had gotten out of the trap and left Banks, Shields, and Fremont to make a junction at their leisure. We moved now by easy marches and long halts. Every day we went swimming in the river and ate much grub. We camped for 3 days near Warrior's Cave and examined it with curiosity. This was followed by orders to cook up 3 days' meals, and at daylight the next morning we moved on towards the eastern mountains. Our company war council was completely nonplussed. Where in the thunder were we going? Did old Jack want to convert us into a lot of mountain timber? And how was the artillery going to climb up those hills? These were some of the questions asked about those orders. We followed no particular road, and we seemed to be going no particular way. When we reached the mountains, we took a narrow trail running up at a steep angle with a babbling brook deer. Old Jack is sending us out fishing for mountain trout. One volunteered. Well, what is he sending the cannon along for? Another asked. Why, to shoot 'em if we catch 'em. Any fool can see that. The cannon somehow went up that trail. A pioneer corps came along, and by digging down banks along the trail and filling in other places, besides cutting down trees, the artillery and infantry got through. When we halted for the night, we made a small fire, boiled coffee, ate our grub, all of which had been captured, smoked, and fell asleep. When we reached the summit the next day, we looked down upon a lovely valley, seeing a good-sized town. It was Charlottesville. Learning this, we all whooped it up. Nearing the town, we saw many railroad coaches. Some were loaded with troops. We were heading straight for the train. Seeing the soldiers, we inquired what regiment it was. Why, that's Whiting's division of the 2nd Mississippi. I inquired about their surgeon, Dr. Holt. I found Robert, his servant, in the next coach. I hugged the nigger for once in my life. Robert told me that Brother Joe was on the train. We had a joyful meeting, but the contrast of his new officer's uniform with my bare feet and ragged, grimy clothes made me look like a tramp. However, he treated me like a prince and introduced me to the colonel and other officers. My ragged, bound feet seemed to be marks of honor, since I had been with Jackson in the valley and had had the grit to make the march over the mountains with bare feet. Grit was the quality most admired in Lee's army. It was considered a compound of determination, endurance, self-control, and dead gameness. Jackson's military feat was and is the wonder and admiration of the world. Brother Joe and I had only a brief time in which to talk as the conductor cried, "All aboard!" We were headed for Gordonsville, from whence Brother Joe had come. Train after train followed as fast as they could be loaded. The barefooted squad was told there was no room for them and were ordered to the University of Virginia Gymnasium. By night, all the troops but us had entrained. The disabled and the few sick had been provided for, and the sleepy little town had gone back to its usual routine. The barefooted squad remained for orders. We heard for the first time that General R.E. Lee was in command of the Army of Northern Virginia, and that Whiting's division had been sent to reinforce Jackson, ostensibly to attack the enemy's forces in the valley, hence their trip from Gordonsville to Charlottesville. By that move, the enemy was deceived, for Banks, Shields, and Fremont got ready to meet the victorious Confederates coming from Staunton. In the meantime, Jackson's troops, led by Whiting's division, had made the proposed flank movement on McClellan in front of Richmond and doubled him up like a jackknife. Meanwhile, back in Charlottesville, the barefooted squad assembled at the gymnasium. No one was in command, and we appeared to be simply the coals, sort of pitched away. I found Henry Habig, our regimental blacksmith, there with varicose veins and a barefoot Irishman from Company C named Murphy. We three camped together in the corner of the building, and in the morning we hustled around to get something to eat. No food had been provided for us, and there seemed little to buy. Murphy said, "I understand that General Lee is our commander. I recommend him as the most economical commissary in the world. He gives you nothing for breakfast, the same warmed over for dinner, and the leavings for supper. We were determined to follow the army at any cost. We went to the depot, found a freight train bound for Gordonsville, and boarded it without being questioned. We arrived at Gordonsville at night. Murphy decided to stop there until he got some rations. Habig and I walked out on the road that the army had taken and laid down to sleep near a farmhouse. Early the next morning we went to the house and bought a bountiful and filling breakfast of honey, cornbread, and imitation coffee made from parched corn. The farmer told us he thought we would find the army about Cold Harbor, which was about 35 miles away, and further, that we were not apt to lose the way. We fell in with our Lieutenant Colonel Shannon, who was mounted, and he told us he had been left sick at Gordonsville. Before the war, he had practiced law in the courthouse town of Jasper County. A typical Piney Woods country lawyer, he organized the company which bore the name of Jasper Grays. He was tall, higher than 6 feet, exceedingly thin. When he gave orders, he always began with "Attention, battalion," and stood on his toes as if he wanted to see each one of his men. We 3 continued on our way. We were not heavy reinforcements, but Habig and I kept pace with the horse. The rags on my feet soon gave out, the tender skin on my sores wore out too, and soon they began to bleed. I had to step on my toes and the left heel, but finally I got so tired that I walked with the sores touching the ground every step I took. But we distanced the colonel, who stopped to let his horse graze. About 2 o'clock we heard the sound of a cannonade, and at 4 I asked Henry to stop for a few minutes until I cried. We stopped, sitting on the ground talking over things. "Davy, you have been so brave all the way, and now you're going to break down." I had thrown myself on the ground, and, with my head in the crook of my arm, was crying like a child who had lost its mother. Henry was not making a noise like I was, but big tears sped down his cheeks, making long furrows in the dirt which covered him. After I had my cry out, I adjusted the rags on my feet, sat up, and asked, "Are you ready to move on?" "Are you going ahead?" he asked. I certainly was, and meant to reach the army if I died for it. He never understood the psychology of this incident, and, after the war, wanted it explained to him. Waiting until late that night, we came to the General Hospital and our brigade. There were no buildings. The wounded Confederates and Yanks indiscriminately lay in rows as they were brought in by litter bearers and ambulances. Then they were picked up and placed on the operating table for the knife or probe of the surgeon. Major operations were performed in an incredibly short time and with great accuracy. Then the wounded men were removed to another row on the ground and placed under the influence of morphine. A great many improvements of modern surgery came from the Southern surgeons, including such things as resecting and using antiseptics. I lay down just beyond the line of the wounded. Henry went to his forge, which was nearby. A nigger named Jim Bailey, who was the property of the Hubbard brothers of Company K, came along. I recognized him in the dark. "Say, Jim Bailey, I want you to hustle me something to eat. I will pay you for it." "Lor, bless my soul, if dat ain't Mr. Davy Holt. How did you manage to get here? Did you walk?" "Well, if dat don't beat all in the world, I gotta eat is some old bacon and a few hardtack, and yes, sir, bein's it's you, I'll sell it for $half. I bought it. Sitting there, I ate the raw bacon, saving a small piece for breakfast. Next morning, when I opened my haversack to get the bacon, I found most of it had crawled out. I fried what was left and made a limited breakfast, then struck out to find my company. I had to walk over the battlefield where heavy fighting had occurred the day before. It was a gruesome sight. The dead lay thick on the ground, many mutilated and some only fragmentary, showing the dismembering effects of percussion shells. In one place, a man's face was shot off, intact, from the mouth to the hair, and it fell on the ground, face upwards, eyes open, which seemed to stare at you. From the vast amount of lead and iron missiles that lay on the ground, I wondered that anyone escaped. Then I saw an officer and a private moving about the field as if hunting for someone. It was Brother Joe looking for an officer of his regiment. He took my presence there as a matter of course, nor did the doctor have time to talk. I went on to find my command. I found my company, but the ranks had been thinned somewhat. I learned who were dead and wounded. Then I was given a pair of shoes, taken from the battlefield, but could only wear them a short while. Later, while marching slowly down a road, I spied a dickey in the bushes near this road. I left ranks, darted into the bushes, and picked it up. By way of explanation, a dickey is a shirt front without the shirt. The collar is made to button in the back. A string at the bottom secures it below. This dickey was pleated of white linen, clean and starched with pearl buttons down the middle. I hastily tied additional strings to it and fastened the lower part to my legs. The upper part I fastened with a string around my waist. That brought the dickey, where it was most needed, over the worn-out seat of my trousers. This created a lot of fun, as all the boys began to laugh and yell with such remarks as a double-ender, a puzzle in anatomy, and a living wonder. During the campaign, the 2nd Mississippi Regiment captured one of General George McClellan's aides, who told an interesting story. He was a jolly fellow and enjoyed a bold, brave move and a good joke. He said that some of the officers and many on the staff of McClellan were sitting out under the magnificent trees at headquarters, which was an old Virginia mansion. One of the officers had smoothed the ground, drawing with his finger a map showing how utterly impossible it would be for General Jackson to escape from the valley. Then he picked up a small stick and drew for us a likeness of this map. We all gathered about, keenly interested. Now here are the Confederate forces under Jackson. Here is General Fremont. To his right is General Banks. One of the officers then interrupted with, "Say, look at that battery over on the hill running into position. I don't see any use drilling a battery after it is in service. They are unlimbering, and their guns are turned this way. Better send a courier over there and order them away." Just then the battery had commenced to shoot. The shells came loudly bursting among the line of tents of the army. A courier then galloped up and asked, "Where is General McClellan?" "I don't know," said the officer with the stick, "but you ride over and order that battery to stop." "Hell," said the courier, "that's Stonewall Jackson." To this point we had not seen General Lee. He was made commander of the Army of Northern Virginia while we were in the valley. Winans, one of our men, came to the captain and said, "Say, Cap, let me go out on the battlefield and get a pair of shoes. Mine have gone up the spout." "Go ahead, but don't go far from the road nor stay long," answered the captain. Winans went. Soon we lost sight of him in the bushes. Then General Lee passed. It was a drizzling rain, so General Lee had on a rubber poncho and a pair of rubber leggings. He rode Traveler, a powerful gray horse. His carriage, physical power, poise, and ease were magnificent. But when one looked into his face and saw the soul of the man, you understood how infinitely higher and greater spiritual manhood is to physical manhood, even at its best. he passed on down the road. Then Winans returned with a pair of Yankee shoes. We told him he had missed seeing General Lee. He said, "You saw him, did you? Why, I have got you beat a mile." He stopped down the road where I was swapping shoes, and we had quite a conversation. Well, tell us about it. I had to hunt around right smart before I could find a fellow with a good pair of shoes which would fit me. At last I found him right by the road. I made the swap, and while sitting there putting on the shoes, a lot of horsemen rode up with ponchos and leggings on. The leader stopped and said, "Young man, you must go at once and join your command." I took him for some darned cavalry officer and answered, "That's always the way with you darned cavalry. When the fight comes on in real earnest, you skedaddle to the road, and when we have gone in and won a sure enough battle and victory, you come moseying up with frills on, afraid we might get something off the battlefield, a pair of shoes, for instance." The officer rode on without saying a word, but one of the staff stayed behind and spoke to me, saying, "Young fellow, have you any idea to whom you were speaking? Are you one of Jackson's men?" I said, "Yes," and I catch myself not caring for the name of every derned cavalry officer who thinks he is some pumpkins because he can straddle an old horse and swing a rusty saber. He said, "I thought you might be interested in knowing that you were speaking to General Lee." "Oh," I said, "if that's General Lee, it's all right and tidy. Him and me are partners, though. I never saw him before. He is the one that plans out a campaign, and I'm one of the ones that fights it out." With that, the officer laughed heartily and rode on. We were close to the retreating foe, so there was fire going on somewhere along the line all of the time. They had gained a little on us while we crossed the Chickahominy River. The Yanks made a new additional road across the swamp and built a bridge over the river. The road over the river ran along a high embankment and was covered with a corduroy of poles. Our artillery got into position commanding this embankment in time to catch a huge wagon train retreating over it. The mules stampeded over the side and plunged into the black mud of the swamp. The wagons, mules, and contents were in a jumble of destruction. We approached Malvern Hill. The regiment was marching along a railroad with the skirmish line deployed in front. As usual, I was in that line. We advanced with caution. We caught sound of an engine coming towards us. Lieutenant Colonel Shannon, in command of the regiment and afoot, reared up on his toes and shouted, "Attention, battalion, get off the railroad." The regiment scattered. We were ordered to lie down. The train approached rapidly, when all at once, just beyond the bend in the railroad, there was a mighty explosion, or a series of explosions, followed by a crashing of timber, and a great column of smoke shot up in the air and spread. We hurried forward and reached the scene. We found that the enemy had loaded a train with scrap iron and stones and aimed to explode it in our ranks by a time fuse. They miscalculated, and it went off too soon. From the destruction of the pine trees and the quantity of scrap iron scattered about, the 16th Mississippi Regiment would have been only a memory had their plan worked. At Malvern Hill, the Yanks quit retreating. With gunboats at their back, they put up a stiff fight to save the remnants of their forces. The ground was littered with dead and wounded after this battle. They did little damage to us. The gunboats shelled us with shells that scattered liquid fire, but in making sure of clearing their own men, they cleared us too. Trimble's brigade advanced. We were the regiment on the extreme left. The right wing was engaged while we, on the left, could find no enemy. The colonel ordered Lieutenant B to choose 5 men indiscriminately from the regiment to make a reconnaissance. I was among those chosen. We went like boys on a still hunt for wild turkey, the most wary of all game. The contour of the country was in long swells and open. Crawling on the ground, with caps off, we approached the top of the hill. Then we saw what explained the whole thing. In front of us was a long, deep ravine or canyon with bluff banks on both sides. On the opposite side from us we saw a line of Yankee skirmishers, and back of them some batteries in position, supported by 2 lines of infantry. The ravine stretched away out of sight on the left, but on the right the bluff banks were replaced by long sloping banks within easy access. That answered the whole question of advancing. We might just as well have gone back to the regiment, but it was seldom that Lieutenant B had the opportunity of going on a special and important detail, so he proposed that we crawl into a small cow pen near the edge of the ravine, where we could get a closer view. We reached the cow pen, favored by a wash that concealed us for most of the distance. Looking to the right down the ravine, we could more easily determine the lines of the Yanks and the disposition of their batteries. They had massed troops where the bluff banks of the ravine changed into slopes. Then we were horrified to see that the division of General John B. Magruder was moving on to that position. Oh, if we only had some way to communicate these facts to him, providing he could get far enough away from his foolish West Point pride to listen to anyone. We saw the whole thing as plain as a panorama. We saw both sides. The Yanks held their fire until the Johnny boys were close on them, and then the battle was veiled in smoke. Out of the smoke came the Confederate yell and the Yankee huzzah. Then ominous silence followed. We could see a few scattered men coming back through the smoke. A battery that belonged to our division's General Ewell ran into position on a sort of promontory to Magruder's left. They fired one shot and then crumbled. 2 of the guns were knocked off the wheels. At this point we became excited and stood up. One of the 5 yelled out, "Look out there!" We laid down double quick as a shell from a gun in front of us came and bursted in the cow pen. Then a round of shots took away most of the fence, and we fell back into the wash. The battery kept on at the cow pen, and we hurried back over the hill. When we reached the regiment again, they had formed a battle line, were ordered out, and were moving towards the crest of the same hill from which we had just returned. The regiment halted just behind the crest of the hill. The skirmishers advanced to the edge of the ravine under fire. We were ordered to lie down and open fire on the enemy. How far off were they? That was determined by 3 shots, 1 overshot, which was to go beyond, 1 undershot to fall short so you could easily calculate the range, and the 3rd shot meant business. I shot. Then I asked Johnny Stockett to let me know where my ball hit. I raised the sight to 500 yards and shot at the skirmishers opposite me. He did not take notice, but deliberately continued loading and shooting. Many of our boys were firing by that time, but the Yanks were doing good work, for they killed several of our skirmishers. We then found that our Mississippi rifle would not carry as far as the Yankees' Enfield rifle did, so orders were given to cease firing and fall back. We raced back, and the only reason we ran was because we could not fly. If we had not been spread out as thin as stepmother's butter on the edge of the ravine, few of us would have gotten back at all. The Yanks shelled us with all known species of artillery, from gunboat to 6-pounders, but did very little damage. We could not get to them, nor they to us. Like Lazarus and Dives, we were unreachable. Night came on at last, and the Battle of Malvern Hill was over. The Yanks got away. At roll call that night, an officer read an order from General The words in effect were, "To men with Mississippi rifles, Special Order Number Acre. The Enfield rifle with which the enemy is armed is superior to the Mississippi rifle. The munitions are the same. You are hereby ordered to arm yourselves with the superior gun from the battlefield. Signed, A.R.E. Lee, General Commander. Early the next morning at daybreak, I asked the captain for permission to go to the battlefield and hunt a gun. I looked at quite a few, some in the hands of dead Yanks and many others lying on the ground. But I picked up a gun which was beside a dead boy. It was new, and his accoutrements were new. Evidently he was new to the grime and toughness of a soldier, for he was clean and had not worn off his mother's kiss. I swapped guns and accoutrements with him, excepting his buckle. Mine was stamped CES and his US. We remained at Malvern Hill for several days, investigating all wonders of the area. General Magruder had taken up quarters in a mansion nearby. One of our boys named John Phelps said, "I believe I will go over and dine with General Magruder today." "You will only get your desserts, and that will be a good cussing served with sauce," one of the boys replied. "Well, that will be refreshing after the crude, rude, and nude stuff you fellows hand out. I suppose Magruder and his staff can give a fellow something artistic and elegant in that line?" He went to the house and walked in the front gallery, about which time the bell rang. John was first to reach the dining-room table. He promptly sat down in the chair to the right of the head of the table. The staff came in, and then the general. He walked to the head of the table and savagely looked at John. "What are you doing here?" John looked up into his frowning face and smiled in a heavenly, engaging manner, saying, "We all seem intent on doing the same thing and have come to the right place." "Do you know the company you are in?" said the general. John laughed a merry laugh and said, "That reminds me of my sainted mother. John," she used to say, "you must pick your company with great care. You cannot afford to associate with those beneath you. But now, since this war has come along, I don't care a darn who I eat with as long as rations are good." By that time, the disposition to laugh had almost gotten beyond the control of the general's staff, and General Magruder drew himself up and, with a withering look at John, said, "I am Major General Magruder, sir." John Phelps rose at once with a look of astonished delight and said, extending his hand, "Why, General Magruder, I can hardly express my great pleasure at making your acquaintance. I am John Phelps of Mississippi." The general was a gentleman and had introduced himself to John, so by all the laws of good breeding he had to shake hands with him. He did, and said, "John Phelps of Mississippi, I have no doubt but that you are my full social equal, and your wit is exquisite. You will sit where you are and eat. Chaplain, will you please say grace?" Then they all sat down. John saw that his cue was to be fast on eats and slow on talk. He soon finished, arose, placed his chair back in its place, grabbed his cap, stepped back one step, saying, "General, this has been a great pleasure, and I thank you." He made his best bow and hustled back to camp. I think we were the last troops to leave Malvern Hill and move to our base line near Richmond. John G. Sayce mentioned the difference and connections between smells and memory, which undoubtedly everyone has observed. With pleasant smells come pleasant memories. I never smell heliotrope without a vision of a lovely young widow, and it makes me smile. This law, I presume, applies equally well to unpleasant odors. If it could be reversed, I would have to stop here and hunt for fresh air and a new train of thought. For that long march back to Richmond was one long stink. It might rise and sink like the great northern lights, but it never entirely left us. We endured it crossing the Chickahominy River while we ate and when we slept. Fatigued and worn by battle sights and odors, we reached Darbytown Church and camped opposite the little country church. A few tents were issued, but the weather was fine and camp rules lax, so we just laid about the old place. Rations were good here, and lots of wild blackberries and a swimming hole nearby made that camp joyful. Lee rested his victorious veterans and rebrigaded his army by putting regiments from the same state in the same brigade. Richmond was only 8 miles away, and the walking was good. We went into town in droves, sometimes attending the theaters, and again going to the guardhouse. Dr. Snell, our surgeon, came down to camp one day and asked for Jim Cage and me. When we came to where he was waiting, he said, "I want you two little fellows to come to my quarters within an hour, bringing all of your personal effects." We became alarmed and asked why, to which he replied, "I'm going to send you home. This is no place for children, and you have already gone through more than little boys should be allowed to." I asked if it was compulsory. He said, "No, but I trust you will see the wisdom and humanity of the thing. I am only giving you an opportunity to go home now." "Well," I said, "Cage can go if he likes, but I'm going to stay. I have a full knowledge of what war is, as my grandfather was a surgeon in the Revolutionary War. My father was in the War of 1812. My elder brother was in the Mexican War, so I have heard war experiences all my life. I came out to die, if God so wills, for my state, and I won't go back unless I have to." Cage said, "Holt has stated the case for both of us. Young gentlemen, I admire your splendid resolution and fidelity to your state and family traditions. I wish to make a remark, but first I ask your permission, lest I seem to offend your chivalry or home in being northern born." The doctor came from New York. I said, "Oh, go ahead, Doc. Say what you please. We are all friends." He answered by saying, "It's all mighty fine, but in my humble judgment, you are a pair of fools." We laughed and said we would let it go at that. A few days after the doctor had sent for us, he told us he had made arrangements with the ladies' hospital in the basement of the Broad Street Church. We were to go there, where we would be taken care of for 10 days, not as sick boys, but as needing a rest and an all-around good time. We were paid off in Confederate money, of course. The wagon that took us to Richmond certainly carried 2 happy boys. Upon arriving, the head nurse, a good motherly old lady, welcomed us. In the corner of a large ward there was a cot for each of us. We were told to make ourselves at home, but to remain in the enclosure. We begged in vain for a pass to the city, as they did not consider it good for little boys to be out on the street alone. We then knew that the doctor had put a big joke over on us. 2 nice little girls to whom we were introduced had been detailed to nurse and generally look after us. They were only 15 years of age, but we let them settle the question of who was to be the nurse for each of us. The cots were so close that one of them could have taken care of both of us. They brought our meals, and we grew as close as Siamese twins. To their minds, having charge of 2 real boys was no joke. Jim was not strong on conversation, and where I made a few attempts to start something along that line, I met with failure. After we had made a tour of inspection and found the gate locked, we decided upon jumping the fence. We also found that the ward wasn't locked at night. After dark, the going would be easy. Jim knew that his uncle, who was a colonel of the 1st Louisiana Regiment, was stopping at the Ballard and Exchange Hotel. My cousin, Dr. A.C. Holt, attended him. Dr. Holt was Surgeon General of the Mississippi troops in Virginia. We thought we might find him there too. We jumped over the fence and went to the hotel. The office was in the Exchange Hotel, which connected with the Ballard by a bridge across the street. We entered and asked the clerk for the number of Colonel Cage's room. An officer on guard in the lobby of the hotel arrested us after demanding a pass. Knowing that we could not give him one, we told a straight lie, the clerk interceding for us, but the officer was obdurate. The clerk proceeded to suggest that the colonel and the doctor should be permitted to have a voice in the matter. To this, the officer agreed. However, we had to be locked up for safekeeping. We were placed in a storeroom nearby after sending up a note to Dr. Holt. The bellboy reported to us through the keyhole that Dr. Holt was out, so we sat down, contented to await developments. I smelled apples and began a foxhound trail. Jim insisted that I was still smelling the stink of the Chickahominy swamp. My search was rewarded, for I found a whole sack of apples in a closet. We not only filled up on them, but filled every available space about our person. When Dr. Holt came in, we were released. I proposed that we go to his room at once. "What's your hurry?" he asked. But when we began to shed apples, he saw the point. After visiting Colonel Cage and Dr. Holt, a waiter came to us saying, "A guard is searching the house for soldiers without passes," and he asked if we had ours. We told him no, that we belonged to the Women's Hospital on Broad Street. Thereupon, he volunteered to show us a quick way back to the hospital through the vegetable garden, only a half-block away. But we had to be quick. We followed the darky down many flights of stairs and came to the garden. Swiftly, we went through one gate and came to another of solid plank. Over the stage at the theater, there was a sign which read in large letters, "Step light and speak low on account of the sick and wounded in the neighborhood." Jim lifted the latch of the gate and said, "Step light and speak low." The guard thrust a bayonet through the fence and completed the sentence, "On account of the sick and wounded in the neighborhood." "Hello, fellows, which way do you think you are heading?" We explained that we belonged to the Baptist Church Hospital. "Well, in a way that is mighty close, being as how it's in plain sight and not more'n a half-block and the width of the street away, and yet, looking at it another way, it's a derned long ways off. Strange as it might seem, a little piece of paper makes all the difference, and I allow you ain't got that piece of paper, or you wouldn't be taking no backdoor flights. There are times when conversation is a dead failure because mere words fail to clarify a situation. We had come to such a time and were silent. The guard blew a whistle, and a corporal and guard came from the corner. "These two fellers say they belong over there to the woman's hospital, but they ain't got no pass," said the guard. The corporal spoke to his men. "Take 'em to Castle Thunder," he said, and we were taken. We stood in the reception room of that famous resort. There was a large crowd of men present, also much confusion and many drunk. The prison had been a large tobacco factory. We were placed in the press room, where the plug tobacco was finely pressed into boxes. 2 fights were going on, and the whole night's roundup was there, taking an interest in the fights. We were not interested and sat down on the press platform. A sergeant entered with pad and pencil and shouted, "Anybody sick?" I told him that we were. He filled out a card for each of us and said that a guard would come along directly and show us the prison hospital. On account of the fight, there happened to be only one guard at the door. I took a swift look at him and saw that he was a green recruit from the piney woods of North Carolina. I went over to him, giving Jim a significant look, took our cards, and handed them to the guard. "What's them for?" he asked. "To let us pass out," I replied. "Why, I ain't got no instructions to let nobody pass." "Read the cards," said I, to which he replied, "I don't care what the card says. I'll have to ask the corporal. Oh, corporal, oh, corporal. Dern that corporal. When a fight's on, he can't hear thunder." "Go and call him," I said. "Give me your gun, and I'll keep the door." He handed me his gun, saying, "I'll be back in less nor a minute." As he turned to go to the corporal, I sat his gun against the wall, opened the door, and went through at top speed, Jim right behind me with a whole batch of prisoners behind him. I turned up the street and soon darted across and into an alley, then out on another street, Jim following close behind. We never halted until we reached the hospital, got into our cots with our caps and shoes still on, and covered up our heads with the sheets. We fell right off to sleep. When we awakened, the two little maids were there with our dinner. One said, "Oh, you silly boys go to bed with your clothes on in this hot weather." We knew that this was a reflection on our mothers and manners, but it had to go unexplained. The hospital rations were thin and disposed to be watery, but a nearby restaurant catered to soldiers, serving meat and potatoes and so-called coffee. We ate one meal there every day. We remained good for a whole day after the Castle Thunder episode. Our nurses read to us from nice little books that interested them, hoping to tame us. Jim and I discussed our capture from the hotel and concluded it was a put-up job between the officer and the guard and the darky waiter. That night we didn't go to the theater, but since our time at the hospital was nearly out, we just had to go there once more. We climbed over the fence after we had had our supper, made a beeline for the theater, and got our usual seats in the front row. Harry McCarthy and his wife were going to play Macbeth. They were good comedians. They played with a howling success. After the play, we were about the last ones to get out. We came upon some of the fellows from Company K who had walked 8 miles from camp to see the show. The delay in getting the audience out was so long that we passed up the question to the door. "What's the matter?" The answer came back, "Arresting men without passes." There were 4 men from the company. A silence like calamity weighed on us as we drew near our fate. There wasn't a ray of hope in sight. Jim and I were facing Castle Thunder again and under bad auspice. When we reached the brick platform, which was at the head of the broad flight of brick steps leading to the street, we saw that a heavy shadow fell on the lower side. In front of the steps, the upper side towards the light, were many of the provost guards intent upon examining the audience. The guards were in open rank, beginning at the foot of the stairs and ending at the street. They neglected the dark corners. "Boys, I see a way clear. Drop into the dark corner." It was 12 feet away, but we made a run for it. Let's quietly let ourselves down by hanging from the platform, then all drop at once when I give the word. Many of the crowd of civilians saw what we aimed to do and screened us from the guard. Then Bill West, on the outside, whispered, "All ready?" I said, "Go," and we went. We hit the sidewalk with a mighty thud, and while everyone was prostrated full length, we jumped up running. There were cries of "Halt!" but the soldiers in line could not break the line, and our pursuers had to be ordered from the soldiers up the street. That gave us a good start. We sped down Main Street, all in a bunch. About 20 men took after us. The street was crowded, many being women. We outdistanced all but 2, and we knew they were unarmed. No man toting a musket could have kept pace with us. We turned out of Main Street and up Broadway, running into the big, broad market. There we lost our pursuers. In this way, we got out of the city and on the road back to camp. When we knew we were safe, we sat down and smoked. Tommy said, "How are you going to get back to the hospital?" We had only 2 more days to stay there, so we decided that we would not return. About halfway back to camp, we sat down and rested. One of the boys said he knew a way which would cut off a whole mile back to camp and would save us from getting around that guard post again. "Lead on, noble Thane," he was told. He led us off the road and on to a well-beaten path. As we were going around the bend in the path, a voice right ahead called, "Halt." We halted. Tommy spoke, and in a most innocent voice said, "Well, is there anything we can do for you? Are you lost?" The man with the voice had a fixed bayonet pointing at us, saying that he was on guard. "Well, is there anything to guard out here in this field? Hidden treasures?" "No, I am guarding this path. Why, nobody can take this path, and why should they anyway?" "We have, and we will show you," replied Tommy. We all advanced, deployed out like a skirmish line. Tommy grabbed his gun, and we pinioned his arms. Tommy told him that if he would agree to a plain proposition, we would all come out well. "I will take your gun down the path for 100 yards, stand it up in the middle of the path, and when I call, you come and get it and say not a word about this little scrape." The guard had no choice in the matter and agreed to carry out his part of the contract. Tommy called. The guard answered. We ran for a little way and reached camp at daybreak. After General Lee completed the reorganization, we found that the 16th, the 12th, 19th, and 48th regiments formed one brigade commanded by General Featherston. The entire regiment, including the general, were from Mississippi. Then suddenly I became ill. The medicine which we had did no good. Soon I lost flesh and strength. At this time we were ordered to cook up 3 days' rations and prepare to move on. We started for Kelly's Ford on the Rappahannock. It was at this point that I had joined Company K when I first arrived in Virginia. The sun was hot, the road dusty. Being sick, I was not compelled to keep in ranks, but I managed to make camp every night. I loathed such food as we had and lived on cornmeal, mush, and sassafras, tea with sugar or cream. I did my own cooking in a small can which I found on the march. 2 small holes in the rim with a wire drawn through formed the handle. This is the only food my stomach would take, until finally I lived only on sassafras tea, which was neither filling nor fattening. Some of my comrades looked sympathetically, but offered no advice. I had been relieved of all camp duty, was going sheerly on my nerve, and had made up my mind that I would go until I fell over. I made my desperate resolution after overhearing a conversation one night in a nearby tent, in which several of the fellows were ripping everyone in the regiment up and down. To many of their statements I would have agreed. However, I was most interested in what they said concerning me. Billy Compton said, "Dr. Snell ought not to have let Dave Holt push him off the perch with his sentimental talk of how he came out here to die, if needs be, for his state. He should have exercised his authority and sent him home to his mother. Anybody can see that Doc was right when he said this was no place for children, and that boy is only a child. He is as immature as a boy of 12. His ways and manners are that of a child, and he is too religious. He would rather miss roll call and take his chances for the guardhouse than miss church. Yet he plays a rattling good game of cards, so I don't understand his religion." Bill West then said, "Shucks, Comp, you are trying to measure his religion in your Methodist peck measure, not by God Almighty's commandments. There ain't no harm in playing cards, and you know perfectly well that he don't gamble or drink." "Yes, I know," said Comp, "and I like him for all of that. but I bet he won't hold out. He hasn't got the stamina." Then Bill West said, "Why, stamina is exactly what he has got. Look at that barefoot march he made out of the valley." "Yes, but you heard Henry tell how he laid down on the road and boo-hooed like a baby 'cause his mama was not there to put some liniment on his feet and tie them up." Then Bill came back again with, "And Henry also told how, when he had gotten through his cry, he got up, wiped his eyes, and went on. He is still going on, and I bet if he ain't killed, he will be there when the horn is blowed and the fox is caught." Overhearing that conversation made a deep impression upon me, and I resolved to make good. When we came to the last hill which overlooked the valley of the river, we met some cavalry scouts who reported the enemy in force at the ford. A heavy body of cavalry and artillery were arrayed against us. Further, the bulk of the enemy had crossed over to this side. We halted at the edge of the woods. 3 men went in advance to investigate. They came running back with reports that the woods were full of Yankee cavalry and that we were in a trap. If we were to save ourselves, it would have to be quick work. We were ordered back and got over the fence on the right side of the road. The rail fence was covered over with bushes in which cedar predominated. It was hard to get through. We laid close to the fence and kept quiet. When nicely settled in, we saw the Yankee cavalry advance to the edge of the woods and halt. Only the width of the road lay between us. The suspense was long. They might have spied us, but for a fortunate thing which happened. Mounted on 2 old horses they had picked up off the battlefield in the 7 days' fight, 3 Negroes who belonged to men in the company and who acted as body servants started from the regiment down the road to haul up some rations for their masters. Mac rode 1 horse, Frank and Walter the other. They knew nothing of the situation. When the niggers got within a few hundred yards of the Yankee cavalry, a squadron of Yanks wheeled into the road and started after them. We had no idea that those 2 old plugs could run so fast. Some of our mounted men in the regiment started out to their rescue, and the Yanks withdrew into the woods. While all this was going on, we made headway to the regiment behind the fence. Our line had just been formed when the enemy started to shell us, and our only protection was to lay flat. They ceased firing after that. We knew that indicated a line of battle was coming. Our orders were, "Attention, front rank, fix bayonets, kneel down, and prepare to receive cavalry." No sooner than the order had been obeyed, the cavalry appeared at the summit of the long slope in front of us. They bore down on us in a gallop, 4 lines deep. With the sun behind us, their shining sabers and polished accoutrements flashed brilliantly. The order was passed along our line, "Hold your fire." This was a tense moment. The enemy huzzaed. The front line was only about 50 yards off, and it looked as though the sheer weight of that moving mass of men and horses would smash through when the order, "Fire!" rang out. A sheet of flame leaped out from the whole front of our brigade. In an instant, that well-ordered body of cavalry was converted into a jumble of plunging and falling horses and men. The horses quailed before the fire, wheeled and bolted into the lines behind. Then our front line sprang up and poured a withering volley at close range into the mass. The horses stampeded. They rushed up the slope, where they had not only to undergo our fire, but also that of our batteries. Our batteries got into position on a hill behind us and threw shrapnel into their fleeing ranks. When the last of the Yanks passed over the summit, their batteries opened again, and we had an artillery duel going over our heads. We moved back to cover on the road. That was the most spectacular battle we were ever in. Our field hospital was behind the bank in the road, sheltered from the fire of the enemy. The litter bearers were busy bringing in our wounded, keeping the surgeons doing their work. Over the hill behind us, where the batteries were at work, we saw a line of Confederate troops coming rapidly over the summit. The Yankee batteries turned a part of their fire on these troops. The first shell burst in the ranks and killed 15 men from an Alabama regiment. As we moved down the road past the woods where the darkies had had their experience, we halted near the ford. An Alabama brigade was next in line, and it was evident that the whole division was behind them. We saw no infantry of the enemy. We waited. The men were lying on the sides of the road, grouped in the shade. The band was in the middle of the road, shaded by a large tree. The drum beater was a duck-legged Dutchman, very broad but short. He had just sat his drum down and was leaning on it when a solitary horseman from the direction of the ford came tearing through in a gallop, waving his hand and shouting, "Get out of the way." Fritz, the drummer, became confused and hesitated for a moment. The horse came on without slacking his gait and jumped over the big drum. He did not, however, clear his hind legs and knocked the drum over with a thud, hitting Fritz, who also fell. Before this incident could continue, we were ordered to fall in and form the line. The horseman dashed down the road until he came upon General Ewell and his staff. He handed the general a dispatch in the haste that betokened an urgent matter. The general took it, and as he was looking at the message, an Alabama regiment went filing by. One of the soldiers shouted to the horseman, "Say, Bill, come off'n that hoss. You can't say you ain't on there, 'cause I see your legs a-sticking out." "Seize him!" yelled the general. One of the staff grabbed the bridle rein. The Alabama soldiers broke ranks and rushed upon him, dragging him off the horse. Again the general shouted, "Where is the captain of that company?" "Here," said the captain, and ran up to the general. "Do you know this man?" "Yes, General. He is a member of my company and disappeared after roll call night before last." "Get a rope," the general ordered, but none could be found, so a soldier took the rein from off the bridle, passed the strap through the buckle, and threw it as a noose over his head. His hands had already been tied. He was placed on the rump of the horse and led under a small tree. The other end of the strap was fastened to a limb. The general said, "Be quick. Say your prayers and anything else you want to say." The poor fellow said, "They promised to give me $1,500 and a commission if I would carry that dispatch. Oh God, have mercy on my soul." The general motioned with his hand. A soldier hit the horse. He sprung. The poor fellow slid off and was left dangling with his feet not more than 6 inches from the ground. There was nothing over his face. He was hung by members of his own company, and his captain offered no palliation for his offense. All concluded that he had always been a poor soldier. That was a long, hard day for a sick boy, but I went through it without faltering. At night, when I stretched my sick and overstrained limbs on the earth, my strength seemed to ebb away like the life was flowing out of my wounded comrades. Dr. A.C. Holt rode into camp that night. The boys all knew him. Cousin Jim was the color corporal and his brother. After he had talked a few minutes with the captain, he came over to where I was lying on the ground and said, "Davy, you must go to the hospital. You are far sicker than you imagine, and you are liable to be sick for some time." I recalled the conversation of that night in the tent and replied, "Cousin Alfred, I cannot go to the hospital. The spirit of this company is that a man must die in his tracks. I am going on in this campaign as long as I can put one foot before the other. I went through the fight today and kept up then too. I might get better." He said, "Well, do as you please, but in my opinion, You are not acting with good judgment." He bade me good-bye after wishing me well, and left. Next morning the army moved north on the road that paralleled the river. Our regiment acted as rear guard, so we moved last. It must have been 10 o'clock before we reached the main road and turned to the right. The captain told me to keep up as best I could and not try to march in ranks. The dust was suffocating, the sun blazing hot. I struggled along in rank until the soldier behind me complained because I did not keep up, and then I fell out of the ranks and walked along the side of the road. The company was the extreme end of the line. As walking proved rough on the side of the road, I took the middle of the road. I thought I was going forward when someone shook me by the shoulder and said in a loud voice, "Here," and slipped a chunk of ice into my hand. That aroused me to consciousness, but I didn't see the person who had given me the ice, nor have I any idea who he was. It was deliciously refreshing, and I sucked it as long as I could keep awake, again losing consciousness. The next time I awakened, Cousin Alfred was leaning over me and had his finger on my pulse. When he saw that I was awake, he said, "Well, young fellow, you did go as long as you could put one foot in front of the other, and a great deal further than I imagined you could. I have concluded not to send you to a hospital. It is not medicine you need, but decent digestible food and rest. You have been through fearful experience for a little fellow." He then picked me up and placed me on his horse, handed me my gun, and led the horse back toward Gordonsville. About a half-mile back he placed me in a wagon in which there were 2 other sick men, and said, "Davy, I have to leave you now and follow the army. Here is some money, and I want you to attend strictly to my directions. This wagon will carry you to a small station. There you will find a boxcar. Get into the car, and soon the engine will come and pull it to Gordonsville. You will then be in the temporary hospital on the platform. From there you will take a train to Lynchburg, and then into Bedford County to Uncle John Holt's near Liberty. This is the plantation where my father and your father were born. You must not go to a hospital, nor take one drop of medicine, or you will surely die. Take some vinegar and salt, mix it to suit your taste, but do not force yourself to eat. Goodbye, and God bless you." Dr. Holt rode after the army, and the wagon turned back down the road to the little station. The wagon had no cover and jolted along in a cloud of dust. We were too sick to talk, and as the sun was too hot for me to think, I lost myself in a state that resembled sleep, yet was not sleep. How many hours we were on the road is more than I can tell. I was in a condition of indifference caused by exhaustion. Minutes and hours all seemed as one to me. When finally we arrived, the driver said, "Come, fellows, get out. I have to catch up with the army and can't leave my mules to help you." We crawled out of the back of the wagon, and I fell on the ground like a sack of oats and could not get up. My companions in misery were unable to help me. I lay there for a while, hoping someone would come and help me into the boxcar, but no one came. This was the toughest experience I went through during the war, and it is hard to write about it even now, all these years afterward. In all other experiences, whether cold or heat or hunger or exhaustion, from the long forced marches or the fierce battle, I had the courage and spring that comes from a sound physical condition. As I lay there in the hot dust, waiting for the help that did not come, and suffering pain which I could not allay, my only relief was that my mind did not act. Neither remembrance of the past, solicitations for the future, nor realization of my present misery gave me the slightest concern. I even overlooked my thirst for water, though I had not had a drink of water all day in the blazing heat and dust. My one desire seemed to be to get into that boxcar. I tried to stand up, only to find that my legs wouldn't hold me up, even with the assistance of my gun, and I collapsed into the dust again. The little station was on the other side of the track, and the boxcar was beside the platform. The engine might come at any moment. I crawled over the scorching rails and dragged myself and my gun up the steps and onto the platform in front of the car. It took much exertion and time. My companions were already there and busy packing in some loose straw that they had found in the station. The car had been used recently to haul molasses, and the black sticky stuff was all over the floor. One of the boys was doing some artistic cussing and had some remarks to make about the care of the sick and wounded. I waited on the platform until they were through, then crawled into the car, only to find that, for all their work and profanity, they had only brought in straw enough to cover a small space by the door. The rest of the floor was a black sea of dirty, sour, sticky molasses. I preempted a small claim on the straw, but my feet were all at sea, so to speak, and my hands had sampled the molasses. I would have been sick to my stomach, but I seemed to have no stomach, only a dull pain in its place. I could not even smoke, and soon sank into a slumber so profound that I did not know when the engine hitched on. The next thing I knew, one of my miserable companions shook me by the shoulder, yelling, "Gordonsville!" They were getting out of the car and onto the platform of the freight station. I crawled after them, carrying along an ample supply of molasses and straw. I sat down on the platform and looked around. There were many men moving about, but no one seemed to be in command, and all were apparently aimless. None took the slightest notice of me, and I took another little nap. I was aroused by a Negro named Milton, who belonged to the Wall brothers, members of my company. He said, "Well, I just swear by goodness, if here ain't Mr. Davy Holt. Mr. Davy, what you doin', settin' there in the hot sun?" I told my little story in a few words. "It won't do for you to be settin' here," he said, and picked me up, shouldering my gun, and carried me into the station, where he found a pile of extra dirty fly tents for me to rest on. This old one-story freight station had been converted into the receiving room of a temporary hospital, and the ward for the wounded and very sick was a long shack about 10 feet high at the eaves, with a shingle roof and the ground for a floor. I never went into the ward, but Milton said there were not enough cots, and some of the sick and wounded lay on the floor. He also said it was hotter than the hinges of hell. An abundance of flies swarmed everywhere, but fortunately no mosquitoes, because all the water the hospital had came from the various wells around town. Milton explained how he happened to be there. "Mas' Sam, load 'twa'n't no use for me to go into Marlin, as there warn't anything to be toted and not much to be cooked. I would go back home if I could get there, but I can't. I'm jest waitin' around and makin' my livin' by workin' here at this hospital. Sometime I works in the kitchen, and sometime in the ward." Milton took my canteen to some well, and when he brought it back, he said that he had to go to work at the cook shed. I lay there on the dirty pile of old tents and looked around at my environment. The old station was quite full of soldiers, all more or less sick or slightly wounded. There must have been at least 30 of them. There was not a bench nor a chair in the room, and only the piles of old tents made seats by day and beds by night. The smell was something to notice, but not as bad as the smell of old molasses in the boxcar. Along in the afternoon, a man came in and said, How many rations are needed in here?" He counted the men, wrote something on a pad with a lead pencil, and left without further words. It was nearly night when the food was brought in. Each ration was separate and on a tin plate. It consisted of a small piece of boiled beef, some thin gravy, and a slice of the vilest imitation of baker's bread you can imagine. It would have given an ostrich a case of acute indigestion. I examined it as a great curiosity. It showed how perfectly good flour can be manipulated by a perfectly bad cook into a complicated chemical compound, the analysis of which would give puzzling weeks of work to a chemist. It smelled like the old molasses in the boxcar. I was afraid to taste it and left it on the plate. It, or a piece like it, was served at subsequent meals. That hospital was bare of the simplest necessities and shows the straits in which the Confederacy found itself starting into the war. The doctors did their level best. The patients were heroic and did not do much complaining. But the supplies and appliances could not be had. Neither was there order or system. Sanitation was a word in Webster's spelling book, but they just left the word there, not knowing how to apply it. Milton made me some mush in my own little boiler, a discarded oyster can I had picked up in the Battle of Malvern Hill, and he secured some vinegar from a nearby residence. He brought the vinegar in an old quart champagne bottle, using a corn cob for a stopper, both remembrance of days gone by of plenty and gaiety. There were no nurse or attendants in our department, but the ration man came twice a day with his boiled beef and the chemical curiosity called bread. The modern method of having women as nurse in a receiving hospital had not been heard of at that time. The monotony of my experience ran undisturbed, save that one day a man came and took my name and address. I lost the run of time. The sun provided our only light. When it went down, darkness could not be combated, and the patients had to seek relief in sleep to get away from the loneliness. A fierce thunder shower came up one day, and while it added to the misery for a time, it did some good in alleviating the much-needed sanitary work around the old shack. One day, Milton came in and told me that Dr. Prosser had come to the hospital. He was a member of my company, and although possessing the medical qualifications necessary and being assigned to the office of assistant surgeon, he had not as yet received his commission and was acting as a kind of cub doctor at this hospital. I told him my story and had to emphasize the commands of Dr. A.C. Holt that I was not to take any kind of medicine. The usual treatment for dysentery was Epsom salts and laudanum, and Dr. Prosser was set on giving me a dose at once. I refused to take it, which hurt him a little, as he naturally wanted to be doing something in the medical line to show justification for his expected commission. I asked him for a transfer to some hospital in Lynchburg as a means of getting nearer Uncle John's plantation in Bedford County. He had no authority at this hospital, however, and only slightly knew the head surgeon, but he would see what he could do. I realized that I had slipped up and philosophized that if you want a man to do your way, you have at least to make a show of doing his way. Had I not just refused to take a young doctor's treatment in view of all the men in the room, and right on the heels of such rebellion asked him to perform a favor? Doctors are especially touchy to boot. The only way I could have rectified the situation was to have taken the medicine. But Dr. Holt, having told me most positively that if I took any medicine I would die, I allowed Dr. Prosser to depart without any further explanation, feeling sure that my chance of his help had also vanished. Determined to do something on my own, I asked Milton to watch out for a train to Lynchburg. Soon He came in and said that a train was at the station and they were putting the wounded aboard. I could walk a little by that time, and with Milton's help, I went to the train, where he boosted me through a window and handed in my gun. The conductor yelled, "All aboard," and just as we started, Dr. Prosser came running out and ran alongside the platform. He managed to hand my transfer to the Bell Hospital at Lynchburg through the window. He also threw in, extra, without charge, some selections from his opinions. I caught the words, "hard-headed little fool," and "land in prison," the remainder of his remarks being lost in the rumble of the wheels. Feeling that I had done him a double injustice, I made ample amends to the doctor after the war, when I stood up with him as best man at his marriage. As soon as the train got under way, I began to feel better. Visions of fried chicken, egg cornbread, and buttermilk filled my mind with delight, even if my stomach was empty. And empty it was, and empty it remained all day. The train was slow, and the roadbed was bad, so we bounced around considerably, not arriving at Lynchburg until after dark. During the trip, I had been trying to frame some plan to avoid going to Bell Hospital. When the train arrived at Lynchburg, a man began to shout, "All for hospital! Get out on the right-hand side of the train and get into the ambulances." On the left-hand side of the train were the buses for the hotels. A colored porter was yelling, "Here's your bus for de Norville House." That took my notion, and I left on the hotel bus side, secured a seat, and soon arrived at the hotel, where I presented myself as an armed and accoutered private soldier, and I asked to register. The obliging clerk whirled the register around and handed me a pen. I wrote, "D. E. Holt, Company K, 16th Mississippi Regiment," after which I realized the clerk was inspecting me in a puzzled manner. My clothing was absolutely filthy. I had been too sick to take any care of it, and the copious supply of molasses had accumulated as many kinds of dirt as battlefield, boxcar, and hospital afforded. I had not had a bath for a month. My face and form were emaciated, and I had the appearance of a mere youth. The clerk glanced at the register and said, "Mr. Holt, are you kin to the Holts of Bedford County?" "Why, yes," said I. "Senator John Holt is my uncle, and I am trying to get to his plantation to recover my health. I am suffering with dysentery, and my cousin, Dr. Holt, in Mr. Davis's cabinet, told me my only chance of life was in getting back to Uncle John and the plantation where my father was born." The clerk said that the Holts owned the hotel property, that my cousin Jim lived about 2 blocks down the street, and that he would give me a place to sleep, a bath, and have my clothes washed, all of which an obliging porter attended to for only $1. After a hot supper, which I relished, I took a hot bath, using plenty of homemade soap, and slipped between the white sheets of a clean bed in a state of nudity, while all my clothing, even to my cap, was being boiled out. Boiling water also is the remedy for graybacks. The next morning I paid my bill at the hotel and walked down the street to Jim Holt's house. I saw no one on the street. Apparently, I was the only armed soldier in that part of town, although I kept my eye peeled for a provost guard. Jim and Betty, his wife, and little Millie, their daughter, gave me a hearty welcome. Jim said that the only guards were at the hospital and depot, and that I was safe as long as I kept away from those 2 places. Also, he proposed to take care of my gun until my return to the army. I was given a delightful room, and the food was almost unbelievable. Real, sure enough coffee, with really truly cream, and cut loaf sugar to go in it, beaten biscuits, home-cured ham or bacon, and hominy was the usual breakfast. I went around with Jim and met many people, about half of them kinfolk. There is no part of this country where kinship counts, for as much as it does in Virginia. The degree of relationship is no factor in the case. You are kin, and that is all there is to it. I noticed that every woman and girl was knitting as hard as she could. Many wore some badge of mourning, usually a small piece of black crepe. Everyone tried to be cheerful, but depression rested on all alike. Talk of war was taboo. I told my experience, but being in the nature of a personal adventure, they had no bearing on the vital issues of war. My lady cousins, young and old, kissed me, which showed the great value they placed on kinship, for I was as ugly as mortal sin, but always ready for a kiss, and came up smiling every time. If they could stand it, I could. One day, Jim took me around to the residence of old James Saunders, a cousin of my grandmother, Lucy Saunders, and introduced me to the family. Everybody called Mr. Saunders Uncle Jim, and his wife, Aunt Ann. Jim said he was reputed to be worth more than $1 million and was a big tobacco factor, and he was running his factory with his own Negro slaves. A large portion of the tobacco came from his own plantations. Uncle Jim Saunders didn't put on much style as far as he was personally concerned. His clothing was old, soiled, and baggy at the elbows and knees, and he chewed tobacco all the time. He was a good advertisement for his own tobacco. Spare-built and thin-faced, his eyes lighted up with a merry twinkle at a joke, which he was as fond of telling as he was of hearing. Aunt Ann, his wife, was fat, solemn, and utterly devoid of fun, as became a leader in the Methodist Church. She led prayers at meetings, was a forceful speaker, and a most liberal giver. Indeed, she was the financial bulwark of the First Methodist Church, and understood the fine art of putting the parson's name in her pig-pen, cow-pen, chicken yard, and garden. She could also remember the parson's wife in the way of clothes without giving offense. I was cordially invited to stay there as often as I could. I found it comfortable and convenient to be there often, particularly at mealtime. The baked apple dumplings with hard butter sauce were poems in the concrete. They had only one child, a lovely daughter, who was married to the chief surgeon of Bell Hospital. One day I went around to Uncle Jim Saunders' house and met the surgeon. I had often met his wife, and she was there at this time. She introduced me gracefully as her cousin, but the surgeon was not cordial. He said, "What do you mean by staying around in private houses when you are due to stay at Bell Hospital? Do you realize that you are under military discipline and my command?" I told him what Dr. A.C. Holt had ordered me to do, and that my recovery depended upon not going to hospitals and not taking medicine. Then he got mad. These doctors all got touchy when they thought their rights to physic or to cut up their fellow men had been invaded by some other doctor. He said, "Dr. Holt is in Richmond or some other place, and I claim the right to be the sole judge of my own cases. But, dearie, Cousin Davy is following the advice of his physician, and you require your patients to do the same," said his wife. He frowned at that and said, "You don't understand. This boy is only a private in the army, and he must obey orders." At that, Aunt Ann snorted. "A private? Why, a private is the equal of his own kin who are officers and deserves more praise in this war because he does more and makes greater sacrifice." The surgeon saw that he had slipped up, and he must have known from experience that he was no match for his mother-in-law, backed up by his wife. His face put on a hard look, as though he were going to cut off a leg, and he said, "I am not going to argue this case any longer. Young fellow, I will send an ambulance here for you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you will go either to Bell Hospital or to prison. He rushed out of the house and mounted his horse, and as he fled, his wife fired a parting shot. She rushed to the door and screamed, "Tom, you shan't!" I sat down, and while I listened to some animated remarks and some excellent patriotic talk about the ranks of the army being full of men and boys from the best families in the South, I was doing tall thinking. Before me loomed the forbidding outlines of Bell Hospital and certain death if I went there. Dr. Holt had said so, and I knew he was right. He had been my doctor all my life. I figured that this surgeon, who sported a major's insignia, wanted to humiliate me in the eyes of many of the best persons in Lynchburg. He had not tumbled to the thrilling stories of one of Jackson's foot cavalry, nor did he seem impressed by being related by marriage to a sure-enough fighting Holt. My war stories had been listened to with breathless attention by many, even his own wife, who was much impressed and had marveled over them. He must have known, for his wife knew, the great attention I received from kin and near kin. Uncle Jim Saunders had a younger brother, William Saunders, and he had a daughter about 16 years old named Atala, and we had sort of gotten sweet on one another. Our kisses at meeting and parting were the very soul of affection, even though we were cousins, don't you know. She was a very kissable young person. It was looked upon as a joke, as the love-making of cousins is apt to be. Knowing this, the doctor was trying to pluck all my gay feathers, as they do peacocks in that country, and make me hide myself like plucked peacocks do. Added to that, he had made a bluff. Now I, being of Anglo-Saxon blood, felt that the instincts of my race demanded that I call his bluff, although I knew that he held a full house, so to speak. He had generously given me until 8 o'clock next morning, but I laid that to his inability to get an ambulance to the house before then. While the ladies talked, I was trying to decipher some way to call his hand. At last I arose and said I believed I would take a walk. I was told to come back to dinner and to stay there that night, and was promised the protection of the family against the threat of the surgeon. I went to Jim Holt's house, and, by a streak of good luck, found him at home and told him all the trouble. He said, "Your trouble started by your ignoring the surgeon's advice on the assumption that if you went to the hospital, he would keep you there and give you medicine. He might have done both, but all that has passed. We now have to treat the case as it is, and not as it was or ought to be. It will never do to let him get the upper hand. We have a friend in town who has more authority than the surgeon, and he is a lifelong friend of the family. He is the commander of the post. We will go to his office." I was introduced with such preliminary explanation as Jim thought fit. The dear old gentleman reacted most sympathetically and kindly, and treated me as though he had helped to raise me instead of being only an acquaintance of a few minutes. Then he said, "Jim, my authority does not extend to points out of this county, and you want to get Davy to your father's. I cannot give him a pass, but I can and will do this. There has been recently erected a hospital near Liberty, and it is under the charge of Dr. Jones. Jim, you ought to remember him. He is the oldest son of Squire Jones, who lived in Chestnut Grove neighborhood, and his mother was a Simpkins." Jim remembered him well, and said he was glad the boy had turned out so well. The commander continued, "I will give Davy a personal letter to Dr. Jones, and request, as a personal favor to me, that Davy be allowed to stay at your father's. But you will have to contrive to get him to Liberty." Jim said that would be easy, as his brother-in-law, Scruggs, after the war, the Scruggs of Barney and Scruggs, St. Louis, Missouri, was a conductor on the Lynchburg and Bristol Road, was going out at 6 o'clock in the morning and would undertake to see me through. The old commander shook my hand cordially and wished me luck. I went back to Jim's home with him and stayed all night, where I met Mr. Scruggs, who also stayed there when in town. In the morning we took the train, and the guard passed me without question. When the wheels began to turn and the city to fade in the background, I was so full of victory that I could hardly contain myself. Oh, if I only had somebody upon whom I could unload my joy, I felt that the whole movement would be complete. Just then came a smiling stranger and took a seat beside me. "Well, young fellow," he exclaimed in a pleasant voice, "where do you hail from, and where are you going on this bright and balmy morning?" That started me off, and I told him the whole story. He seemed deeply interested and asked me many questions and showed a surprising knowledge of things. I was so exuberant that I had no room for suspicion of others. I talked with the blinds down. When we drew near to Liberty, my newly found friend said, "Well, Davy, you have told me a most interesting story with all the artless simplicity of a child, and I believe your story and have faith in your intentions. I will show you that my accosting you was not idle curiosity, but in the way of business." With that he opened his coat and displayed the badge of an officer in the Secret Service. My heart would have sunk, and my lower jaw did drop, but my captor gave me an encouraging smile. He continued, "My business on this train is to arrest slackers and deserters. I do not ask to see the letter of introduction that the commander of the post gave you, as that is purely a personal matter. You must realize that you are pursuing a strictly arbitrary course, absolutely beyond the bounds of authority. You went beyond those bounds when you got into the bus of the Norval House. But you have such an abiding faith in your cousin Alfred and in your own sincerity that you inspire confidence in me. I am going to let you pass, and I hope you will get well and do some more hard fighting." Then the whistle blew for liberty, and I got off. My, but that was a narrow escape, like feeling the wind of a shell that passes too close for comfort. I said to myself, "The Lord takes care of idiots and little children, and the drunk." I must have had his protection on the first 2 counts. The morning was delightful, and my troubles shed like water off a duck's back. Jim had told me that his sister Sally lived in Liberty, and Mr. Scruggs had pointed out her house. The widow of John Reese, she had 2 small children. I got to her home in time for breakfast. You could see Uncle John's house from there. After breakfast, I walked along the road, which was hallowed ground to me. There was little St. John's Church, where my father had been baptized. It was a small brick structure built in colonial days. My forefathers had helped build it and had worshipped there. It was still in use, but showed evidence of age. That church had witnessed all the changes made in converting the Church of England in the colonies into the Protestant Episcopal Church of the United States. If the material, the brick, and the altar of this old colonial church could divulge its secrets, there would be something told about that word Protestant which would add to its value in the Episcopal Church. It stands for the first step to be taken in a move for liberty. A protest is always made against slavery in any form when a people become imbued with a desire for liberty. It is the indictment of some government as tyrannical and a justification of taking steps to break away from it. The Church aimed to protest against the domination of bishops, whether banded together under one headman called Father, or banded together through a committee, or on their own hook, every bishop for himself. The time hasn't yet come to drop that word from the name of the Church. The Bishop of London had charge of the churches in the colonies, the members of the churches had no voice except in irrelevant local affairs. They could neither call a rector nor turn him out. It was the custom to send rectors over from England. The Church of England took that means of taking care of the scrubs in the ministry without being bothered with their presence or grieved with their devilment. Some rectors were sent over by mistake. That is, the Church of England mistook the colonies for a penal settlement. Such a one was sent to liberty. He could shame the devil and brag about being a priest of Jesus Christ at the same time. When he wasn't active in his meanness, he was still passive in his duties as rector. He had all the sins of omission and commission. St. John's Church groaned but could not remove the cause of its agony. It suffered from ecclesiastical toothache. About that time, a Presbyterian preacher came along, a man of severe personal righteousness. The contrast between the two seemed like the contrast between light and darkness. He preached purity of life and liberty in religion. Of course, there is no more liberty in a church that claims that every preacher is a bishop, and these bishops meet in a general assembly and make laws, than there is in one that has fewer bishops who meet and make laws. The laity are excluded from the law-making body in either case. But the reverend gentleman did not explain that then any more than Presbyterian preachers do now. He was a good speaker and a shining example, and the Holts tumbled to his racket. My grandmother was Scotch by descent anyway, and had a leaning to severe righteousness and the Presbyterian Church. My grandfather was of a different mind. He said the church was his spiritual mother. He would no more think of deserting her in time of distress than he would desert his human mother because one of her sons went wrong. Wait, he said. The spirit of reformation is in the church, and she will right and adjust herself to the democracy and freedom of this country. But grandmother and some of the boys joined the Presbyterians. I had heard all of this before, and stood and looked at little St. John's Church as one would review the remains of a martyr. I walked on down the street beyond the limits of the town, along the road that led through the Holt plantation. One side of the road was a field of tobacco, and on the other a wheat field. And beyond the wheat I glimpsed the waving leaves of a large cornfield. All was so quiet and peaceful in that part of the state, while in another part of the same state was the invading tramp of the foe and the roar of war. I came at length to the front of the residence. It stood on the right-hand side of the road, opposite a blacksmith shop, where a stout young white man and a Negro helper were busy welding. I waited until the young man stopped and wiped his face on his sleeve, and then I said, "I am Davy Holt." The young man said, "Well, you haven't got me beat even at that. I am David Holt myself, and Jim wrote and told us of you, and we were expecting you." When he had finished his job, we walked over to the house, and he introduced me to his father. I told of Dr. Alfred Holt and his remedy for my sickness, to which old Uncle Jim replied, "I will make one addition to his treatment. I have a barrel of fine old rye in the cellar. I grew that rye, and a neighbor made it into whiskey. This is about my time of day, and I will have my dose with sugar. I don't think it will taste bad." With that, we went up to the sideboard, and all took sugar. Thus I came to the home of my forefathers. One day David remarked, "You have not seen old Aunt Maria yet." "Who is old Aunt Maria?" said I. "Why, she is a slave who was born in the family 113 years ago." "There is one peculiarity about an old Negro," I said. "When they get old, they always claim to be very old." There was an old Negro who used to row on the Mississippi below New Orleans. One time he was rowing a party down the river when one of the passengers remarked, "Uncle, from the looks of your frosted head, you must have been here a long time." The old darky replied, "I sho is. I was done feast-born back there where we got into the skiff. Dis here river warn't any more den a spring branch in dem days. And you see dem trees over there," pointing to a brake of enormous red cypress. "They was only bushes. My mammy used to wash the clothes in the branch, and I would walk over the water on a couple of rails and hang out the clothes to dry on the tops of dem trees." All old niggers belong to the Methuselah breed. "But this does not happen to be a nigger tale," David replied. With that, he produced the old family Bible and pointed to the record of her birth. I figured it up, and her age was sure enough 113. "Now we will go down and see her," continued David. "She has got her second sight and cut her third set of teeth. She was matron of the plantation hospital where we found her, and had the floor well covered with little Negro children, whom she was feeding with the assistance of 3 or 4 Negro girls. I was introduced with, 'Aunt Maria, here is another David Holt come to see you from Mississippi.' The old woman looked me over and said, 'I wonders if you is a son of de David Holt I knows. He went for a doctor, same as his pa, and seems to me I heard that he went to Mississippi.' I hastened to assure her that I had the honor of being the son of that identical David Holt. She laughed, showing a pretty set of teeth, saying, 'Dat was de most audacious boy I ever did see. He was up to some kind of devilment all the time. Not mean, but just some kind of sport and mischief. I bound he never told you 'bout the time the boys took the baby a-swimming. Well, it wa'd dis way. There was 4 of the boys that went in a bunch. William, he was the oldest. Then Saunders and David and John. Where you find one of them boys, putty soon you sure to find the other 3. I was busy in the kitchen, and Ole Miss came out and axed me if I done seed the boys lately. I told her I ain't seed, nor heard them for some time. With that, she went out to the backyard and called and listened. No boy answered. Then she went out in the front yard and called. No answer. Then she came back to the kitchen and said the boys had the baby, which was Torney, and said she wondered if dem boys had the imperdence to take the baby to the pond, when she done said that they warn't to do that. Then she said that I was to come along with her, and she was gwine to the pond. It was about half a mile from the house. When we got nearly there, but could not see the water for the bushes, we heard a mite racket going on. The boys was a-shouting and a-laughing. We came round a pint in the bushes, and there was a sight that made Ole Miss just set down without a word. I sot down too, and jest looked. There was dem boys in the middle of the pond, and they had the baby on a little piece of plank not much bigger than the baby. It would only hold the baby up level with the water, and he was as wet as a drowned rat, and playing in the water with his hands. They was a-going over to the other side, and not in a bit of a hurry. We sot there and watched 'em, and it looked like they never was going to land. They went so slow. At last they landed, and William got on the bank and took the baby. Then old Miss hauled, "You boys, you ought to have seed them boys when they heard their may a-calling." They all fell flat on the ground, and she told them to come home by way of the footlog and take care of the baby. Mars William, that's your grandfather left old Miss to do all the whipping. She didn't do so mighty much, but when she did, you knowed it and 'membered it too. Dem boys was not happy for several days after that. Their great sport was throwing rocks, powder was scarce, and game was plenty. Dem boys would go hunting with rocks and sticks and bring in all kinds of small game, squirrels and partridges and pheasants and doves and rabbits and possums and coons. David said that Aunt Maria remembered George Washington. You better bet I knowed Mr. George Washington. The Washingtons owned a plantation near ours, and I saw a whole lot of him. There was another audacious boy, cuss and fight and get drunk and get mad and tear things up. You never knowed what dat Washington boy was a-gwine to do, but you knowed dat, whatever it was, he was going to do it strong. There warn't no half-ways wid him. I asked her if she remembered his cutting the cherry tree with his little Tommy hatchet. She said she didn't remember it, but she believed it, and she heard some talk of it among the neighbors. An old Negro will never own up to not knowing something he is supposed to know. The plantation hospital, presided over by Aunt Maria, was where my father was born. It had been built for a dwelling in the early frontier days, constructed of blue poplar logs and covered with blue poplar shingles. It was still in good condition, for blue poplar never rots, only wears out by attrition or rain and sleet. Wasps often select a blue poplar rail to get material to build nests. My great joy was to sit on the back porch and look at the mountains. There was a beautiful view of the peaks of Otter. At one stage of the moon, it seemed to hang on Sharp Peak. Like grandmother's lickings, it was something to remember once experienced. One was struck with each, but not in the same place, nor in the same proportions. After I had been on the plantation for some time, David said, "Well, young fellow, you have improved so much, I wonder if you could take a 6-mile walk." I was sure I could walk 6 miles, if there was anything worth going 6 miles for. Then he told me that his sister, Anne, had married John Gill and was living on a plantation named Wolf Hill. Further, that Mr. Gill had built a church on his plantation and called it the Wolf Hill Church. I asked him the denomination of the church, and he said it had been subject of much speculation to the neighbors, and that John Gill had some strong notions in the matter. Continuing, David said, John came to the conclusion that the neighborhood needed a church. He determined that he would build one in the grove, in front of his house, and on his own plantation. He put the hands to getting out the timber and clearing off space. Some of his neighbors came over, and one said, "Hello, John. What are you up to now?" "Going to build a church?" said John. "What kind of a church?" inquired the curious one. John said he would announce the kind of church it was to be at the first meeting, and not before. "Let us help you." "No," said John. "If you were to contribute only one shingle nail, it would give you rights, and you would claim them. This is going to be my church, on my land, and built by me, and I am the only one who is going to have say about this church." When the church was completed, he announced services for a certain Sunday, and folks came from all around. The church held about 300, and it was full. That opening Sunday, old Brother Leftwich was announced as the preacher. He is our cousin, and the most eloquent preacher in these parts. The Baptists claim him, but he is sort of every man's man, a good fellow, a good planter, with a good plantation, and he preaches for the love of God and his fellowmen. He has money to give, but none to take for his preaching. He has a large family, his youngest daughter, about 17, being the prettiest thing you ever looked at. At the beginning of the meeting, John made a speech somewhat as follows. "Friends and neighbors, we are mighty glad to see you all here today. This neighborhood needed a church, and I built it. You want to know what denomination it is? I will tell you. I reserve all rights, and will say who shall preach here. and when he shall commence, and when he shall quit. For a man to preach here, I shall require that he believe in the Apostles' Creed, and if he belongs to a denomination, that it also believe the creed. I shall require that he accept the Bible without reservation, and that his denomination do the same. He must also stand for religious liberty, but not for religious license. You will notice that my privilege includes the Methodist, Baptist, Episcopal, Presbyterian, Congregational, and Campbellite churches, and maybe some others. It excludes Unitarian, Quaker, Universalists, Romanists, and all heathen societies, sects, and kinds. Brother Leftwich has charge of the meeting today. The Reverend Leftwich was over 80 years old, tall and erect, with a voice as clear as a clarinet. When the sermon was over, the congregation sang Rock of Ages. When the benediction was pronounced, John Gill got up and said, I invite the whole congregation to my house for dinner. I want everybody to come, and I assure you there will be plenty for all without stint. They accepted. David proposed that we start at 7 o'clock on the following morning and carry the guns and hunt on the way. He said that there was to be a protracted meeting at the church to begin the next day, and that the Reverend Leftwich would preach at 11 o'clock. I was curious to see and hear these good country folk and the preacher with the eloquent voice and lovely daughter. We went through the woods and found so much game that it was past church time when we got there. The singing and prayers were over, and the preacher took his text as we entered the church. There were about 100 persons present, mostly women and children. The men were mostly elderly, the young men having gone to war. There was an air of sadness, quiet indeed, as though it had permeated the hearts of the audience and filled them too full for sound. I noticed that they all appeared refined and educated, and the stock outside was fat and sleek. There is no better index of the prosperity of a country congregation than their stock. When we reached the residence of John Gill, most of the congregation had preceded us. The ladies went into the double parlors and took seats along the wall. David first introduced me to the preacher and Mr. Gill and his 3 sons, who were all younger than I. David said, "Come and meet the ladies." When we got to the parlor door, he called out, "Ladies, attention! It is an honor and a pleasure to introduce our cousin from Mississippi. He is a fighting man, but you would not judge so from his size and general appearance. He looks like a very thin schoolboy. We are trying to fatten him up a little before he goes to fighting again. Now we will make the rounds, beginning on the right. Coming to the first person, a lovely slip of a girl, about 16 years old, David said, 'Lizzie Holt, this is our cousin David.' To which I responded, 'I always kiss my lady cousins.' And we kissed, and everybody laughed. The next one to Lizzie was a very old lady who could not rise, and to whom David said, 'Cousin Martha Campbell, this is Cousin David.' Then I knew why everyone had laughed. She had to be over 90 years old, with a skin like wrinkled parchment. I was being watched with tangible curiosity by all the ladies, and I noticed a rascally twinkle in David's eyes. They wanted to see if I made any exceptions in the matter of kissing lady cousins. I knew that I had to come up to the mark or be treated with contempt. Without hesitation, I exclaimed, 'Oh, what a dear old lady, as is my mother.' Dear old ladies seem to have collected the sweet and helpful things out of life, leaving the disagreeable and hurtful things go. Would you allow me to kiss your cheek?' Which I did. She had lost her teeth many years before, her sharp chin and sharp nose making a close proximity. After that, the kissing was easy, and I had won the whole roomful of women. It was a case of unconscious diplomacy. Cousin Martha Campbell, being the richest person in Bedford County, saw to it that I always had a fine horse to ride when needed. The resourcefulness of these people was wonderful. Although Virginia is not a cotton state, these folk grew enough for home use. They picked it off the seed by hand. Whole families would work at it after supper. They also grew flax and introduced the silkworm. There was great ingenuity displayed in making spinning apparatus and looms. One young woman, engaged to an officer in the army, expected to get married as soon as he could get a furlough. She made her own wedding dress on a homemade loom. You could put the cloth for her dress in a large coffee cup. All made their own dyes, some of them bright and pretty. John Gill, the eldest son, who was scarce 16 years old, made a mill to press out sorghum molasses. It worked well, though made entirely of wood. It required 2 horses to pull it. They ground their own flour, buckwheat, and corn in mills run by water, under the supposition that water power gave an excellence to the produce, and they held Virginia cornmeal, flour, and hominy to be the best. Long years after the war, I found persons in California who still sent back to Virginia for these, and like products, Martha Campbell sent word to me that she had arranged a trip in my honor to the top of Sharp Peak, one of the peaks of Otter. The dear old lady also said that she would send me a saddle horse to make the trip. On the day appointed, the party met at Uncle John's. All were relatives or sweethearts. David Holt was very sweet upon a pretty little dumpling of a girl with a remarkably white skin, black hair, and eyes. She was very kissable. Her name was Sally Booth. He saw to it that she had a comfortable place in the 4-horse wagon, in which the ladies who did not care to ride horseback journeyed, and in which also were stored much excellent Virginia provisions. It was 12 miles to the top, and we started about 9 o'clock in the morning with joking and laughter, the major share aimed at David. David could not get away from the side of the wagon where his girl was seated. Someone would call out, "Say, David, has Sally got your horse by the bridle?" To which he would say, "No, by the heart. My horse has to come along." After we left the valley, the road wound around on the left bank of a branch of Otter Creek. It has its rise in a big spring between the 2 peaks. The road passed through a most beautiful body of woods, with chestnut and oak predominating, with here and there a magnificent blue poplar waving its head above the surrounding forest. Just before we got to the mountains, David Holt tore himself loose from the charms of Miss Sally and dropped to the rear of the procession, where I was riding with one of my cousins, Miss Campbell, who had come to about the midday of life, hale, hearty, husky, and jolly. There was a wicked twinkle in David's eye, and he told Miss Campbell that he would ride with me for a ways. She put her horse into a rapid gait and left us. I did not understand the proceedings at all. I thought that big David was a little rude. "Oh, there is no danger of her being offended," he said. "I want to talk to you about a little matter." While we talked, we came in sight of a large log schoolhouse on the right side of the road, and big David said, "I dare you to ride up to that schoolhouse and holler through the open window, 'School butter.'" "Settled." I said, "Why, that is foolishness." "What does it mean?" "Well, if you'll say it, the scholars will show you what it means pretty quick," he answered. "Well," I said, "I don't care to do it." "You are afraid?" said David. "Well, I'll go," I replied, and I went up to the window and hollered "School butter" at the top of my voice, while David, in the meantime, had put his horse into a gallop and got out of the way. In the most incredibly short space of time, the schoolhouse emptied of teachers and pupils, girls and boys, and as they ran out of the building, each one grabbed a rock. I was wise to the condition of affairs when I saw the first boy stoop down and pick up a rock, so I wasted no time tarrying. I laid down in the saddle, put my horse into a run, and went up the side of the mountain amidst a shower of rocks and the jeers of the children. I soon caught up with David and my cousin, Miss Campbell. They were highly amused, but could give no explanation at all as to why the children acted so, or the meaning of the term school butter. To this day, I don't know anything about it. After a time, we came to a place where the wagons could proceed no further, so all had to go the rest of the way on foot. When we got near to the top, I was shown Holt's cave, and was told the story of one of our ancestors. The country, in the early colonial days, was being devastated by a very large pack of wolves. The neighbors determined on wolf drives. They succeeded in killing a great many, but the ringleader of the pack, pursued by men and dogs, took refuge in this cave, formed by soil being washed away beneath great boulders of granite. The great boulders were piled on one another, leaving this cavern beneath with but one entrance. They tried to smoke out the wolf, but with so many apertures in the rocks, it could not be done. This discouraged them, and they were disposed to give it up. But a Holt said, "No telling what damage that wolf will do before we get him cornered again, and it's a pity, after we get him in a tight place, to go off and leave him. If you lower me down with a rope into the den, I will see what I can do with a stick and a knife." Naturally, they objected, but he insisted. They lowered him into the den, where he fought and killed the wolf. The rest of that faultless day was enjoyed by partaking of a lunch on top of the peaks of Otter. Coming down the trail to our horses, we found that it was more difficult than going up. Miss Sally, being small, gave out and had to be carried by a big strapping David Holt, whom she eventually married. It was after dark when we reached home. Once I asked David why he was not in the war. "I am in the war," he answered. "I am doing the necessary work to sustain all fighters, the stock and government officials. You see, Brother Joe is a major at the front. William, John, and Jim are too old and have their families, so it devolves upon me, as a good patriot, to stay on this plantation, oversee this crowd of Negroes, and raise food, without which the army could not fight. Father is too old and is unable to manage this large property. In the neighborhood of Uncle John's, a farmer made hats out of rabbit fur. It was his practice to buy up all the pelts he could about the country. My measure was given to him, and a hat ordered, for which the sum of 5 Confederate dollars was paid. I must say something here about his farm, the most peculiar I had ever seen. He owned a single mountain spur, shaped like a sugar loaf. Around the bottom he built a fence, so his farm was a half dome rising straight up. His yearly crop was corn. Beginning at the fence, he planted the corn in a row which ran around and around like a corkscrew until it got to where his old mule couldn't pull a plow any further. Up on top he planted tobacco. Because he would not plow up tobacco, he got a very high price. It was always sold before his crop was harvested. I do not know much about the manufacture of his hats, but I do know that his hat-making machinery was very crude, yet his hat lasted me to the end of the war. The pair of shoes was of the very best quality of oak-tanned leather made by a neighboring tan yard and lasted me for many months. David took a Richmond daily paper. Glancing through its columns one evening, I noted news of my command having reached Fredericksburg. Lee's army had returned from the Maryland campaign in September 1862. I felt well and was anxious to join my old company. David drove me over to the Bedford County Hospital, where I had an interview with Dr. Jones, the the surgeon in charge. He was very friendly and gave me the necessary papers permitting my rejoining combat troops. There was no sadness in my farewell. I have always had an aversion to a display of feeling upon departing. I did not make a single farewell call, but quietly got on the train for Lynchburg that evening and left. David said that he would convey my goodbyes and my hopes to meet again to all inquiring friends and do all the weeping and kissing necessary in each case. Arriving at Lynchburg, I went at once to Jim Holt, secured my gun and accoutrements, and spent the evening polishing and oiling them up. I did not even call on Atala nor Uncle Jim Saunders, but went to bed early, as I had to make an early start for Fredericksburg next morning. When I arose from that comfortable bed and got into my soldier clothes, I little dreamed that it would be about 2 years before I would again have the pleasure of sleeping in a real, sure enough clean bed in a clean room. Cousin Betty provided an ample lunch, and Jim went to the train to see me off. I was very happy and buoyant. The present was mine. It contained health, rations, and hope, and a certain amount of indifference as to how things went. If I had been a little older, or a little less of a good fellow, I might have gone into a soliloquy and reviewed the cold facts, dropped the corners of my mouth and said, "Farewell, good fried chicken. There is a chance that we shall never meet again. I am going where men meet cold death in the neck, as you got the axe. Farewell, sweet little girl cousin. Your charms and smiles were to me a transitory brightness that make the gloom of war more dark by contrast. Your presence was as fragrant as a garden of roses and violets. I am now going to smell hell. Farewell, undisturbed repose between snowy sheets. Oh, you scratchless nights, have you gone forever? I am to be, from henceforth, host to hosts of hungry hemiptera, who will not feel the slur of being called graybacks, nor fear race extermination, who are living truth of schoolboy poetry. Multiplication is a vexation, extortion. As I say, if I had been a little older, I would have thought that wise, but being simply I, no such thought entered my head. I jogged along on the pokey train, over a road, and to a town I had never seen. An army is always as interesting as the old-fashioned circus that used to come to our town with its long train of wagons. I felt the same old circus feelings as I ate some of my home-cooked rations, took a smoke, and forgot to be unhappy. It was nearly dark when I reached camp. My arrival did not make a ripple. I seemed to have been lost out in the wash. The orderly sergeant took my papers, put my name on the company register, and left me to shift for myself. The men were grouped in different messes, and each mess did its own cooking and built its own sleeping quarters. I was unattached. Each was sitting around its own fire. As I came along by a fire, the boys said, "Hello," to which I responded in like manner. This exchange of greeting was without any questions or comment. I came to a fire around which Cousin Jim, the color corporal, Johnny Stockett, Peter Stockett, and Winans Horde were seated. They all greeted me with "Hello." I sat down on the ground, got out my pipe, and took a smoke. "Got anything to eat?" asked one of the men. "No," said I. "Well, why in hell haven't you? Don't you know we are all starving out here? If you don't know it now, you will when you come to draw rations," came the gloomy response. After evening roll call, I wrapped up in my blanket and went to sleep. I knew that I had lost caste in the company. They had just come from a fierce campaign, while I had come from a hospital. They were empty, and supposed that I was full. They had been through 2 of the hardest battles of the war, 2nd Manassas, August 29th to 30th, 1862, and Antietam, September 17th, 1862. While I had been fanning off the flies in the shade of hospital trees, I recognized at once how matters stood and knew that my explanations were of no avail, and took my cue to ask no questions and tell no tales. I did not ask to be admitted into any mess. I drew my own rations and did my own cooking, and rolled up in my own blanket. Everyone was friendly, although none were cordial. I knew that it was only by the faithful discharge of every duty and the quiet display of manliness that I could be restored to what favor I had previously enjoyed, and that favor had not much more than tolerance on account of my youth. But I was a child no longer. I had been tested out. I was destined to miss only one more roll call during the war, and that was a morning roll call, when I was excused by the surgeon because I had a bad cold. I responded to every call for duty that was to be made on me. The grace of the Lord was given me to keep my mouth shut and let the others find out what I already knew, that I had changed from youth to manhood. The days began to get cold, and weather signs warned of snow. We set about building our first bunks for winter quarters. It takes two to build a bunk, so Cousin Jim and I worked together. First we dug a hole in the ground. It measured 6 by 8 feet and was 2.5 feet deep. We then cut logs and fashioned a crib of about 5 feet in height, which gave us a room about 7 feet high. Chink in the logs, we used dirt to plaster up the cracks. The fireplace was cut in one end of the pit and a stick chimney built over it. Next came the roof, the hardest job of all. A leaky roof adds to misery and brings one near to perdition. I defy any man to keep his religion while in a bunk under a leaky roof. Some may go to bed singing Rock of Ages and feeling at peace with all the world, even going so far as to not hating the Yanks. But when, in the dead of night, they are awakened by the touch of ice-cold water from a leaky roof, their sweetness is turned to gall, and their language becomes such as is not commonly supposed to be used in the best families. Or one may be awakened in the dead of night, feeling warm and snug, and listen to the choice cussing of some fellows down the company street who have discovered they are getting a free shower through a bum roof. Except for the matter of rations, this was a pleasant camp, situated as it was in a dense body of woods where fuel was plentiful. We were not required to drill, and except for morning and evening roll call and an occasional regimental dress parade, we had time to chunk at birds. The boys spent most of their time playing cards, but were not allowed to gamble. The guards were always on the lookout, and discipline proved severe for those caught betting. Euchre and 7-Up or Old Sledge were the games usually played. The shakedown, miscalled a bed, was the table. Some played from morning until night, only taking time to eat, which did not take long. I was too restless to spend the whole day playing cards, except when the weather was too bad and we were hard put to find something to read. Next to a chicken, the boys would steal a book. Any kind of a book would do. Dictionaries, almanacs, and what not, in all sorts of condition, appeared in camp. Our camp was located in a picturesque section. Under the pretext of going to the spring for water, I would often keep on hiking all day, marveling at the wonders of nature, and often barely getting back in time for evening roll call, looking over a battlefield which was soon to be stained with the blood of friend and foe. My trips might be construed as reconnaissance of ground that we were to fight upon. But no such idea entered my head. I was simply restless with a boy's curiosity to see things. Standing atop the brow of Mary's Heights, I gazed over the long stretches of the Rappahannock Valley, with here and there a glimpse of the glistening river. Straight ahead lay Fredericksburg, wedged in between telegraph and plank roads, while to the north stood Stafford Heights, bristling with Yankee cannon, sentineled and on watch. Now and then could be seen the blue-clad Yankee soldiers, in groups and pairs, single and en masse. A peaceful view, these hills and valleys of old Virginia. Peaceful, yes, but not for long. Humphrey's Mississippi Brigade held Fredericksburg, and in that little city were pies and dried apple turnovers and other such delicacies for which soldiers yearned and yearned, but we were denied the privilege of dining there. A strong military guard circled the city, and one's papers had to be mighty straight before passing that cold-hearted, well-fed police net. Men from Featherston's brigade seemed to be their particular prey. At least such was my belief after running afoul of the line. We were all hugging the fires in our poor winter quarters one evening when the drum snapped out "Roll call," and we fell in. We formed the line with sudden speed, for the weather was disagreeable. The ground froze, and snow fell heavily. After roll call, we started for the river in double-quick time. It was too dark to look ahead, but we marched, guided by the shouting and laughter of the leaders, so we did not lose our way. After about an 8-mile hike, we arrived at the ford, 2 or 3 miles above Fredericksburg. My company filed into a slight depression on the south side of a small hill and halted. The snow was doing its level best. The commanding officer called out, "Sergeant, who are the next 2 men on detail?" "Dave Holt and Winans Horde," was the reply. "Holt and Horde, get an axe and go and get some wood," was the order. "Where shall we go?" said Horde. "How in hell do I know?" snapped the officer. "Go where the wood is." "Well," said Horde, "I don't even know where I am, much less any wood." A sergeant came up with the old company axe and handed it to me. The sharpness of that axe was comparative. That is to say, the blade was sharper than the butt, but not much. We started out and had floundered through the snow, but for a short distance before I got my bearings. "Say, Horde," I said, "I know where I am. I have been here before. The canal that supplies water for the paper mill leaves the river a short ways to our left, and there are some small trees growing on the banks. Let's lie down and look along the level of the ground, and we might see them." Horde saw the trees and shouted, "We have found, so loud that the rest of the company heard him. "Well, why the devil don't you hurry and bring it? Don't you know that we are freezing?" "We haven't cut it yet," said poor Horde, for which he received a laugh of derision for his information. We went straight for the trees, I in front, carrying the axe. We could not tell the canal from the level ground, and I fell in and had no more than hit the ice before Horde came tumbling on top of me. In the fall, I lost the axe in the deep snow covering the ice. We waded through the snow until my foot struck the dull blade, and securing it more firmly, we scurried up the bank of the canal to the timber, which we attempted to cut in a hurry. To cut live oak wood in the dark with a dull axe in a snowstorm is about the most uncertain, hard job I ever undertook. We took turns at it, while the fellows yelled at us all the time. At last the tree fell, rolling into the canal, which necessitated further exertion on our part to put it to the camp side of the canal. We called for aid, and were reinforced by several men of the company who came running. They dragged the tree to the camp, breaking and hacking off the branches and saving any dry wood which might be found. We selected Corporal Thomas as official firemaker, because he had been a flatboat man on the river before enlisting. He cleared the ground of snow, secured a dry piece of pine, and whittled shavings while 4 men held a poncho over him. The top side of the poncho soon became covered with snow, which caused a fellow to remark, "Thomas, you haven't been a darned fool all your life for nothing, have you?" "No, and it ain't the first time my darned foolishness has saved some other darned fools, you included," Thomas replied. We watched the tiny blaze grow stronger while broken sticks were carefully added. Another detail of 4 men went along the river bank and gathered odds and ends of wood, and soon we had a regular roaring log heap. An outer post was established at the ford, with 2 men on duty. Due to the intense cold and the biting wind, they had to be relieved every 15 minutes. We supposed General Lee expected an attempt to be made by the Yanks to cross in that storm, but our suppositions were wrong. Sleep was impossible. We walked around the fire all night. On the smoky side, we got warm, but nearly suffocated by smoke, and when we were on the windy side, we would nearly freeze again. Often we had to shovel the mud and snow away from our tracks around the fire, toting our guns all the time. It was a heavy march without going any place. The only comfort and consolation we had was tobacco. The men who did not use tobacco bore the strain with less fortitude than those who did. Toward morning it grew colder, and the snow changed to sleet. About that time I went on guard at the river bank, and the cold wind went on an anatomical excursion, finding every muscle and bone in my body. My comrade declared that his marrow had frozen. He said, "Say, Holt, do you believe that hell is hot?" "How do I know?" "I have never been there," I said. "Well, if it is hot, and if we could take it in broken doses, I am thinking a small dose of hell would go mighty good about now," he replied. "I would rather have a cup of hot coffee," I answered, "but the Yanks have to cross the river, and we will smell hell before we get any coffee." "Why mention the luxuries of life in this moment of privation?" came the answer. I said, "That seems to imply that hell is one of the necessities of life, but that is not in accordance with my religion. You don't have to go there unless you are fool enough to want to." "According to my religion," he answered, "we are already in hell, minus the luxury of heat." We had to keep dancing and prancing all the time, slapping our hands together to keep them from freezing. I never spent a longer 15 minutes in my life, except perhaps in a dentist's chair. About daybreak the storm ceased, and the sun came up in a cloudless sky. "Didn't I tell you they had turned over the snow pot up there?" said one of the men. "They emptied the last flake on us, but that kept back the Yanks also, so I don't care." The white glare blinded us. Every bush and tree glistened with myriads of ice gems. Beauty in that one place was not the companion of either comfort or delight. We had not drawn any rations when we started and were as hungry as a pack of wolves. Hot sassafras tea, without milk or sugar, had been our stimulant all night. It warmed and filled us for a time, but lacked nourishment. The result was that our appetites for food sharpened as we sat around the fire and talked of the good things we once had eaten. We did not whine. We were all optimistic, and when a fellow had a disposition to growl at his lot, the sporting instinct turned the peg a little and tuned him up to the cussing pitch, which might be called the concert pitch, as a literal interpretation of high-strung. About 8 o'clock in the morning, while I looked across the field trying to catch a glimpse of the commissary wagon, Tommy Roach beckoned to me. He made a proposition that Bill Compton, Chapman, Bill West, myself and he should slip out of camp and go to Fredericksburg and secure some real food including pies. He had already spoken to the others and found them willing. This was the first time that I had ever been invited to go along with the crowd. Before, they had treated me with polite tolerance, such as an older brother accords a younger when any sport is going on. Tommy claimed he could call the names of every officer in the 21st Mississippi Regiment and could name the roll of Company D, in which outfit he would pass us off as members. We got out of camp without any trouble and went down the road that ran by the river, full of pleasures and anticipation of those pies we were going to get. Nearing the city, we came upon a whole company from the 18th Mississippi drawn up in line across the road, and the following conversation took place. Guard: "Halt!" Tommy: "Why should we halt? We are only going to our quarters." Guard: "What company do you belong to?" Tommy: "Company D, 21st Mississippi." Guard: "Somebody call the captain." The captain came, and the guard said, "Captain, these men claim to belong to Company D of the 21st, and this man says he can prove it by calling the roll of the company." Captain: "Can you call the company roll?" Tommy: "Yes, sir, and the name of every general officer in the brigade." Captain: "Call the company roll." Tommy called it with glibness. Captain: "Correct, but where in the name of goodness do you and these other men come in? I know every one of the men whose names you have called, personally, and you have been fool enough to catch yourself in your own trap. You belong to Company K of the 16th Mississippi, and come from the same county as Company D. I have seen that little fellow before," pointing to me. "He is some relation to Colonel Sims, and came to see him once." He looked and waited for me to speak, but I did not say a word. I would not go back on my promise to Tommy, who pledged me not to say a word, but to let him do all the talking. Then the captain continued, "If you had come out with a straight story and said you all were as hungry as Gyp Wolf in pup time, I would have made a detail to escort you all into town and let you buy what you wanted. But now you go to the guardhouse. Orderly sergeant, detail a corporal's guard to carry these men to the guardhouse and instruct the guard not to let them buy a damn thing on the way." The guard carried out the orders to the letter. We were hustled through the streets, past stands with pie and such things, and slapped into the guardhouse with neatness and dispatch. After the guard had gone, we laughed loud and long at Tommy. He was greatly confused, and Chapman declared that he blushed. The provost marshal came up and said, "You all are a jolly lot of prisoners. What's the joke?" We told Tommy to tell the truth, to which the marshal replied, "The captain who arrested you ought not to have called your little ruse by such a mean name as a lie. He knows what it is to be hungry and take chances to get grub. You made a good bluff, and when he called it, you did not even have a pair, but had to lay your hand down. That's all there is to it. Say, Jim, come here." A soldier stepped up. "Take this man down the street and let him buy as much as he can pay for, and then bring him back." Tommy took our money and went with the guard. He came back loaded down with pies and dried apple turnovers, and we were happy. We asked the marshal to please send us back to camp, but he said that it was impossible, as he had charge only in town and would have to send us out to the guardhouse in the country. He continued, "You will find old Captain Whitehead a bully fellow, and the guardhouse is only 4 miles out on the west side of the heights." Our company camped on the east side of the heights, and we figured that we would have to circle the mountain on the town side to get to camp, with about 7 miles to walk after we got to old Captain Whitehead and his blamed guardhouse. Up against a reality, the only thing to do was to face it without fretting. We asked to be sent along as soon as possible, as we wanted to get home before dark. We went under a guard of 4 men, slipping and sliding over the snow for 4 long miles. The first question the old captain asked us was, had we been drinking? To which query Tommy told our little tale with scrupulous exactness. Then the captain went into an argument about some officers estranging common sense from military procedure. I think he must have been a little country town lawyer who had won the rank of captain by his oratory for the Southern cause. Among other things, he said, common sense could discern the difference between the good soldier and the poor soldier. Common sense would dictate that there was a difference in the treatment of these 2 classes. Common sense should provide, in the name of common humanity, the rations necessary for all prisoners, yet here I am, unable to offer you even a crust of bread. Oh, said Comp, don't let that bother you. Just turn us loose, and we will go back to camp so fast that it will fairly make your head swim to think about it. I reckon that blamed old commissary wagon has got there by this time. No, said the captain, I can't do that, but I will tell you what I will do. I will send 1 man of the guard along with a note and your names to your colonel. Sam, come here. A slab-sided recruit from North Carolina stepped up. He was tall, thin, and had all the marks of a tear heel from the piney woods. Sam, said the captain, I want you to go with these men and hand this note to their commanding officer. Come back as quickly as you can. Sam got all geared up in his guard outfit, and we parted from the old captain with a rush. We had gone only a short distance when someone said, Say, fellows, what's the use of going 7 miles around the mountain when we can make it in 3 and get there just the same? Nuff said, was the response, so we plunged up the side of the mountain with a speed that a billy goat might well envy, leaving our guard to struggle with a clump of brush and rocks. The mountainside was covered with scrub oak and heavily laden with snow. The rocks were slick with ice and in ledges. We had to go sometimes on our hands and knees. The poor guard had it rough. We heard him yelling, or rather whining, away down below us. Hey, you fellers, you don't have to go so gold-earned fast. The camp can't get away from ye. Wait a minute. Soon he caught up with us and said, You uns ain't totin' fair with me. You ain't got no bar iron out in a blacksmith shop to tote like this gun, nor no derned riggin' to catch on every bush like these derned fixin's. You uns ought to go slow and give me a chanct. Here, said Tommy, I'll tote your gun, and the guard handed the gun over. And I'll tote your gear, said Comp. And we 3 will help you along, said Bill. Away we went, enjoying ourselves climbing the hill with a greenhorn as guard, even though snow fell and we slid on the icy path. As we drew nearer to the top of the mountain, timber took the place of brush, and the going got much easier. We walked over the plateau on the mountain top and came in sight of our camp, where we beheld the different companies lined up for evening roll call and watched them break ranks to indulge in a snowball battle. Oh, but ain't we going to smell thunder, said Bill. He voiced the unspoken thoughts of the crowd. We had missed 2 roll calls. There was neither brush nor timber on the campside of the mountain, and we soon came into full view of the boys. Colonel Samuel Baker sat on the step of a small cabin and looked at us with field glasses. We quickly gave the gun back to the guard and walked up abreast with the guard in front. A volley of snowballs and yells greeted our approach. Snowballs knocked the hat off the guard, and when he stooped to pick it up, another bombardment broke loose upon him. He wiped his face on the sleeve of his coat, dusted the snow out of his hair, grumbled something to himself, and walked through a lane of men toward Colonel Baker. We availed ourselves of the opportunity and mingled with the crowd. "Is you-uns the commanding officer of this here regiment?" asked the guard. "Do you mean to dispute my rights, or say that I do not command this regiment?" queried the colonel in apparent sincerity. "Well," our North Carolina guard replied, "we arrested 5 of you, all's men, and I done brung 'em to you, and here's their names on this here paper, and a note to you." To which the colonel exclaimed, "You damn, slab-sided, knock-kneed, sallow-faced, snaggle-toothed, jimber-jawed, wall-faced, mule-eared, flat-footed, tear-heel. You want to insult the troops of another state by casting a slur on their commanding officer? You are a liar when you say, 'You brung these men.' They brung you. I saw them give you your gun and put you in front back there apiece. I will not take such an insult." With which the colonel jumped up, drew his sword, and rushed at the guard, who by now was all a-tremble and amazed at his reception. Making passes with his sword, the colonel shouted, "Defend yourself!" Our erstwhile guard put his gun up over his head as a shield and whined, "Please don't hit me with that there thing. I didn't mean nothing by it." Then the colonel tore the note into fragments and threw the bits on the ground, saying, "About face?" The guard turned around. "Go, double quick," said the colonel, and the guard started. The boys raised a yell and began to roll snowballs, but ceased when the colonel said he would have the first man who threw a snowball placed under arrest. We all stood quiet and expectant to see what was coming next. The colonel looked around at the bits of paper on the ground and said, "What did I do with that note? I want the names of those 5 men who allowed themselves to be brought into camp by such guard. Anybody know who those 5 men were?" The silence was intense. You could have heard a pin drop, had such a thing been possible. The colonel looked around. I stood uncomfortably near. He looked at me, then let his glances go over the rest of the crowd, evidently picking out the other fellows, thought I. No one spoke. After what seemed to me an unusual length of time, he said, "It's damn strange that neither officer nor private knows who those men are." He then turned and went into his quarters. Instantly I was grabbed and rolled in the snow by a lot of fellows who shouted, "Pie-eater," which changed to Pute, then to Pie-eating Pute, and finally my tormentors told me that pie is pison to a pie-eating Paiute, all of which information I craved not. I wanted to be let off for more horseplay and fine company quarters. At last I got loose and found Company K quartered in an old barn. Rations had been saved for me, and when I had eaten a can of mush, a slice of fried bacon, a can of sassafras tea, and taken a smoke, I rolled in my blanket, happy and contented. I had had a glorious day, and soon slept soundly. We remained on guard at the ford for a week, and then returned to our winter quarters, and gave battle to short-tailed wood rats and screech owls. With good rations, and not too much work, we found the cold months going by very rapidly. Company K had 1 violinist and 5 fiddlers, and we made use of them by inaugurating dances such as the Cullion and Virginia Reel. Owing to ladies not being anywhere about, men substituted and were so designated by having a handkerchief tied around their arms. With a big bonfire at each end of the company street, we used the space between for our dance hall. Most of the lads joined in, although there were several who declined on account of religious views, but they constituted an attentive audience. On December 11th, 1862, after an evening of hilarious dancing, I went to bed, tired but happy, and soon fell sound asleep. About 3 o'clock in the morning, I was aroused by hearing two fellows talking in the next shack. One said, "I am very sure that I heard musket fire in Fredericksburg." "Why, Dick," said the other, "that's plumb imagination. How could you hear musket fire 6 miles off, with a high mountain between? Let's go to sleep." Next I heard the bugle call away off on our left to hook up a battery. I awoke Cousin Jim and told him that the ball had opened and that we had better get up and dress and get our things together. We pushed the chunks up in our fireplace, and by a dim light proceeded to assemble our belongings. Soon we heard the hoofs of a running horse ring out on the frozen road and heard him stop at the colonel's tent. In a few moments we were aware of old Jeffries tightening up his drum, after which he stepped out into the open and began to beat the call to fall in. It sounded like a swarm of angry bees and instinctively made us want to dodge. Down the company streets, officers assembled their men. As soon as we had formed, we marched to the regimental parade ground, where the whole regiment gathered, and then we moved down toward Fredericksburg at a quick pace. The men were very silent, as if realizing that days of rest and recreation were over, and the grim realities of war had returned once more. Reaching the mountain, we filed to the left along a ravine that skirted the plateau. Here we formed in echelon by companies on the side of the hill, which brought the first company up to the plateau and made Company K, the last, remain by the ravine. We waited for daylight. Most of us lay down, but not all. A big Irishman from Company D stood a short distance in front of me, talking in a loud voice. I was stretched out flat on the ground. Evidently the Yanks knew our location, for the very first shell they threw knocked a leg off the Irishman, struck the earth right in front of where I was lying, and deluged us with dirt, after which it went ricocheting away off to the rear. The litter bearers picked up the wounded man, put a tourniquet around his stump, and hurried off to the field hospital. We then deployed into regular battle line formation, a line of skirmishers thrown out, and advanced under heavy artillery fire across the plateau to the rim of the mountain in front. I was on the skirmish line and noticed a cottage surrounded by apple trees. I passed a little to the left of the house, going through the orchard. As I came by, a huge shell from a siege gun slammed through the side of the house and burst inside, scattering debris all around. I wondered if anyone were inside, but had no time to stop. I rushed on with the regiment close behind. Many of our men fell around the cottage. It presented a good target for the enemy's heavy guns planted on Stafford Heights. Reaching the rim of the plateau, we came in close contact with the Yanks, who struggled up the steep mountain in a vain endeavor to take the position we held. They could not even drive the skirmish line back. Soon they withdrew to a position further down the mountain, from which entrenchments they kept up a heavy infantry fire. Their artillery fire never slackened, raising havoc on our men who were in the open. We stuck to our places, lying flat on the ground. On my left I noticed that Horde's head was raised. "Horde," I asked, "why don't you put your head down on the ground?" "I have got to have some room to dodge," said Horde. "What good will it do to dodge 2 inches from those big shells?" I answered. "Oh, it's so comforting and relieving to my soul just to be able to crouch down a little closer when the dad-blamed things go screaming over," came his reply. To my right, Johnny Stockett plugged away at the Yanks. During the day he took a piece of bread from his haversack and raised up to eat, and just at that moment a bullet flicked the bread out of his hand without touching him. "Well, I call that a low-down Yankee trick," he exclaimed. "If that fellow wanted my bread, he ought to have been more polite and come and asked for it. I believe they want to starve us out, as that was the last piece of bread I had. We held our position all night. A litter bearer came up to the line from the field hospital and told us this tale. We had picked up one of our wounded fellows just in front of that cottage back there. He was asleep when we got to him, and when he awoke, his first word was, "Where is the baby? What did you do with the body of the baby's mother?" We said that we had not seen either mother or baby, but as many of the ambulance corps were on the field, taking back the wounded and burying the dead, it might be possible someone had found them before we came. After we had gotten him back to the hospital, dressed his wounds and fed him a little, he asked us to please find the baby. While running to the front, he said, and just as he arrived in front of the cottage, a shell burst, wounding and knocking him down. He fainted, and when he came to, found himself helpless and miserable. While he lay there on the ground, another shell passed over him and struck the house, and to his horror, a woman with a baby in her arms came rushing out. She seemed terrified and ran rapidly toward the line of battle. Just as she passed him, a bullet struck her with a dull thud, and she fell, turning half around so that she would not fall on her baby. The baby rolled, unhurt, on the ground, and began to cry and crawl back to the mother, where it clung to her breast and nestled up in great fright, while all the time calling "Mama." Its hands, face, and clothes became red with the mother's blood. Helpless to aid in any way, the wounded man witnessed the tragedy until his mind became so obsessed that all he thought of was the dead mother and her crying infant. The litter bearer went on, trying to locate the couple. Just before daybreak we moved to the left, our flank resting on the river, near the ford we had guarded. We were the extreme left of General Lee's army. As day broke and the mist from the river lifted, the enemy came into view. A hot skirmish fight kept up all day, but at no time did the Yankees attempt to drive the skirmish line in. The fight being in the nature of a duel between individual men, such a battle becomes wonderfully interesting, and time goes quickly where one has to pay close attention to business and keep his eye peeled for the whole line in front. While he may not have a good view of the man immediately in front, he may clearly see those to his right or left. Or, by the same token, he himself may become a good mark for the enemy. Later in the war, we learned the value of rifle pits for the skirmish line. But in this battle, it was a plain old field fight, where coolness, good shooting, and a knowledge of frontier hunting tactics played a big part. We kept too busy to eat. I do not remember eating a mouthful that first day. Away to our right, we heard the booming of cannon and the rattle of small arms. We believed that we were giving the Yanks hell, with sulfur and smoke thrown in. Many a good Confederate held back that first day, through fear of disclosing our position, and that a Yankee bullet might be the personal answer. Night came on and found us still holding our same position. I was in a shallow water furrow between two low corn ridges, and I wished that either the furrow was deeper or the ridges higher. But I gave thanks for the protection I had. The big fellows envied us little ones when it came to seeking shelter. Big Ed Sims looked like a mountain of rags, impossible to hide, yet he was not hit. Both sides were wary about shooting at night, fearing the fire of their guns would disclose them and draw shots. After dark, we moved about a little bit until a detail came up with rations. We could not make any kind of fire, so had to eat our food in the dark. Corn dodger and a little piece of bacon was the menu. A lonesome meal in the dark, with the nearest man 20 paces off and the enemy in firing distance in front. The baby feeling comes, and some are tempted to cry, "Oh, Mama, I want my mama. Some of our feelings never grow up, or maybe they are originally at their best and do not degenerate. The consolation of mother's love and presence is one of the most persistent and best. I was sure of my mother's love and knew she was thinking of me. The greatest comfort was in prayer, that sort of prayer which may be called communion with God. One recognized the perfect, almighty, all-loving Father on one hand, and the weak, erring child on the other, a child who is in a very tight place. The will of the Father seemed to me to be the one thing that I longed to see done, and yet I hoped that it was His will to spare me. You cannot keep out the personal feelings for self at such times, because you know how painful it is to get your own hide punctured. The night was black dark, and the stars hidden, not by the Lord's gracious clouds, but by the accumulated battle smoke of a day's hard fighting, a cloud from the infernal regions, with more infernal clouds to come. Vedettes were placed out but a short distance to the front of the line. As night wore on, the cloud of smoke drifted away, and we witnessed a wonderful display of the aurora borealis, the like of which we had never seen. The light streamed up from the northern horizon and also from the southern. At one time the two streams met and broadened out, then contracted and disappeared, only to suddenly flare up again more brilliantly. The landscape lit up with a weird kind of light that brought an uncanny feeling, but out of it all one thing was apparent. The enemy had withdrawn their skirmish line to a position nearer the city, which assured us a quiet night. Before day broke, Johnny and I were called for guard duty. The aurora borealis lights disappeared, and a fog enveloped the hillside. Just as darkness gave way to dawn, we noticed a huge, towering black mass that threatened to engulf us as it approached. "What is that?" Johnny asked in a hushed voice. We cocked our guns and waited. The mass seemed to retreat and become smaller, then loomed up large and advanced again. Then it seemed to retreat again. I said, "Johnny, our orders were to shoot at anything we saw." Soon it came, and I blazed away, arousing the whole line. Everyone lay in his place, quiet and expectant, ready for instant action. The fog grew thicker, blotting out the view. We waited. As day broke and the fog lifted, we saw in the far distance the spire of a church, which turned out to be the target at which I had fired. And, as a result, a volley of jokes came my way. "Well," I said, "no decent self-respecting steeple is going to break loose from a solid brick church and come charging this skirmish line without drawing a shot from me." Many of the fellows were awake and had seen it too, and a question arose as to what it really was. To this day I cannot explain it, but it made much talk, developing superstition in many of the fellows, coming as it did after the aurora borealis. Another outfit relieved us and moved by the right flank across the plateau where we first fought, and then on down the steep side of the cut in the road to a point near the foot of the mountain. We rolled and slid down that steep bank, a shower of dirt following. A heavy fire of infantry and artillery continued. Though difficult, the movement was perfectly carried out. The heavy guns on Stafford Heights had a fair crack at us until we entered the cut, after which the Yankee infantry, entrenched in the graveyard near the tomb of Mrs. Martha Washington, opened up, causing our line to oblique to the left in crossing the road. Here we experienced our first trench life. Heavy fire continued. Our own Washington artillery, from their position on the mountainside, threw a hot fire into the Yanks. We opened fire immediately, the enemy having the protection of the canal bank and cemetery. A large brick factory located in front of our right wing afforded them a vantage point. which was quickly utilized by the enemy, who fairly swarmed around it. They were as venomous as hornets, while the zipping bullets nipped the top of our breastworks, scattering dirt and passing to the rear as though they had discovered something and were in a hurry to get to it. Many Yanks crawled out of the canal up to the Martha Washington tomb, which afforded shelter for many. A message came to the Washington artillery, asking them to direct fire on the tomb and the graveyard, and flush the covey of blue bellies so we could take them on the wing. The request to shell the grave of the mother of the father of his country was refused, but they consented to fire a few shots into the cemetery. Soon a great noise of bursting marble was heard, and double results obtained, as a fragment of marble was as good for killing purpose as a shell. Many a Yank doubtless had this inscription on his tomb: "Killed by a tombstone that broke loose at Fredericksburg." When the artillery flushed them, we got in some deadly work with our rifles, but they stuck to the tomb as though it contained some sort of fascination. Soon the word was passed: "You fellows on the left get busy and concentrate your fire around that tomb." I, being a little fellow, was on the left, and I took a lively hand in the fight. We aimed low, and a bullet on the ricochet was as good as a direct hit. In a short time the Yanks ceased fire and cleared the graveyard, but they still held out along the canal and improved their position at the mill, managing to get inside, where they opened fire from every vantage point. We had to keep our heads down, but lost quite heavily from their snipers. Our artillery opened up and gave us a chance to catch the enemy on the jump. As shells struck the wall and bricks began to fly, the Yanks decided to move out. Many were there, some in too big a hurry to go down the steps, and they fell out the windows. After having crawled in one by one, they attempted to go out altogether. The shooting at short range afforded excellent hits, but it was sad. I never enjoyed the sport of shooting at men. There was no spirit of murder in my heart, but the heavy guns on Stafford Heights kept up their steady fire and had our range down pat, while the invading Yankee infantry tried to drive us back. I pigeon-holed my sentiments and shot for keeps. We broke up the nest around the tomb and in the mill, but we were subject to fire from the canal all day. When dark settled down, vedettes were placed in front of the breastworks, 2 on a post, with relief at short intervals. My time came after midnight. The silence was oppressive. It was hard to imagine that the old mill, looming up on my right and nearby, contained so many dead, and the field in front and the canal were dotted with men in blue. Their fighting days were over, and they were quiet in their last long sleep. We could not help the wounded Yanks left in the fields. I listened for a groan or a cry, but none came. It was very cold, and I thought of the poor fellows freezing after such a hot fight. What a pity that a hot temper cannot warm our toes on a cold night. No flag of truce came from the Yankees to ask for time to succor their wounded. The Confederate troops always respected such requests, and we thought it strange that they left their disabled to freeze where they fell. When daylight came, the big guns on Stafford Heights again opened a brisk fire at the left of our regiment, but no infantry seemed to be in front of us where they could enfilade our trenches. One fellow said, "It's a clear case of spite work for those devils to be throwing their camp kettles over here when they know we ain't got nothing to cook and and they get busted anyhow." We could see the flash of the gun seconds before the shell would come, and a man was placed on watch. As he saw the flash, he would holler, "Here she comes," and we would make a rush for the deep cut in the road. Only one gun could enfilade us. The others we did not mind much. Just back of our line lay a deep gorge. At the end was a large spring situated in a sort of natural amphitheater. Here our field hospital was located, as were also the negro servants of the regiment. The solid stone walls of the mountain arose to a height of over 100 feet at the back and sloped down to a mere bank where it reached us. A small stream, with its source at the spring, followed the windings of the gorge, and a narrow trail ran to the summit. On the mountain, a short way back from the gorge, an Englishman had his home, where a British flag waved from a tall flagpole. To the right, and less than a quarter of a mile away, the Washington artillery was in action. Yet both sides so respected that flag that his premises were not molested. Not a single shell from the Yanks was thrown in his direction. The Englishman had a Scotchman working as a foreman. The Scot and his family lived in a cottage close by and somewhat nearer to the artillery. The Scot seemed to lack the abiding faith in the protecting ability of the British flag. He figured it might protect property, but fail to protect life. He thought the big gorge was more to be trusted, and so moved his family down by the big spring. It was rough on the women, but secure from either rifle or cannon. Once he was dispatched by his wife to get some needed articles from the cottage. A large, fat man with a big paunch, he started up the trail slowly. As he came around the shoulder of the mountain and into full view of the field, he stopped for a moment and gazed around with wonder. Just then, a shell went howling overhead, and he started to run up the trail, believing all of Burnside's army were trying to pick him off. Another shell increased his speed. As he was going up a steep place with bank on one side and a yawning chasm on the other, a shell cut off the top of a small tree on the chasm side. He was leaning forward to run, and the crash was under his nose. Startled, he lost his balance, grabbing the stump to save himself from going over into the chasm. He managed to get the stump under his vest, but lost his footing on the trail and soon dangled over the chasm, held to the stump by his vest. He poured out volumes of Highland Scotch dialect, loudly calling for help and expressing his opinion about a British subject being treated in such a manner. The noise of battle swallowed his cries. At last, Mac, a captain's negro servant, thought he heard someone calling and ran to investigate. He found the old Scot hanging by his vest, about ready to collapse. Mac ran back to the company for aid. A corporal and 4 men were sent to the rescue. After hard work, attended with much danger because of the narrow trail between the bank and the chasm, they got him back on the trail by help of a rope and lifted him off the stump, but could not unbutton the vest. He could not walk, so they made a drag of a top cut of a tree, tied him on with a rope, and pulled him down the trail. When sufficiently calm, he ascribed his escape to the ever-ruling providence of God and was deeply thankful. It was funny to hear him tell his adventure in broad Scotch and to witness his description. A hard rain added to our misery that night. Though scantily clad and poorly shod, the mud annoyed us more than the wet or cold. Firing ceased, and when daylight came, we were ordered forward in line of battle with the skirmish line deployed. I was on the skirmish line on the left. That carried me by the Martha Washington tomb and through the cemetery. Our litter bearers came behind to pick up any living that might be found. Dead soldiers lay all about, but no wounded, a gruesome sight indeed. When we reached Fredericksburg, many women came out of houses to greet us with a delight that they could only express in words. They had no pies, no cake, nor bread to offer. They had none for themselves, and we had none for them. They had not been molested in any way by the invading Yankees. Little damage was done the town by our fire, but much furniture had been smashed up by the Yanks. As we went down the street toward the river, we were assailed by the pleasant odor of ham frying, which came from a cellar door. A guard of 3 was sent to investigate. They cocked their guns and advanced. A man's voice hailed them from the back. "Vat der hell you want in dese place?" "Throw up your hands," was the answer, and their hands went up quick in token of surrender. We discovered a small squad of Germans cooking breakfast of ham and sausage. They discovered our purpose as we ate. Later in the day, Barksdale's brigade came back into the city, and we marched out along the Rappahannock toward its junction with the Rapidan River. Here we went into winter quarters, building shacks on the same general plan as before. Here we learned of the promotion of Colonel Posey to Brigadier General and Lieutenant Colonel Sam Baker to our colonel. Those things went by promotion in regular order. We had a fellow from the Piney Wood section who belonged to the Jasper Grays. His frame was big, but his overweening foolish pride was bigger. His company joked him unmercifully up to a certain limit. He would fight if anyone went over the limit. Hearing that we would get a new colonel, he said to his company fellows, "It's a derned shame not to let the fellers select their own colonel. They should let as many run as wants to, and the man that gets the most votes should be colonel. That's fair to all, and no favorites." One replied, "Why, Silas, you are mighty right. That's just what we are going to do, and this company is going to put you up and put you through, over all opposition whatsoever." See get tickled up worse than the itch. He didn't even have to scratch to feel good. His backers marched him through the street of every company and expressed his views about the duties of a colonel with great freedom. He was told that his principal opponent was Baker, but he had to be careful to use no abusive talk about his opponents. After preliminary work, the election proceeded. The polls closed at 6 o'clock. Zay was declared elected. A rude platform was built, and the regiment assembled around. When he appeared on the platform with a pair of old-fashioned epaulettes on his dirty jacket, the boys went wild with shouts for our new colonel. C smiled a gracious, self-satisfied smile, bowing around in a patronizing air of superiority lovely to behold. With quiet restored, he spoke about as follows: "Feller soldiers, you have did me real proud today, and you ain't ever going to be sorry of it. More rations, less marchin', and no drillin'. Them's the pints I stand for. I don't say you fellers ain't got to fight. You shully is going to fight when fightin' time comes, as long as I command this regiment. But none of you hold back on a fight anyhow, and you ain't going to complain of me. But there ain't no use in all this here drillin'. We don't use hit in a battle. We jest form the line, throw out a line of skirmishers, and let it go at that. And about rations, I ain't going to complain of what we have had. I'm going to talk about what we is going to have. Now I am colonel. We is going to eat." Great and prolonged applause. One of his backers came up at that point, saluted, and said, "Colonel, you will have to challenge Dr. Snell, the surgeon of the regiment. He has insulted you." The new colonel answered, "You tell Doc to go to hell. I ain't going to fight nobody. What's the Doc ever done to me?" "He says you are too much of a damned idiot to know when you are a damned fool," was the reply. "Well," said our new colonel, "what difference does that make? Ain't you all been joshin' me ever since we left home? And Beffo, too? Well, but you wasn't a colonel then. But you are one now, and the boys won't stand by you if you take an insult first crack out of the box." "Bill," said Cy, "you go down to Doc's tent and tell him we will shoot it out with rifles at 15 paces, unless, of course, he wants to apologize." He was still on the platform and resumed his talk. And there's another thing regarding clothes and kiwer. We is got to have mo. Just then the messenger came back and said that, as the doctor was challenged, he had the choice of place and weapons, and they would fight with swords at his tent at once. You go back and tell that derned doctor he ain't nothing but a bobtail major, and I am his colonel. He does what I say. It's guns at 15 paces. The crowd yelled with delight. There were many complimentary remarks handed to the colonel, and he was more swelled up with pride than rations. Soon the messenger came back again and said that the doctor said, as he was the party that was challenged, he had the right to name the place, the time, and the weapons. Just then someone produced an old cavalry saber and handed it to the colonel. See, said the donator, here's as good a sword as the doc has got, and a sight bigger. You take it, and we all are going with you to Doc's tent. We all marched to the tent, where 2 lines formed, leaving a lane about 10 feet wide between. There was a master of ceremonies, and C had a second. The flaps of the tent were down, and we did not know who was in there. The master of ceremonies, or marshal, told Si that he must call Doc out and demand an apology, and if Doc didn't show up, then C had won. C stood about 20 feet from the tent, in the space between the line, and said, Doc, you is a plumb sneak to abuse me that-a-way, when I ain't done nothing to you, and I give you a chance to come out in that tent and ax my pardon, and if you don't, I'm gwine to punch you with this here sword. Great yelling and words of encouragement from the crowd. Then 2 fellows hooked back the flaps of the tent, disclosing the smiling Doc in shirt sleeves, sitting on a camp stool with a shining rapier in his hand. Not a word was spoken. Say stood with his saber on guard and a look of consternation on his face. All of a sudden the Doc sprang up and rushed at Si. There was a clash of steel, a glint from the rapier as it flashed around Say, who, with a mighty effort, warded off the blow with his old rusty saber. C gave back, and the Doc returned to the tent and sat down. Si's company crowded around him with every manifestation of delight, and the rest of us cheered loud and long. He was called a gallant colonel, a fighting man, worthy to lead the fighting. 16th against hell, in solid phalanx. The whole thing would have been pitiful, except for the immense gratification that C was getting out of it. His own company was pulling off the show and would have resented any outside interference. The Doc showed signs of coming again, and C went on guard. The Doc came with a mighty rush. C slashed away with his old saber, but was forced back to the end of the line, and again the Doc went back to his tent. I'm getting tired of this damn foolishness, said Si. If we had guns like I wanted, why, by golly, the funeral would have been over by this time. I don't know anything about this old frog sticker. Dr. Snell, I command you to swap these swords for guns to finish off this here duel. We is just wasting time. His second told him that it was against all rules of the field of honor to do such a thing, and the crowd told him he was getting along fine. Then the Doc made another rush. C caught his saber in both hands, set his face firm, got mad sure enough, cussed, and regardless of risk, rushed the doctor. Things had become serious. His second grabbed him. He was mad and hollered, turn me loose, and I'll show that damn Sawbones what a man kin do. The men of his company crowded around him and, partly by force, but more by persuasion, carried him off the field of honor. I didn't see how the thing could end without a fight. Those Piney Woods fellows were quick to fight on a point of honor, and C might soon realize that he was being made a butt by his company. Night had come on, By the time C soothed down, after an extra feed, we got him to bed, leaving him to glory in being a colonel all night. The next morning we told him that the War Department had decided Baker was to be colonel, and that the doc had sent his congratulations to Cy, saying that he was a sure enough brave man, which he was. My first Christmas as a soldier in 1861 had been spent at home. It was very different from this one in 1862, here in the woods, with all the discomforts of a poverty-stricken camp. A little brown sugar and a little fresh meat was issued to us, but somehow a spirit of hilarity could not be aroused. Some of the fellows made themselves supremely miserable by comparing what they now had with what they enjoyed before the war. I found it best not to think in a comparative way, but to become interested in something that was right at hand. Besides, the future was yet untried, and it might contain a delight that would put all past delights out of mind. But there is a difference in the trend of thought of a chap under 20 and a man in his 30s. We found no fault with any man for his opinions, for all were good soldiers, but we could not help being affected by a show of feeling. The fellow who talked of the good things he had enjoyed in the good old pre-war days was certain to have an audience of sympathetic listeners. When he mouthed his words in telling of some dinner that was to memory dear, you could almost taste the cranberry sauce on the baked turkey. Another would take up the theme, saying, "That reminds me of the dinner a lot of us fellows had in New Orleans. It was at Victor's restaurant. Well, sir, I'll be derned if the waiters weren't white, and dressed up in spiked tail coats with white vests and pleated bosom, biled shirts." A regular Paris-French gentleman who couldn't speak English came up to us, bowing and smiling. Says he, "Monsieur Desvais," and he showed us to a table. There were 4 of us. He handed me a bill of fare, and I'll be blessed if it warn't all written in French. I passed it around to the fellows, and not one of them could make heads or tails out of it. Then says I, "Mr. we don't understand your French lingo. What we want is a good dinner, and we have got the price." He smiled and rubbed his hands together as if washing them, and said, Oui, monsieur, je comprends à vous." Then he went up and talked in his lingo with the clerk for a minute and came back. And as he passed the table, he waved his hand in a real courtly way, saying, "Directly, monsieur," and went into a back room. We waited quite a spell. "I bet that fellow is one of the Bourbon princes in disguise," Tom says. "A man has to be raised in court and have blood before he can get up all that style." "Shucks," says I. "Style don't count for much. I'll bet them fine clothes belong to the house, and them fine manners belong to the French race. The only good thing in the Bourbon line comes from old Kentuck, and it comes in barrels at that." Then the prince brought in a big waiter with the soup and olives and celery and bread and catsup and Worcester sauce and a whole stack of crockery. He put down the soup tureen in front of me. Bill says, "He means for you to serve that soup." I motioned to him, and he came up smiling but not saying a word. "Here," says I, "you take and serve that soup yourself. I ain't no gal." Then he moved the tureen over to a side table and dished out the soup. As we sipped soup, he came up with a grand bow and says, "Vin, Dick, who has a sandbar in his gizzard that's always dry, says he wants to know if you want wine." "Why, yes, of course we want wine, and plenty of it," says I. With that, he went back to the rear room, and presently he came with a waiter, and on it were 4 goblets and a quart bottle of red wine. He drew the cork, wiped off the top of the bottle with a napkin, and filled our goblets. Then he picked up a pitcher of water and says, "Oh?" Says I, "Hold on there. If you mean to put water in our wine, we take our liquor straight." He gave a fine shrug of his shoulders and set the pitcher down with a little frown. When we got through the soup, he took all the soup fixins away with the same grand air. "Dick," says I, "if you had the grand airs of that waiter, Miss Mary Jane would marry you whether the old man consented or not." Dick turned red in the face and kind of flared up at that. Says he, "You be careful about bringing in that young lady's name. There's a limit to your fool talk, and I'd rather for you to put on the brakes than for me to have it to do. If you only had his shirt and vest, you would be proposing to Miss Susie at once. It's more finery than you ever owned." "Why, Dick," says I didn't know it was so serious as that. "I don't mean any offense, old man, and I would not like to see you change from what you are. You suit me well enough, redhead and all." Just about that time the prince came in with an enormous pile of rations in many dishes, and we knew that now we had got down to the real dinner. Everything was so spiced up that we didn't have the slightest idea what we were eating, but it sure was good. Then Wit took a look at the bill of fare and says, "What do you suppose this is, Patty de Froggrass? I used to go with a gal, some that was named Patty, and if it's got her name on it, it must be good. Order it," says I. He motioned to the waiter, pointed to the place on the fare, and said, "Bring me some of that Patty stuff." After the war, Wit married Miss Patty. The waiter brought him a little pie, but it was sho good. We all took a taste. Then we had a puss cafe and a cigar, and the waiter handed me a check. Well, sir, it was $28. I went up to the clerk sitting behind a desk. "Will you please make out a bill for this dinner and receipt it?" says I. "What, you no like eat, or tink eat too mo'? We deed the best we can to please you," said he. "No," says I, "we ain't got no complaint, and here's your money. You may not think it, but we came from the country up in Mississippi, and when we get back home and tell the folks that we had a feed at Victor's that cost $7 a head, they are just naturally going to call us liars and say it's your French bug juice that's gone to our heads and perverted our judgment, and we want the bill to back us up." He smiled a real pleasant smile and says, "I see." Then he gave us the bill and walked to the door with us and shook hands with every one of us. I wore that bill out, showing it around. That was show some feed. We had heard that story many times before, and we heard it many times after. But an empty stomach makes a listening ear. These talks always wound up in the same way. Next to our company fire was Company E's. A fellow from the piney woods whom the boys called Guinea sat there. Guinea would jump up, stretch out his hand, and say in a loud voice, "I don't know nothing about them dinners, with a whole baked ham at one end of the table, and a turkey stuffed with oysters at the other end, and all sorts of fixins piled in between. As for Victor's restaurant, I ain't never been to New Orleans, nor had a big feed in any restaurant for that matter. But for me, give me a cup of hot coffee and it mighty well sweetened." Then all the fellows would give a big yell. We would break up the meeting and go and make a little pot of mush and a pot of sassafras tea, and then take a smoke. At that camp we witnessed a spectacle the like of which we never saw before or since. A fellow in one of the companies got caught stealing. He was tried before some sort of court and condemned to parade in a barrel shirt at an afternoon regimental dress parade. Colonel Baker commanded, "Order arms, parade rest." Then came a fife, a tenor drum, and a bass drum. playing the Rogue's March, and behind came a corporal, then the man in the barrel shirt, and behind him came 3 guards with fixed bayonets. On the barrel, written in large letters, was the word thief. They paraded the full length in front of the regiment from right to left, then wheeled and paraded back. This little show did not take well with the men. There was lots of growling, and if his company had made any sort of move to stop it, the whole regiment would have backed them. I was one of the snarlers. This fellow was a volunteer, and while we had contempt for a dirty thief, and considered that a man who would steal from another, when we were all in the depths of poverty, was low and mean and should be punished, yet the punishment should not be the humiliation of the man before his regiment. He would be expected to fight in the next battle with bravery, as he had been through many engagements before, and no complaint was ever made in regard to him. It was not fair to take away all his self-respect. Our growling had this effect. No man was ever compelled to wear a barrel shirt again, or be tied up by the thumbs, or bucked and gagged. In January 1863, the weather becoming real spring-like, I was put on a detail composed of men from all companies. We were to construct a bridge across the creek that ran near camp. Old Captain Smith had charge. We had a few dull axes, some picks and shovels, but not a saw, plank, or nail to work with. When we assembled at the creek, much advice was offered the captain. Suggestions flowed in from all sides until the old captain got mad. "Not a damn one of you fellows has got a plank, or a nail, or a saw to offer. Only advice," said he. "I can't build this bridge out of advice. I'll give you some advice. Keep your damn mouth shut." A man from the captain's company stepped up, saying, "Why, Captain Smith, you are a Baptist preacher, and I am astonished to hear you swear so." "Oh," said the captain, "you don't have to let that bother you. The Lord has given me a furlough until this damn war is over." We constructed the bridge out of heavy logs laid in the creek, and the water ran over the top. But it held up heavy artillery and was good until a freshet came. The day after completion of the work, we were issued 3 days' rations and ordered to be ready to move in 3 hours. At the appointed hour, we started. A short distance from the camp, we crossed Captain Smith's bridge. The clear water flowed over it, and all got their feet wet. "Say, Holt, why didn't you all build that bridge higher?" "Captain Smith is responsible for the bridge," I answered, "but I am awfully sorry your feet got wet for the first time in many months with your shoes on, and a still longer time with your shoes off." There ensued a lively conversation about soldiers' feet. As we came up a short hill, a dense forest completely hid the horizon on the north. There sounded a clear, sharp peal of what we took for a 12-pound cannon. We instinctively tightened up and closed up the straggling ranks. There came another crack, and it seemed just beyond the forest. Our weatherwise man said, "That ain't no cannon, that's thunder." We had not gone much further when the sky became overcast, and a freezing wind came up that found every bone in our bodies. We loosened our blankets and put them around us, but they were hard to keep in place on account of the wind. Our wet shoes froze, and we slipped around on the frozen ground like a skidding piece of ice across a frozen duck pond. No one could keep his feet. Going uphill, we seemed to want to lie down on our faces. The front ranks would slide back on the rear ranks, and all would go down in a muddle. Going downhill, we slid along until we encountered some inequality or a frozen clod, and all got a fall. I never made the slightest exertion to keep myself from falling, but some of the men wore themselves out trying to keep on their feet. Night came down, and so did the sleep. We never stopped, neither did the wind. Our progress was slow. If a man got behind from falling, only by hard exertion could he get back to his place. Said one fellow, "Sometimes I am going on my face backwards, and sometimes I am going on my back forward, which is again nature. I'll bet if the whole distance forward and backward could be measured with a string, it would reach to Orange Courthouse." At last, late in the night, we filed to the right into a heavy forest. We were dead tired. We made a fire first thing. Wood was plentiful, and we made a fire at least 20 feet long beside a large log, and then thawed out on the smoky side until we were smoked out. Then we wiped our eyes and breathed on the wind side until frozen out. We compared this experience with the former one on the river and found so many points of greater excellence that we felt better in the thought we had seen worse. Sassafras was in great demand. The little boilers did double duty, making cornmeal mush and sassafras tea. Cousin Jim had worked extra hard trying to keep on his feet. He said that he just had to lie down. He spread down a pair of linen tent flies, and we lay down on them and covered with both blankets. We tied our handkerchiefs over our hats and under our chins and kept on all of our clothes. Sleep came instantly. We slept as long as the heat lasted, then got cold and awakened to find the top blanket, my blanket, frozen to the ground and covered with sleet. We had a time getting it loose without tearing it, which would have been a real catastrophe. One of the negroes put his feet to the fire and covered up his head with his blanket. The soles of his shoes burned to a crisp before he came to. He bounced up with a yell and commenced trying to pull off his shoes, but he had tied them tight. One of the men cut the strings. Daylight came at last, and we resumed the march without delay. We had more sliding and slipping, only worse. After a long time, we filed out of the main road into a smaller road on our right. After going down that road for about a mile, we met a courier and asked him where we were. He told us we were on the road to United States Ford near Chancellorsville. We reached the ford and went into camp in a heavy woods near an old cornfield. The only redeeming feature about that camp was plentiful wild onions or chives, but so were graybacks. The mud kept us close to camp, supplemented by a provost guard. The mud was more effective than the guard. No sutler ever came in purchasing distance with parched goobers, roasted peanuts, stage plank, gingerbread, and stick candy. I do not remember any kind of religious service that we ever had there. We never knew when Sunday came, which it was bound to do, but we played cards, gathered chives, and killed graybacks every day. When our time came, we went on picket duty at the ford, and except that we were a little more uncomfortable when on picket than when in camp, it was all one monotonous mess of mud and meanness. At last, April came with its flowers and its showers, and we were still there. On April the 29th, word was brought in for the picket line at the river that there was some kind of activity going on among the Yanks on their side of the river. We began to feel that something was going to happen. Every fellow cleaned up his gun and fixed up his accoutrements, for we did not have a single inspection of arms at that camp. On April 30th, we were ordered to be ready to move at a moment's notice. May the 1st, early in the morning, the Yanks began laying down a pontoon bridge, and our pickets were ordered to fall back without a shot. Our company council of war talked the matter over as we moved down the road and concluded that, as Old Jacks and Marse Bob were both there, the only thing for us to do was fight like Kilkenny cats and stick to it like Aunt Jemima's plaster. The more you try to pull it off, it only sticks faster. As we halted on the side of the road in line of battle, facing toward the river, word was passed up from our right along the line that old Jax was coming and we must not cheer. Presently he came in sight on his little sorrel pony. He carried his cap in his hand. We waved our hats, and some of the men shed tears. Of course I did. My heart was always in my throat. When he came to the 16th Mississippi Regiment, he stopped and looked along the line. Then he rode up to the flag and asked, "Is this the 16th Mississippi?" Many voices answered, "Yes, sir." He said, "You were with me in the valley and around Richmond, and I remember well your gallant services. We are going to have some hard work here, and I have confidence in you and believe you will do your full part." He rode on, and we could not cheer. At once the skirmish line was thrown out and advanced toward the river. We did not go far before we flushed the Yanks, and the fighting began. We were on the defensive, but the Yanks made no attempt to drive in our skirmish line. The fighting was hot and close due to the thick underbrush. Gunners from Kolb's battery rolled a brass piece out to the skirmish line by hand and opened a brisk fire, with the idea that plenty of Yanks in the brush could not be seen but might be hit. We held the position until night. Then we moved along the road toward the furnace, and we halted by the roadside and snatched a little nap. The next day we lay in line along the road. We could not see what was going on around us for the brush. Troops passed along some road that was near. In the afternoon our line swung around facing toward the furnace. The skirmish line was thrown out, and we advanced to the edge of a field where the land sloped down to a small creek in our front. The Yanks put in an appearance in the edge of the opposite woods and advanced toward us in the old field across the creek. They were in line of battle. Yank artillery stationed around the furnace opened fire. The Yanks in line opened rifle fire, and things got lively. We were ordered to let them come down to the creek before we fired. They huzzaed. When our skirmish line opened fire, their line checked up, and in that moment of hesitation, they lost many men. They fell back to the woods. Then we heard the welcome crack of our own artillery. There began a heavy duel between the Yank batteries by the furnace and our batteries stationed at the edge of the woods. Soon the Yank batteries ceased firing, and we heard shouting behind us where our line lay across the road. I caught the words, "Look out, he's coming." I heard the clatter of a running horse coming down the road toward us. We knew in a moment what it was. I hollered to Bill Patterson, who was the man on the other bank of the road. "Bill, let him get past before you shoot." "You do the same," he hollered back. There was a straight stretch of road behind us, and there came in sight a magnificent bay horse running at top speed, with a Yankee officer lying down in the saddle with his head well down beside the horse's mane on the side toward Patterson. I could not see his face. I shot after he had passed Patterson, waiting just enough to ensure that Pat was not in range, and on the instant Pat shot. On plunged the horse, while the officer did not change his position. As they came more out into the open, there were several shots fired, but the horse kept on running, and the man kept in the saddle until they passed out of sight on the Yankee side of the creek. Had we all missed so large an object as a man on a horse, and at such short range? There was no telling, for a horse will run far after he is mortally wounded, and a wounded man can keep his balance in a saddle. I shot to kill, as was my duty, yet I hoped in my heart that the man and the horse got through without a scratch. It was such a courageous dash in the face of such fearful odds. Then we heard a sound in the woods occupied by the Yanks as of a mighty rushing wind, As it drew nearer, we could distinguish the clang of accoutrements and the voices of the officers shouting, "Steady, men! Keep your places! Don't crowd!" There came into view the magnificent spectacle of a heavy line of infantry moving down in the open toward us. Our batteries opened with shrapnel. We opened with rifles. Yet on they came and got to the creek before they broke. They rushed pell-mell back to the woods, leaving many dead and wounded on the field. Then we saw 3 men come running from the woods toward us. They had no weapons. Word was passed along our line not to shoot. The 3 men ran down to the creek and picked up a man from off the ground and went as fast as they could with their burden back to the woods. We cheered. The old field was well sprinkled with little heaps of Yankee blue uniforms, in some places singly, and in some places in piles. It is strange how small and insignificant a dead man appears on a battlefield. The line of Yanks never came out of the woods again. We held our positions all that night. After good dark, we heard a voice down by the creek call out, "Don't shoot us, we are friends." We answered back, "Come on," and 2 armed men came in. "Who are you?" we asked. "We are 2 of Jackson's men," one answered, who could not keep up with him, "and we have been all day under the bank at the creek. Jackson went head-on through the Yankee line and cut off the whole right wing of Hooker's army. I think you have been fighting Howard's men." That was the first we had heard of old Jax's bold move. We readily understood that Anderson's division had brought up the rear of Jackson's corps, and we had had the honor of holding the road where the fight was sure to be heaviest. Old Jax had trusted us, and we had not failed him. During the night there was an artillery duel between Jackson's batteries and those of the enemy. The shells flew over the little valley of the creek on the right of us. A dense forest blended the roar of the guns until there was one continuous roar. We located the Yankee batteries, and they were nearer than the Confederate. We were badly mixed up. As day began to dawn, our regiment swung around by the right and moved through the woods in line of battle. Then came a move that we had never seen before and have never seen since. The line of skirmishers deployed behind the line of battle. In a short distance we came to a body of small oak trees, and in view of the Yankee breastworks, they opened a terrific fire at short range. We had to lie down on the ground and work our way slowly through the mass of sharp-pointed brush. The next man on my right was Kane, who had driven the skillet wagon in the valley in which I took a ride with the pots and things. A ball hit him, and he only had time to say, "Oh, Jesus," and he died at once. I squirmed my way through the abatis and rushed forward. The regiment had gotten there a little before the skirmish line and was fighting hand to hand with the Yanks in a bloody engagement. We came over the top with a big yell and joined in the fight. The Yanks thought that we were reinforcements coming in and broke. A big fellow named McBride carried our flag. He held the flagstaff with his left hand and clambered up the Yankee breastworks with his right hand. As he gained the top and straightened up, a charge of grape shot cut his hand off at the wrist and cut the flagpole off just above his hand. His mutilated hand and the butt of the flagstaff fell into the Yankee trench together. He jumped into the trench after them, picked up the butt of the flagstaff, and killed 2 Yanks with it. Then he fell. A tourniquet was put on his arm. I saw him after the war. We moved a short distance down the trench to the right in front of Chancellorsville Hotel. Our artillery gunners turned the Yankee artillery around and opened a furious fire on the Yanks with their own guns. They replied with shot and shell and musket. Our company had to quit firing. because we were behind the cannon. The hotel was between the two contending lines and caught fire. It was being used by the Yanks as a field hospital. We saw the poor fellows trying to escape by doors and windows, but the roar of battle drowned their cries. The heat from the burning hotel was terrific on us, and worse on the artillery in front. All the outbuildings were on fire at the same time. A Yankee prisoner lay in the ditch with us. He noticed a wagon load of rations that had been dumped on the ground and not distributed to the men, and said, "Boys, we thought that you could not possibly take this position, with its breastworks and abatis, but now I see where our general made his mistake. He let those rations be piled there, where you could see, when you caught sight of all that food, all hell could not have stopped you. You might as well try to stop a yoke of steers from going to water on a hot day." We called him a cheerful cuss, as he laughed at the failure of his own side, while under the fire of his own guns. Then we heard cheering on our right. Now there is a tone in the barking of dogs and in the cheering of men that indicates the nature of the cause. The tone of the cheer indicated high approval and deep feeling. Down along the edge of the ditch between us and the enemy came a man leading a dun ox. The man had an arm bound up with a dirty piece of a tent fly, and was leading the ox by a halter with the other hand. On the ox sat a wounded man, one arm having been shot off and a tourniquet put next to his shoulder, the white bone sticking out beyond the mutilated flesh and bloody sleeve. Yet he was playing Old Stonewall Jackson. He had his cap in his only hand and was bent over in the position that Jackson always took when he rode along a cheering line. Tears ran down our cheeks as we cheered. Here was an exhibition of qualities loved and venerated by Lee's army: grit, endurance, and wit. They went to the back of the trench by way of the creek on our left, and we traveled along as far as we could see through the smoke. I lay in the trench between George Pallant on my right and Frank Best on my left. I was on my right side, and George was on his left side, and we were shoulder to shoulder and back to back. He was reading out loud from a fragment of a recent Washington newspaper. It told how Lee was in full retreat with a shattered army. A shell burst over our heads, and a fragment crushed George's skull, glanced over me, and struck Frank in the back, fortunately on his blanket roll. I was still looking at him when I heard someone say, "Lay him down," and George was picked up from against me and laid on the ground in front of the ditch. His eyes were opened wide, and we saw the light of life fade away. Frank went just over the breastwork and laid down for a spell until he could get his wind. George was the second man killed on my right that morning. We all loved him. Then we moved under fire more to the right. The skirmish line was thrown out and advanced on the enemy. The smoking ruins of the hotel and other buildings were on our left. We went beyond them and came to where the Yanks had piled their knapsacks by companies. The enemy line could be traced by the piles. We halted at the knapsacks and laid down. We went to plundering them at once. I found nothing of value and would have liked to seek further, when a Yankee officer, mounted on a fine horse, rode up and demanded, "Why are you here? Move this skirmish line." The bridle of his horse was seized. He looked into the wrong end of several guns and exclaimed, "Great God, is this a Confederate line?" and slid off his horse. A man was detailed to take him to the rear. We skirmished all the remainder of the day after advancing beyond the haversacks. We lay in line all night. When day came, the Yanks had gone. At roll call, we heard the orderly of Company E report Guinea missing and ask everybody when he had last been seen. He had not been seen since dark. A detail of 3 men went to the front to look for him. They went but a short way into the bushes and found him, kneeling on his right knee, his left forming the angle of a square, his left elbow resting on his knee, and his left hand supporting his gun, which was cocked and to his shoulder. The corporal went up to him and said, "Hello, Guinea. What are you going to shoot at? The Yanks have gone." He neither moved nor answered. He had been shot in the center of the forehead, and the rigor of death had come on immediately. They could not wrest the gun from his hand nor from his shoulder. Many of the fellows went to look at him. The sight gave one a creepy feeling. Later in the day, we moved rapidly toward Fredericksburg. On the way, we met a courier who told us that Sedgwick's corps had crossed at Fredericksburg and driven Barksdale's Mississippi Brigade from the city, and that they were strung out as a skirmish line on the hills behind the city, trying to hold the Yanks back. We were the extreme left of the division in that march, and were the last troops to leave Chancellorsville. The 16th Mississippi was the last regiment, and Company K the last company. We were the rear guard. It was 15 miles to Fredericksburg, and we struck a lively gait. We understood the importance of getting there in a hurry, and we hurried. We passed Salem Church. The balloon that the Yanks had sent up to observe the movements of our forces arose directly in our front in line with the road. We marched over a hill in plain sight of the balloon and went on to where we were screened from sight by the forest. We filed to the left and went back parallel with the road under cover of the forest and came over the hill again in sight of the balloon. No explanation was needed as to what we were doing. We were fooling the man in the balloon. We passed the little trenches that Wilcox and Barksdale's brigades had dug to stand the charge of the enemy, and marched right oblique into a deep ravine that ran down to the river. On our left, upon the level ground, the artillery of the Yanks was pounding away, shooting toward the church. We were making a flank movement. After we rested a few minutes, the line formed. The command was given: left face, forward march. We clambered up the steep side of the ravine with great difficulty. Cannon smoke covered the field. Dimly, as through a fog, we could see the gunners working their guns. We were ordered to lie down. Then Wright's brigade came on the double quick from our right, moving to our left, between us and the enemy. The Yanks soon discovered them and sent a shower of shot and shell, and their supporting infantry sent bullets. When a man was shot and fell from the moving line, the ranks closed up. They needed all their breath and did not cheer. Then General Wright appeared on the right between his moving line and the enemy. He made a striking figure with his hat in his hand, his long hair and beard streaming in the wind, as he rode forth at a rapid gallop. He was shouting to his men and waving his hat. We could not hear a word he said. His voice was overpowered by the roar of battle, but his spirit and the spirit of his men could be overpowered by nothing. The general rode back and forth between his men and the enemy, and his line moved steadily along. It takes some time to make such a move, but at last the last file passed our company. The order came at once: "Form the line, forward!" We went for the enemy on a run. The fighting was at close range, fierce and short. The enemy broke and fell back across the telegraph road, and darkness came down, augmented by the dense smoke. We halted in the road and reformed our lines. This road ran parallel with the river and at right angles to the position of our line at Salem Church. We had gone into the fight on the left flank of the enemy and pressed him back toward Banks Ford. Back of us, on the bloody field, lay friend and foe, together as they fell, covered by the black pall of battle smoke and darkness, some in the sleep of death, some suffering and bleeding to death. We had marched 15 miles that day and had gone into the fight as night came on. The day before, we had charged and taken the center of Hooker's position, and the day before that we had borne the countercharge of his right wing thrown against Jackson. We felt the strain and the pangs of hunger and the distress of thirst. To offset that, we felt the thrill of victory and the sense of having done our part. The fight was not over, and the question was, what next? General Anderson came up the line from the right, attended by only one officer. When he got to Company K, he stopped and asked, "Is this the last company?" He was told that it was the last Confederate troop, as far as we knew. "Where is your captain?" said he. The captain came up, saluted, and asked, "What do you want, General Anderson?" He replied, "Send me 2 reliable men who are accustomed to scouting." The captain called out, "Davy Holt?" and I answered, "Here." Then he called John Walker of Company E, and John said, "Here. Come here and report to General Anderson." And we came. "I am Holt," said I, and the other fellow said, "I am Walker." General Anderson said, "Men, I desire to send you on a mission of vital importance, but of great risk. You are likely to lose your lives. Are you willing to undertake such a mission?" We each responded, "I am." He said, "You must find the end of the enemy's line on our left. We are liable to be flanked. I would advise you to leave your guns." "General Anderson," I said, "I object to leaving my gun. It is my protection, and without it, I cease to be a soldier of the line." "Well, take it," he replied. "You know more about scouting than I do anyway. I will wait here until I hear from you." We walked some distance up the road. Then I said, "John, it will not do for us to keep to the road. We should go on each side of it. Choose your side." He took the right-hand side, where a fence ran alongside. Beyond the fence were briars and broom sedge. He crawled over the fence into the brush. On the left of the road was an open field planted in oats. The oats were less than knee-high. I walked along in the oats parallel with the road, stopping often to look and listen. As I came up a small hill, my form outlined against the sky, a shot was fired at me from across the road. The ball came uncomfortably close, and I fell down in the oats and crawled about 20 feet farther up the hill. Several more shots were fired at the place where I had been. Then a voice called out, "What regiment is that?" "The 16th Mississippi," I replied, and Walker, some distance in the brush, gave the same answer. Then there was a big discussion in which many seemed to take a part. At length I heard one man say, "Well, what's the use?" There was more discussion, and a voice said, "Do you want to take some prisoners?" We both said, "Yes," and came together in the road and ran to the mouth of a lane that ran down to Banks Ford. The Yanks were in that lane. The Yankee captain gave the command, "Attention, order arms, fix bayonets, stack arms." There was a rattle of steel indicating that at least a company had stacked arms. We stood in the lane where it joined the telegraph road. The captain said, "Which way shall we come?" We answered, "Come this way." The captain gave the command, "Right face, forward march," and here they came, a whole company in double ranks. The order was given, "File left," and we turned down the main road toward our regiment. Walker walked on one side of the captain and I on the other. We had gotten nearly to the first company of our regiment when the captain asked, "How much farther do we go?" I said, "We prefer to surrender you to our own company, which always treats northern men with courtesy." The captain answered that that was reasonable and kind, and thanked us. We came to the guard of our regiment and were challenged. "Holt and Walker with prisoners," came our answer. We marched on and halted the captain before General Anderson. The captain was the first to speak. He said, "Is this the end of the rebel line?" The general said, "Yes." Then the captain and his whole company broke into wailing and profanity. "Great Lord," said he, "have we surrendered to just two dirty, lousy, ragged, starving, stinking rebels, and been marched by them for a half-mile through the open, and one of them only a mere boy? Men, the fault is mine. I am to blame." The general said, "Captain, such are the chances of war. We are anxious to find the end of the Federal line." The captain swore a round, mouth-filling oath and said, "If I knew, and it would do you any good, I would go to hell before I'd tell you. But if I had known where the line is, do you suppose I would be here a prisoner? Not much. We were ordered on the skirmish line this morning, and in the afternoon we lost all idea of direction in the roar and smoke, and I drew my men into company formation and found that lane accidentally." General Anderson ordered the prisoners removed, which was done. Then he asked, "Where are Holt and Walker?" We came up, and he said, "Men, that was a most extraordinary occurrence, but we do not want prisoners, just information. You must go, as before, and find that line." We went to the lane before we separated, Walker taking the right of the road, and I the left. I was still in an open field that had not been planted. I went slowly, often lying on the ground, to listen and look. As I came up a rise, I saw a light on my right across the field. I remembered that a barn was located about there, and judged that it was being used for a field hospital by the Yanks. If the line of the enemy hadn't moved, it was beyond the barn, as field hospitals are always in the rear. If it had moved, I was likely to stumble over it in going toward the light, which after all might be at the line. You never know a thing until you find it out or are told. I was going to find out something from somebody at that light. It was as risky as hunting snakes at night. I proceeded with great caution. I hoped to run across a wounded man and get some information in exchange for a drink of water, but I failed to locate anybody. As I drew near the barn, I could see through the large door that was wide open. It was a Yankee field hospital, sure enough. The operating table was in the middle of the room, and two surgeons were working on a fellow, being assisted by several other men. I was lying on the ground, and more light fell over me than I liked. I shifted my position to the left and advanced to the corner of the barn. Still, I failed to meet anyone. Then I lay down by the corner of the barn and pulled off my accoutrements and laid them and my gun close to the wall. Then I got up, put my hands into my pockets, and sauntered up to the open door, leaned against the door jamb, and looked around in a careless manner. The two surgeons had a man on the table, and an assistant was administering chloroform. Several Yanks were holding down the arms and legs of the man. Suddenly he gave a whoop, drew himself up into a ball, and then stretched out, throwing the surgeons and attendants off in a heap. The surgeon across the table looked up and spied me. He said, "Here, you little fellow standing in the door, come and help us hold this man." I went around the table and caught hold of the fellow's arm with the surgeon who had called me. The chloroform was again administered. When the whooping time came, the fellow whooped, drew himself into a ball, and stretched out. We all went down, and I fell on top of the surgeon. We all got up as soon as we could. The surgeon smiled at me and said, "Some are strong, but we will try it again." We tried it again, and that time we got him under chloroform. Before I could beat a retreat, they slung another fellow on the table, and I helped to hold him. Then, before I could turn around, that one was replaced by another. Anyone who has seen surgeons work at a field hospital knows their lightning speed. This last man had a complicated wound, and the two surgeons held a consultation and examined the wound. That gave me a chance to get away, and I slipped out beside the barn, picked up my gun and accoutrements, and made off, going to the left. I had not gone far before I heard a sound ominous and fearful. It sounded like a mighty rushing wind coming from beyond the barn. I listened for a few minutes and could make out the rattle of accoutrements and knew it was a line of battle advancing. I walked briskly toward the road and stumbled on a pile of rails. Here was my salvation. I lay down beside the rails, putting my gun in close to them. I chose the opposite side from the advancing line so the men going around the pile would not tramp on me. I could hear the comments given. "Steady, men, steady. Keep the line straight. Don't crowd. Keep your places." The line went over me, parting at the pile of rails and coming together some feet beyond. As soon as it had passed, I got up and laid my gun across the pile, cocked and ready. There are always a few stragglers behind every line. I waited for one or more of them. Two came, and I held them up. "What brigade is that?" I asked. "Walker's," they answered. "Federal or Confederate?" I asked. "Confederate," they replied, and hurried on. Then I got on the other side of the pile of rails, for I knew that they would find the Yanks close by. They found them in less than 200 yards from me, and the fighting began. The Yanks hollered huzzah, and the Confederates yelled. The musketry rattled, and the bullets came in a shower. I said my prayers. The pile of rails was frequently hit, and I was sprinkled with splinters. The Yanks gave way. I jumped up and raced back to my company. When I got there, I was told that shortly after we had gone the second time, an officer bearing a dispatch to General Anderson came up, and the general had called for his horse and rode rapidly away. Walker had come back. We lay there in the road for the remainder of the night. I was too tired to talk and was not called for guard duty. I slept in the dust, a dreamless sleep. Dressing next morning was a simple matter, consisting of dusting my jacket a little and putting my hat on straight. We drew battle rations, which consisted of fried bacon and cornbread pone. There was some sugar and coffee gotten out of the haversacks of the dead Yanks and some hardtack. They seemed not to have drawn much rations for themselves, so we had to go short. But there was enough coffee and sugar to go all around for once, and we had a cup of hot coffee, and it mighty well sweetened, as poor old Guinea used to say. Then we moved along the road to the left, past the lane where the company of Yanks had surrendered, and saw the barn across the field. It was not nearly so far from the road as it had appeared in the night. The effects of the charge of Walker's brigade were evident, the dead still on the field. We halted in front of Wilcox's Alabama brigade, which was on the left side of the road. The artillery of the brigade was parked on the right-hand side of the road, and the river was on that side. Suddenly there arose a balloon on the heights over on the Yankee side of the river. The wind was blowing from our side toward them, and they gave the balloon much rope to get altitude. Then the wind changed and swept the balloon our way. The artillery unlimbered and trained a parrot gun on the balloon. General Wilcox sprang from his horse and ran toward the gun, shouting, "Let me shoot! Let me shoot!" I just had to see that shot at close range and got to the gun about as quickly as the general did. He pulled the string, and the shell flew out of the cloud of smoke like a scared wild duck. The shell burst when it reached the balloon. The basket was struck and swayed violently. Some of the ropes were cut, and the neck of the balloon was torn. It was hauled in with great rapidity. Many other shots were fired, but no other hits were made. We learned afterwards that the balloonist was badly wounded. I saw no more balloons during the war. We fooled it once and hit it once and regarded it as a failure. Until late in the afternoon, we lay around at that place resting, talking, and smoking. A discussion arose as to the providence of God and divine protection to his faithful followers. As I stated before, we had quite a number of college and professional men in the company, and we had some big arguments. Our roster also included Jews, members of various churches, including the Roman Church, and some of that class of skeptics whose religious ideas were of every hue in the rainbow, and as changing as the skin of a chameleon. Their self-importance, however, proved as constant as the North Star. Skepticism, selfishness, and self-importance are a kind of trinity, a 3 in 1 and a 1 in 3. The forum was open to everybody, and with no rewards or punishments or convictions possible, every fellow expressed his opinion with freedom, and at the end remained as unmoved from his opinion as he was at the beginning. Nobody ever convinced anybody, but it was fun to discuss, and a good many of us liked to air our views, to get them out of the box and hang them in the breeze. They were the raiments of the mind, and needed to have the wrinkles shaken out and sunned. Some were badly moth-eaten, but the fellow who owned the raiment also owned the moths, and did not wish to part with either. Generally, the talk among the fellows went something like this: "Holt, the Lord was mighty good to you, to interpose the head of George Pallant between you and that piece of shell. If his head hadn't given it a ricochet, it would have mashed you up so completely that all that would have been left of you would have been some bloody rags and a bad smell. Well, where is the protecting care of the Almighty for George? He was a sincere Christian, and if it is so that the Lord is a shield to them that put their trust in him, why did he not protect George? For my part, I don't believe the Lord has much to do in such small matters. Well, I believe in predestination. George's time had come, and the time of all those other fellows had come, and they simply had to die. If not by one means, then by some other. Holt's time hadn't come, but it is coming certain, and it will be his head that catches the shell. Say, Holt, you're about half preacher anyway. What do you think about it?" I answered, "Thank the Lord, I don't have to think anything about it. It's none of my business, and I am certain that the Lord can attend to his own affairs. That is my idea of faith. When he wants me, I will go the same as George and the others. But I feel sure that when my body is in the grave and moldering to dust, the remainder of me will find plenty to do in paradise. Life doesn't end with the grave." The fellows rejoined, "What warrant have you for such an idea? Nature does not teach us anything about it." "You talk as though you had read the book of nature through from cower to cower, whereas all science combined hasn't even skimmed off the top of the pot yet. Nature shows that its maker has a plan and a purpose. And for my part, I believe that we all have a place in the grand divine scheme. But our trouble is that we don't attend to business as the Lord wants us to." Oh, that's a pack of blamed fool talk. We came into this world unconscious, and we go out unconscious, and we live just the same as do the dogs and things. I'll grant that you live the same as a blamed dog, and it's hard to tell you and a dog apart even on close inspection. Come, come, no quarreling or hard words. spoke up an officer. "We have enough of that to do in fighting Yanks. You fellows change the subject." A courier from brigade headquarters came up with a dispatch for the colonel. He read it and called out, "Fall in." We fell in and commenced to march in the direction of Chancellorsville, just as the sky began to cloud up in a very threatening manner. We had not marched far before it began to rain. No wind blew, and the rain came in a steady downpour. Then a thick cloud settled in, and darkness came, and with it an electrical display. Not a clap of thunder now and then, but a continuous roar, with the lightning seeming to run constantly on the ground. We had to pull our hats down over our faces to keep from being drowned. The walking was hard. When we went up a hill, it was against a regular mountain torrent, halfway up to our knees and running like a mill race. When we went down, the great force of the water swept us along, making it hard to keep our footing. When we crossed a bottom, the water was sometimes waist deep. Fortunately for us, the road had been graded. Off the grade on either side, the water was in some place over a man's head. The order frequently came, "Keep in the middle of the road." The conditions kept us busy, watching the lightning running around on the ground, trying to keep in the middle of a road we could not see, and wading in water with the direction of the current always shifting. We had a diversity of occupations all at the same time, yet there are those who say a person can't do two things at once. When we had gotten used to the novel condition of things, and the sense of fear had worn off a little, we began to talk. Corporal Thomas, who had been a raftsman on the Mississippi River and a lumberman in heavy cypress timber, said, "Boys, that's ground lightning. It is being generated on the ground and passes up to the clouds. I have seen it before." "Well," queried a companion, "how comes it that our guns are not struck or show some electrical condition? I put my hand on mine, and it was the same as usual." To which Thomas replied, "Why, you are in the same electrical condition as the earth, and are generating electricity the same as this water and other things." "Shucks, Thomas," reasoned another, "you are getting beyond your depth in electricity, the same as you are apt to do in this water, and in my opinion your argument has drowned itself. How can we be in the same electrical condition when streaks of lightning are running all around out there like a big lot of snakes at play, and they are not running over us? That lightning is in the clouds, where it belongs, and we see the reflections in the water." Now that gave us a new idea to think about as we pulled ourselves along through the water. Meanwhile, lightning continued and lighted our way so we could stay in the middle of the road. We did not stop to rest, as there was no place to sit down. Then a fellow who had been to college and had gotten a smattering of chemistry said, "According to my opinion, the phenomenon is on the upper surface of the cloud, and is the ignition of oxygen and hydrogen gas by an electric spark. Water is the product of the combination of these two gases, and they unite in the proportions of 1 hydrogen to 8 oxygen, and make the rain that is falling on us. The detonation that we take for thunder is always the resultant sound of such ignition." That brought a whoop and much laughter and many questions, as, "Say, Jim, who is up there to measure out the gas, 8 to 1? Do you mean to say that the Lord has fixed up some sort of contrivance up there for that purpose?" That's the veriest humbug, and worse than Thomas's idea of ground lightning. After the war, Jim became a pretty good chemist, and had the luck to marry one of the prettiest girls in the county. His numerous children made a more acceptable showing than his arguments. It took us all night to march 15 miles, and we got to Chancellorsville about daybreak and threw out a line of skirmishers. I was on the line, We advanced and felt the position, but could not raise a yank. They had retired across United States Ford in the storm. We were a tired, wet, hungry set of fellows, and we immediately made many small fires, cooked mush, fried bacon, and made sassafras tea on the same ground that had been swept by the Battle of Chancellorsville a few days before. It was now the 6th day of May, and we had been steadily at the strenuous game of warfare for over 6 days, including our withdrawal from United States Ford. We drank our sassafras tea with singleness of heart. The sun came out, and we dried our clothes on our backs. We stayed there several days to bury the dead and collect the material that lay scattered around. I never had to bury a man, nor pick up a piece of plunder, because I belonged on the skirmish line. One morning, we marched several miles toward Fredericksburg, moved off the main road to the right, and went into camp. We had some things to talk about and stories to tell. One related to the appearance of the battlefield. We had a lot of fellows who always stayed in ranks, and they see about as much as a person looking out of a window. They listened to others who went everywhere they could not go, and saw everything they could not see. I was one of the goers, and while I did not say much about my own experiences, I would talk freely about what I saw. But Billy Cage, who afterwards made captain on the staff of General Harry Hayes, his cousin, was one of the most interesting talkers I ever heard. We would bunch up under a tree, or some place where it was reasonably comfortable to lie around and smoke, and the talk would go around. Even after Cage made captain, he frequently came to Company K and was always an interesting visitor. He was my fast friend, and I greatly admired him. We were sitting around smoking when another of the men, also quite a seer and talker, spoke up. "Say, Whit, do you go around and take a look at the battlefield and the ruins of the old hotel?" "No," replied Whit. "It was too derned much trouble. Besides, I knew you would go and see more than I would see, and I'd rather hear you tell about it." "Well," continued the first, "it sure was some sight, and some stink, too. The dead hadn't all been buried, and none of the horses and mules. Did you ever notice how a dead Yank turns black in the forehead? In my opinion, that's due to the vast amount of coffee they drink. Well, sir, the effect of our artillery was something awful. To the right of the old hotel, and near to it, is a big clump of second-growth white oak, and in front of that clump, and on the right of it, the Yanks had massed much artillery. The guns in front trained on us, while the guns on the right trained to hit Jackson's men. You know the breastworks went to the creek and made a sharp turn toward the river. Hooker had concentrated his men and guns in that place, a sort of extended fort. Old Jacks came up on that right flank, and, with our guns in front, they both got the range down to a fine point. That was the fire we witnessed from the skirmish line when we were further over to the Yankees' right, fighting the right wing, Howard's men. Hooker got a big lot of his eggs in one basket, and Lee burst a shell in the basket. I wonder that the Yanks stood to their guns as well as they did. They were a brave lot, to be sure. The white oak thicket was torn up and twisted in a way that is unthinkable. We saw a grape shot stuck in a small white oak that was no bigger around than the grape shot. You know white oak will split easily, but it will not break, and that small tree had split and caught the shot and held it. All around the thicket there was a mass of dismantled guns and exploded caissons and dead men. Many of the dead were mangled and scattered around in fragments. "Change the subject," a listener said. "Comp, we never heard how you and Chapman got away from the Yanks." "Well," said Compton, "it's a short story. Chapman and I were detailed to go for water just about dark, while the left wing of the company was out skirmishing. We gathered up a few canteens and started. I asked Chap which way we should go, and he said he was lost. "But," says he, "the hill slopes down on our right, and it is the habit of water in this country to inhabit the low places. Let's go down the hill." And down the hill we went. It was as dark as 40 black cats, and the brush grew so thick that we had to keep just our arms before our faces to keep our eyes from being scratched out. We could only tell the direction by the feel of our feet. When we ran into a bush and got mixed up, we had to locate the slope of the hill with our feet and then go on. It was slow work, and we shed more sweat than we expected to find water. "Comp," says Chap to me, "I believe we have struck bottom." Just then a voice called, "Halt!" and we halted, and the Yanks raised up off the ground all around us while some fellow struck a match. There were a lot more matches struck, and when they saw our uniforms, or rather our rags and the canteens, they all broke out laughing. The voice of an officer called out, "Silence in ranks, and don't strike any more matches. The enemy must be very near, and a light might draw their fire." Then the officer asked us a lot of questions, such as, "What command do you belong to?" I, acting as spokesman, said, "Anderson's division." Then he wanted to know where the division was. I told him that we did not know, that we were plumb lost, the same as he was, and everybody else in these woods. He said that we must stay there until morning, and that he would turn us in when it got light. I said that was agreeable to us, and we all lay down on the ground, the lion and the lamb together. They were a tired lot, and were ordered not to talk. We were up the hill a little ways, far enough to determine the slope. When all got quiet, we began to crawl, and not being noticed, we continued. When we had passed some brush, we got up and began to walk, feeling around with our feet for the slope of the hill, and walked into Company K before we knew it. Then someone asked Comp if he had heard anything special while with the Yanks. "Why, yes," he said. "Hooker's headquarters were not far off, and we heard him give an order. He said, 'Attention, world, by hemispheres, right dress, by continents, into line, march.' That made my heart sick. I knew we could lam the Yanks, but when it came to fighting the whole world, they were certain to get us. One morning after roll call, Tommy yelled out, 'Attention, Company K!' I hold in my hand a brand new Barlow knife, and the ugliest man in the company gets it. The man is to be picked by a majority vote. The polls are now open and will close at evening roll call, when the votes will be counted and the winner gets the knife. Trot out your candidates." Bill Ogden was the first man nominated. I was next, and Jim Walker was the last nomination. But although Jim would have liked to win the knife, his backers backed off, and he was withdrawn from the contest. Some fellow said, "Why, you can't run that man in a non-beauty contest. Look at his eyes. Jim, the Lord started to make you a gal, and after he had given you those glory eyes, he changed his mind and made you an ugly, smelly man. You could not, in honesty, vote for yourself." "I wish he had made me a gal," said Jim. "Then I wouldn't be in this mess." "Jim, you are a liar. You don't wish any such thing," came the answer. "It's better to own a gal than to be one. You won't get a vote, so get out of the race." And he got out. That left Bill and me contending for the prize. They trotted us up and down the company street and kept us so busy that we hardly had time to eat. We were accompanied by our respective supporters, who pointed out in minute detail our points of ugliness. I voted for myself, and Bill voted for himself. Tommy carried the polls around, and I urged the voters to cast their ballots without delay, but many preferred to wait. It came nearly time for evening roll call, and all the company, including the officers, gathered in the street. Then someone shouted, "Strip 'em!" We got stripped, and I stood out, clothed only in modesty. Bill, however, was clothed from head to foot in hair that looked like copper wire. His humped shoulders and crooked back and long, dangling arms were supported by flat feet, extra big knees, and crooked legs. All the fellows who had waited, including the officers, voted for him, and he got the Barlow. Bill survived the war without a very serious wound, and married a beautiful woman. But I was not backward in that matter myself. After the election, Bill had the impudence to offer me the loan of the Barlow. That was a splendid camp. A big spring furnished fine drinking water, and the creek nearby had swimming holes. We boiled our clothes and got rid of oribacks. We had soap, which we had salvaged, and got our hides clean once more. We had no sickness and some extra rations. We had never seen so many land terrapins. They are mighty good eating, and the camp kettles came in handy for making terrapin soup. The pokeberry plants, the lamb's quarter, and the new beech leaves furnished us plenty of greens. Though we had no tents, we made sheds of boughs, using mostly pine. We secured wild honey by taking sugar and water to the woods and drawing a bee to it. For bait, we used a small stick dipped in sugar and water, held near a bee. When the bee drank its fill, it would make a straight flight home. Then we waited. Soon the bee would return with other bees, and in a short time a flight of bees going and coming would be established. By following the line of flight, we located and robbed the bee tree. Tommy came into camp one day and told us that a member of Company C had found a man who possessed a keg of apple brandy. The location was about 2 miles from camp. Tommy pointed toward the place, said the owner was an old countryman, and that he was selling the brandy at $1 a drink. Several of the boys volunteered to go along on a voyage of discovery. They went and soon came back with a report that the old chap had raised the price to $2 a drink. Some of the boys didn't have the money and had to borrow from others, but they all got a drink. One of the crowd had $2 left and wanted another. The old man raised the price again and asked $3. He measured the brandy in a small wine glass that did not hold much over 1 ounce, and everyone knew that 2 ounces at least was a gentleman's drink. All got mad and much distressed about the matter. Tommy called Chapman aside, and they conversed in low tones. Then Chap ambled away and came back with Mike, a big Irishman of Company C. They held a private confab, and Chapman got a gunny sack and a barrel hoop, while Tommy secured a tin cup. Mike rolled up his sleeves, and the three went off together. We knew that something was going to happen. Soon they arrived at the place where the brandy was being sold, and Tommy said, "Mister, I want to buy 2 drinks, and I want you to pour them into this cup. How much do you charge for 2 shots of your poison?" $10, said the old mossback. "I won't pay it," said Tommy. "You started in at $1 per drink, and now you've got to 5. You're a blamed old thief." "Soldier," the old chap said, "there's one thing I found out early in life, and that is that hard words don't get you along to no place whatsoever. I ain't compelling you to buy, and I don't care a dern if you don't buy. You forget that this is my apple brandy, and I am in my rights when I charge whatsoever I please. You buy or leave, whichsoever you please." Mike was standing by Tommy. Chapman had slipped the hoop in the mouth of the sack and was beside the man, watching for his chance. The old man put his arms down without suspicion, and the next instant Chap slapped the sack over his head while Mike administered a healthy wallop, putting him to sleep. When he came to, the soldiers had gone, and also the keg of brandy. They brought the keg to camp and hid it in a hole where a tree had once blown down. Tommy acted as commander, and the division of spoils began without delay. Canteens of it went to the colonel, each captain of companies C and K, and to the surgeon. The remainder was divided among the men. It was hot stuff, and when you had consumed a small portion, you felt like there was a red-hot stove on the inside. Late in the afternoon, the old man drifted into camp, bent on revenge. He inquired the way to the colonel's headquarters. Some of us went along to show him the way and to hear the complaint. "Colonel," the old fellow said as he arrived at the commander's quarters, "some of your men have been acting mighty bad." "How's that?" asked the colonel. "Well, I'll tell you," answered the brandy dispenser. "I brung a keg of apple brandy over there a piece in the woods and was a-selling it out. They complained because I raised the price, just as if a man hain't got a right to set his own price on his own goods. Then, while one fellow was a-fussin' and a-quarrelin' about it, another fellow pulled a sack over my head, and another one hit me and knocked me cold. When I come to and got the sack off my head, they was all gone. But I glimpsed going through the woods, and they was making tracks in this direction. I can pick out the men if you will let me, and I want justice. Particular on that fellow that pulled the sack over my head, which was a dirty, mean trick, howsoever you may look at it, in any way whatsoever." "Do you want justice?" said the colonel. "Yes," said he, "and I'm going to get justice. You can just take that from me. I'm going to get it, or something is going to happen, briefly. It's as plain as day that I come to the right regiment." The old man was in a defiant mood, like a lot of cattle that smell blood. The colonel kept cool, which was marvelous, considering the fact that he had several drinks of the hot stuff inside him, and the additional heat of the old man's hot sass all over him. We felt sure he was going to boil over. The colonel said, in a real friendly way, "Mr. Whatsoever your name is, I am going to give you justice. We will have regimental dress parade at once, and you can go down the line with me and pick out the 3 men." The order was given for dress parade. When the line formed, it looked crooked as a dog's hind leg. Company C was the right wing, and Company K the left wing of the regiment, and they were the most brandied with the old man's brandy. 2 or 3 in these companies insisted on lying down, and they had to be propped up by fellows who also needed bracing. The flag was held at an angle of 45 degrees, and it took 2 to hold it up that much, even with the end of the staff resting on the ground. The colonel, too, seemed uncertain about himself, and was wary of giving orders, but he managed to get out. "Attention, battalion, parade rest." While we parade rested, some men of Company K sat down, and I think some men of Company C lay down. The colonel and old Brandywine started down the line from the right. He picked Mike out, and when they came to Company K, he pointed out Tommy and Chap. The trial of the case started right then and there. "Are you sure that these are the right men?" asked the colonel. "Yes, and here's the hound that pulled the sack over my head," angrily shouted the old man. "He is particular the one I want." "Did you say you were selling apple brandy out of a keg?" asked the colonel. Old Brandywine looked at him in disdainful wrath and said, "You know mighty well what it was from your own experience, and could give testimony in court on that there subject." Some of us laughed, but the colonel kept cool. Mr. Whatsoever your name is, replied the colonel, General Lee has given the most rigid orders to punish, in the most summary manner and at once, anyone bringing liquor into camp to sell. By your own confession, you are liable for punishment, and moreover, I believe you are a Yankee spy and have come in under the pretext of selling liquor, but really to see and hear. You know that men's tongues are loosed when they drink, and this is a deep-laid plot. Adjutant, make a detail of 2 men from each company as a firing squad, and we will shoot this spy at once. The manner of old Brandywine changed instantly. He lost all defiant looks, turned pale, and broke out in a profuse sweat, almost collapsing. His voice got weak and whiny. "Colonel," he pleaded, "have some pity on my wife and little children. I didn't know them was General Lee's orders. I swore on a stack of Bibles, but for the Lord, I ain't no spy." "Do you know which way you live?" asked the colonel. A shaky finger pointed in the direction. "I give you a minute to get out of sight in that direction," the colonel said. Old Brandywine had about 59 seconds to spare out of that minute. When he had disappeared, the colonel went to his tent, while the adjutant dismissed the regiment. One fellow who sat down at dress parade went to sleep as soon as we could get him to his bunk. He slept all night and got up next morning as sober as a judge. He washed his face and moved around a little, and that stirred up the brandy in him. Soon he was as drunk as he had been the day before. "That's the first liquor I ever saw that carried twin drunks," he said. "Until about the middle of June we remained in camp, waxing lazy and fat.